Fly Racing and Decal Works. Coming to you live from Las Vegas, right outside the Lion's Den, with your host, Steve Mathis. And now strap in and get ready. It's showtime.
I just don't like the guy. The guy's just a douchebag.
Yeah, welcome everybody. The PulpMX Show presented by Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, coming at you. It's Monday, April 19th, 5:01 p.m. Pacific. Thanks for listening and or watching on PulpMX YouTube, RacerX Facebook. Things are going pretty well for us. I think this show's going to make it. I think we're going to have good ratings. This is show number 462. So it seems like we're doing well. Thanks, everybody. We are really, really excited about tonight's show. Honda's Chase Sexton will call in. Rockstar Husky Dean Wilson. Pro Circuit's Cameron McAdoo. Star Yamaha's Nate Thrasher. All on the show tonight. Each of those guys had a very eventful Atlanta 1, 2, and or 3. 702-586-7857. Give us a call. 702-586-PULP. We will take your calls all show long. You can talk to these riders also if you want to. Great co-host in studio as well. Looking forward to talking to him all night long. A couple of guys working behind the desks here to make things happen. Neither one of them is tired. Both of them seem like they're on point tonight, so it should be a real tip-top show, everybody. Thanks to Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, Vortex Racing, Racetech Suspension and Engines, Vertex Pistons, X-Brand Goggles. The Lucid Goggle now in stock at WPS. Our guys at WPS Fly Racing, they've got the Lucid Goggle. Michelin Starcross 5, Maxima USA, Scoche, Pro Filter, Firepower Batteries and Chains, ORW, Works Connection, Atlas Neck Brace, FMF, Guts Racing, Get Data, OGO Power Sports, Art of Sport, WUSA, Ride Engineering, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Works Chassis Lab, Intense Cycles, all on board with us tonight. Don't forget to shop. If you're going to shop at Amazon, go through our little widget on PulpMX.com. Takes you to Amazon. Make your purchase. We get a small slice of that. That would be super if you guys could use that. It would really help us out. Also, the sponsored deals on PulpMXShow.com. All the codes are on there. Very, very easy way to get the codes to save, whether it's Guts Racing or W, Atlas Neck Brace, Works Connection, Vertex Pistons, X-Brand Goggles, all those companies and more will give you a discount. So if you're in the market for something, check out sponsor deals, and yeah, man, you can save. Let us help you. Let us help you help your bike, all right?
All right.
As I said, Sexton, Wilson, McAdoo, Thrasher, all in tonight. Very excited Atlanta 3 to talk about. With me in studio to break it all down, to help me try to comprehend what we saw. He's a national championship winning mechanic. He worked at Pro Taper for a long time. Now he is at Renthal Bars. It's Paul Perebijnos. What's up, man? How are you?
What's up, Steve?
What's going on?
Man, not
Thanks
much.
for coming in.
Yeah,
Thank
no
you.
worries. Quite the lineup you got. Apparently, you got to win a race to get on your show now.
Yeah, I thought, you know what? Sometimes we've been going 3 guests and 4 guests, and yeah, you know what? Thought I'd try to all these guys. So,
Yeah, big lineup.
lots to talk about when it comes to this race. Some controversy as well. We got the Motorsport.com tweet at Tits later on. We got the X-Brand Goggle tear-offs. Race Tech rant. Paul, you have one. I have one as well. We'll get into that Race Tech rant. I think yours is going to be very popular.
You think?
Yeah, I do.
Hopefully, you get me a little fired up so I really let loose.
Okay.
Maybe Marks can help me. But, yeah, I was more angry on Saturday, and it's Monday now, so I'm not as salty.
Yeah,
but
you're a little bit better.
Yeah.
Speaking of Marks, working the cameras behind the scenes, working on the app. Should be out any day now, the brand new app. He is also in charge of pretty much everything at PulpMX. So if you have any complaints, just hit him up on Twitter or on Instagram. It's Travis Marks. What's up, Marks?
I'm in charge of everything?
You're in charge of everything. Yeah.
Man, that's incredible.
Finances?
I didn't know that.
Finances, sure. Yeah.
Finances?
Yeah, whatever.
Man.
Give yourself a raise.
I bought some crypto, and if it goes sideways, I will blame Travis Marks.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. That's all that when it's in our text. I just I can't absorb all
Paul's
this
out.
stuff.
Yeah. I like your theory though, where you're like, I'm just gonna buy some stuff for my house.
Yeah, I'm just gonna maybe put a pool in.
Because the house I can see.
Yeah.
And touch.
Right.
And look at.
Yep.
That's
Yep.
my investment.
Yeah,
Right.
I send it all out there on the dark web, my money, and putting it into a different form, and it could end up on a hard drive that I lose. sounds
sounds
scary.
Nothing
go
to do
there.
with.
Had to go there.
Sorry.
This is a Dogecoin free show, by the way. We don't talk about it.
Taking your calls, holding things down over there. He's in studio for Paul Perebijnos. He graces us with his presence. The Tits Leisure. Tits, what's up?
I'm only here for Paul.
I'm sorry, Tits.
Attaboy, Tits.
Everything good?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Yep. Happy
Alright.
to be here.
Really?
Yeah, Paul's here. So.
Okay.
We're talking about rental mountain bike stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
know.
he's a big mountain bike guy now.
Tits is thin tits. This is thin tits. He went
Yeah.
down a cup size.
Right.
You think?
Yeah, especially
okay.
in the face.
Like at least a half a cup. Yeah.
Yeah,
and
for sure.
And he hasn't even been riding the Taser to do all that. So,
Unbelievable.
yeah, it's
I don't know what it
pretty
is.
phenomenal. He went on his mountain bike for the first time since January.
End of January. Yeah. So it's been a full 3 months.
I'm ashamed of you.
So this
and
is diet.
I was on Eco the whole time, and that was not fun either. So lesson learned.
So is this diet?
Yeah. I really haven't lost weight. Maybe it's just that I have less of a beard now or something. But that is the goal in the end.
So
maybe,
no. Speaking of no e-bike, sorry, I really want to know how the non-e-bike life is going for you, Steve.
It's not good.
How many times have we rode it?
Well, just once, and then I left for Atlanta. I only got it like a couple days before Atlanta. So
Not itching to get out. Didn't go out this morning?
no.
Okay.
It's I got an intense primer. It's harder than I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Stupid purchase.
You won't even give me rental bars for it.
No, because I said, hey, ride this thing for a while. Let's make sure that you're going to own it and use it, and then we'll talk about
Yeah,
it. Because
you are not confident this
no.
thing's going to make it.
I mean, look what e-bikes have done for you. You've lost weight.
Yeah,
you're happier
but if
for
I
it.
can get the same amount of work in less time on a regular bike, that sounds good too.
Yeah, but then you're going slower. Like
I'll tell you what. Yeah,
it's just not as fun.
The flat ground, like okay, never mind the hills. That sucks.
Yeah.
But the flat ground pedaling on a regular bike is boring
Yeah, no shit.
because I'm so used to the speed of the trails.
I know. You're a dirt biker at heart. You enjoy the higher speeds.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Tits almost didn't put it together. He said it'd be the worst purchase I ever made.
It's just
agree.
a big paperweight eventually going to get sold or forgotten about.
I guess
something.
I'll give you $1,000 cash right now. I'll take it home.
No,
Straight up.
Stop it.
Flip it.
Yeah.
Hey, so on PulpMX.com, we're coming up with a great guest, by the way. On PulpMX Show Twitter, we ran a poll. Did Cooper Webb win the race or did Kenny Roczen lose the race? 81% said Kenny lost the race. This on Atlanta 3.
Yeah.
And I mean, I tend to side with those people. I mean, look, he was gone. If he hadn't crashed, he wins that race. There's no doubt.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Cooper Webb does not catch him. But I was rewatching it today, and when he got up from his crash, he still had 5-6 seconds.
And his lap when he got up and got going was still okay. It was the following lap that he did a 140 or something. Cooper did a 130 something. That really was.
So, do we need to focus, Paul, on Kenny's collapse then, because he lost the race? I mean, we still love Cooper Webb. By the way, did you know his first name was Paul?
I mean, why do you think he's so awesome?
Okay, I never thought of that. Right. Good point.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that. I just thought of that on the spot. I mean, I think at 5 minutes to go, Cooper is like, all right, we're going to Salt Lake City, and I'm going to have a 10-point lead.
Yeah.
That's what I think he was thinking.
Right.
But then Kenny crashed, and even so, I don't think Cooper was like, okay. But then the whole next, even, again, the lap where he got up was okay, but then the lap after that just wasn't good, and Cooper put in a good one. And then it was like, okay, maybe I can win.
Maybe I can get this guy.
Yeah, and then it's like when you give him that sniff, man.
Why did Kenny start jumping the whoops?
I mean, he crashed in them,
Yes.
for one, right? So if you crash doing something, it's hard to go and do it again. They're just getting harder every single lap with all those guys going through it. And I have to imagine it takes a lot of strength and energy to go through them like that, right? Especially, I mean, he was fighting he was tank slapping for like 7 whoops, it seemed like, when he crashed. So he knows he was going to fight that. So I think it's a
anybody who's raced knows that when you crash, everything catches up to you and your heart rate spikes, and you get
for sure,
tired. Yeah.
for sure. And maybe his bike was a little tweaked, right? He alluded to that on the podium, but to me, still, the moment was so big, and there's so much hinging on all of this. I really thought second lap from the end he was going to come through there and skim those whoops, like hit him fast, and make the pass.
And
he
did
followed
not.
him.
He did not.
He didn't just jump; he followed him.
Yeah.
And that was just like, dude. That I was surprised. I was like, for sure that, and again, I don't know what's going through his head, and obviously he's a way better rider than any of us will ever be, and blah blah blah. But to me, I think he's going to look back and regret that. I think he'll have regrets about that race.
Well,
it might not be next week.
Yeah,
it might not be
I
next
think
month.
he should have regrets for Dallas 3.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
To me, this one was really big,
and also during the pass when Coop passed him, I know he said he went wide to check up and sneak underneath Coop.
Yeah.
Why did he go that wide? Why did he look like? Okay, I get his plan. I get the motivation.
Yeah.
Totally makes sense. He's got me. You know, he got. I can hear him. He's got me. He went. It seemed like 5 or 6 feet way to the left that he needed to go.
Kenny's not an earplugs guy, is he?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't know, man. That was just like. I mean, I'm sure he heard Cooper coming, but he left a lot of room, and obviously we knew his intentions were to square up and go underneath him, and Cooper just countered that by turning tight.
Yeah.
And it seemed like no matter what kind of run you got into those whoops, it didn't really matter.
Kenny was good in those too.
Yeah, I mean, and even the jump line through there wasn't that slow. But to me, like if you're I would just look at it as like just hold him off for one more turn. Like, yeah, you feel him coming up the inside, but cover the inside. I don't know. Let him go around you and try to blitz through you on the. I don't know. Just prolong
his life harder.
Yeah, prolong it one more turn, then another turn, then another turn.
Right.
Before you know it, you're at the white flag, and maybe you can hold him off again.
Yeah.
Like I'm not one for letting the guy go by and trying to. I just think.
Counter-strike or
Yeah,
whatever,
like I just think if you can withstand the attempt, it takes a few more turns for him to work on another attempt, right? So when you're that close to the end, man, I mean, and sure, hindsight's 20/20, but yeah, he left a lot of room, right?
Dude, I mean, between this and the Dallas 3 race,
what happened at Dallas 3?
Well, he was leading, had a big lead, and Coop caught him. Coop crashed in the whoops and the heat and everything else, and they were side by side for a couple of sections, and Kenny just kind of.
But he didn't have
that
ace up his sleeve like he had in Atlanta 3, which were the whoops.
Well, I just want him to fight a little more against Cooper Webb. This is the Supercross Championship.
I think everybody did it. Like everybody did, right? No matter if you're a Kenny fan,
I think if you're Honda, you're like, listen, you're our guy.
I think when you're 2 rounds left, and you can make it 10 instead of 16. That's I thought he was going to come through the whoops on that lap and he was going to send it.
Yeah.
And it didn't happen. And I was like, damn it. Like and when that happened, I was like, he ain't
for 90% of the race, he rode perfect. He looked amazing.
Beyond perfect.
It was going to be 10 points. We were set up for a great couple of Salt Lakes. And then that.
Yeah, he crashed, right?
Yeah.
Crashes happen.
Yeah.
So but still, I think he still could have won.
He had 6 seconds, 5-6 seconds when he got up.
Yeah. And again, I have to say that maybe it's just he was too tired to skim those last 4 laps or whatever you have to do after the crash, whatever that was.
Yep.
And that was all Cooper needed.
Let's take some phone calls here. PulpMX show. First up, it's Damien. Damien, what's up, man?
Hey, so 10 years from now, you got the opportunity to interview one of these 3 guys, right? Because they're far enough removed, they're going to be honest about the situation. I'm talking about this season. So this season, 10 years from now, you get to interview Cooper Webb, Kenny Roczen, or Eli Tomac. And full disclosure, they're going to be as transparent as they can be. Who do you want to talk to? Who do you want to reminisce about this season with absolute transparency? What the hell's going on? Because every one of them's got something.
I'll go Coop, I guess, if I got to pick one guy.
Really?
I feel like Coop's pretty honest. Coop's pretty, down to earth. I feel like he'll tell you what he thought, what he's thinking. I feel like Kenny's pretty polished. Kenny will tell you the PR spin a bit,
Right. What I'm saying is 10 years from now, okay, they're going to be honest.
Yeah.
So wouldn't you want to know what's going on in Roxon's head? Like, because I'm just thinking about myself and trying to do this. Oh, bullshit, dude. Bullshit. I'm sorry. Like, you could be as friggin' mentally strong as, I don't know, a Navy SEAL. But this shit keeps happening over and over and over to this guy. You know what I mean? And I'm a Roxon fan. I'm like, dude, pull it out. For God's sakes, pull it out. And it ain't happening. And like you were just talking about, why'd he go 6 feet wide and let him by? Like, I mean, he might as well get off the bike and just, like, parry him. Like, here you go, bro. Go right here. You know what I mean? That's damn near what I was watching.
Right.
Yeah, I'm with him.
Yeah.
I mean, I think if you ask that question to Cooper today, you get the same answer 10 years from now. It's kind of what I think.
Right.
where maybe that's not the case with Kenny. And honestly, you gotta at this point, he's seen his brother-in-law get hurt. He's tried to make aggressive passes, and
he's had his arms.
Yeah,
Yep.
He's been through so much surgeries and injuries, and maybe he's just like, I am not willing to go over my edge, no matter what the circumstance is.
Right.
And maybe sending it through those whoops on the other side in all the ruts and the cups and the edges and all that crap was what he considers over his edge.
Look,
he wasn't willing to do it.
If he loses his championship, he's going to have won 4 races. He'll made a lot of money. You know what I mean? He had a title fight. Like, he seems like he's just like, okay, all right. But when he after Daytona, I know you're heated when you come off the track, but when he's like, I can play that game too.
Yeah.
And he proceeds to play no games when he has a chance
no
to.
Games.
I'm a little bit like, okay, I mean, that's fine if you don't want to play that game, Kenny. If you just want to be all finesse, which he is, I don't want to see a T-bone. I don't want to see anything like that. But can you rough the guy up a little bit or try to? That's all.
Yeah,
or not pull off the track and let it fly, for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
And that's what that goes back to what I said earlier.
Yeah.
I think, granted, I almost take whatever rider says within 5 minutes after a race, I take with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
But I do think that he will have regrets about Atlanta 3 when he looks back at it. That's my only thing.
Right. For me, that's what I'm saying. 10 years removed from now, here's in the future headlines. In the future, you're saying, hey, what the hell happened? I don't know. I think I would want to, because, again, they're going to be, they're far enough removed, they'll be transparent. I would want to hear what Kenny's got to say, like, what in the hell was going through your head? Because he ain't going to tell you now, but 10 years from now, he'll be honest. The other thing I got is, Mathis, how do you not do a review from Atlanta 2? Like, you got the Cade and got the Cade and
I know.
What's his name?
No, we had A-Ray and Anderson.
That's what it was. A-Ray and Anderson. Yeah.
Bro, we were Weege and I was driving to North Carolina to do the Pulp show on Wednesday night. JT was visiting dealers. We couldn't get on the same schedule. We all were busy, man. That was it. It was sorry.
Whatever.
All right. Sorry, bud. Sorry to let you down, Damien.
That shit hurts.
I know.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Maybe like, it's Kenny was going down the right side every lap in the main event, and maybe in his head he was like, all right, I know I need to, if I get close, I skim him, I can pass him. But then Cooper was in his line.
Right.
And then maybe the left side was just totally chewed up to where he was like, man, if I try to skim on that left side, it ain't going to work.
Brody, what's up, man?
What's up, man? So I had a bit of a question about Cooper Webb. I watch all the races, obviously, but I'm curious. I mean, obviously his main driving force is chasing Roczen. And without, let's say Roczen retires tomorrow, is Webb does he still have that same fire?
Yeah, I disagree with his driving force as Roczen. I think his driving force is winning the race and making as much money as you possibly can. Is what I think his driving force is. I don't think it matters who's in the front.
Dueling it out, it seems like when he's dueling it out, like with Tomac, he had a few runs with him last year, and he just doesn't seem to be able to bully other people the same way that he kind of does.
I don't know about bullying anybody like that. Mentally, Coop thinks that probably he can catch Kenny late in the race, and when he looks at Eli Tomac. But hey, Salt Lake, man, he had some great races with Eli Tomac. Some great races last year. They were banging bars, going at it. So, I mean, psychologically, Coop has to think about that. I can get this guy late in the race, 100%.
Yeah, I just wonder, if he retired, if he would have that same fire to win, or if it would just be even easier for him then.
No, I think you would. I think it'd be fine. You still want to win races, cement your legacy, win championships, and win money. And all that stuff, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I just was curious,
Yeah, no worries. Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. Ken, you got a question for Paul and Kenny's Roczen's Renthal bars?
Yeah. Paul, was noticing on his bars that it just didn't look like a Fat Bar 36. Did he run a different setup with Atlanta? Or
No, he's been on Twin Wall since the first Supercross of the year. He switched to a crossbar in the offseason.
In Houston.
Oh.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
He's been on those.
And I had another quick question for you, Paul, for both Paul and Steve. I've noticed, like, the Fox guys and some other bell helmets, they have, like, a little vent tube on the back. Have you noticed that? Do you know what that is at all?
It's the hats off device, and everybody has it. It's just a tube that like the medics can inject air to help pull the helmet off if the rider crashes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's mandatory
All right.
for everybody to have one in their helmets. So.
Gotcha.
All right.
Cool.
Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. Dean Wilson coming up. You know anything about Dean Wilson?
Never heard of him.
Never heard of him? He's a Rockstar Energy Husky rider.
He's been riding good. I've watched Atlanta 2 and 3. I thought he rode really good at those 2 races.
He didn't qualify Atlanta 1. And
I saw that as well.
And I can't help but think his 2 of his best rides were helped by that DNQ. I'm going to ask him about that.
Okay.
Paul Perebijnos brought to you by Art of Sport. Kenny Roxon, speaking of that, he's a partner in this brand along with guys like James Harden. I use a deodorant. I use the activated charcoal body wash. I've got all their products. The products are formulated with natural botanical ingredients to keep you smelling fresh all day. Even better, they leave out the bad stuff like parabens and sulfates.
I love parabens, though.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, I don't know what. No,
okay.
Joking.
Their award-winning products have more than 7,000 5-star reviews. All their products are under $10. Artofsport.com. Find them at Target, at Walgreens, at CVS, anywhere you go, just about online as well. Artofsport.com. Have I given you some of this stuff?
Yeah, I have some of that body wash. I've been using it.
And
it's good.
You're a fan
smells
of it?
lovely.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
The wife just comes after me.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. Artofsport.com. If you want your wife to just come after you, use it, and it's fantastic stuff. So thanks for Artofsport.com for coming on board. Appreciate those guys as well. I want to thank the folks at Firepower, of course, Firepower batteries and chains. They've been on our show all year long. Chiz, A-Ray, Cade Clayson, a lot of guys. Justin Brayton team using Firepower, of course. They're committed to offering superior products with over 50 years experience in the industry. Don't waste money when replacing OEM batteries or chains. We need to get them more power and supreme reliability by choosing Firepower. They got heavy-duty roller chains to O and X-Ring, all made in Japan. Their featherweight lithium batteries are backed by a 2-year warranty. Firepowerparts.com, at Instagram, at FirepowerParts as well. Thanks to those guys. You can get them anywhere that you can get WPS products. Firepowerparts.com on board with us as well. Dean Wilson coming up. Chase Sexton, Cameron McAdoo, and Nate Thrasher. I don't even know where we start with McAdoo, Perebijnos.
I think we start by saying, hey, how do you feel?
You feel all right?
Like are you limping around the house? You've been in the bathtub a lot?
Yeah.
That's how I'd start. How much Advil have you taken?
Yeah, how much ice have you used, right? By the way, the motorcycleindustryjobs.com job of the week. First and only a job board built specifically for the motorcycle industry. Does Renthal use these guys? I guess they're in England. They're in England.
Yeah,
so
I don't think so.
You're one of 2 people in America?
Correct.
Yes. Motorcycle Industry Jobs, the #1 source for power sports companies looking for employees and candidates looking for employment opportunities. Job of the week this week, motorcycleindustryjobs.com. A video producer for the PulpMX show. Huh. That's awkward.
That's welcome.
Huh. What are the qualifications?
Nothing.
Breathing?
Breathing. Don't be tired, it says. Seeking non-tired.
That was negotiable.
Breathing humans. Product of the week, Fast House is looking for a product development associate, a full-time job in Santa Clarita, California. So this is a product development associate developer full-time. Paul, this is something that you've had experience with over your jobs.
Yeah, so that's probably like building pants and jerseys and not so much designing the graphics of them, but like
yeah, kind of the basically the nuts and bolts of gear.
Yep.
Product development associate developer full-time job, 2 to 3 years experience, bachelor's degree or equivalent work experience preferred. So please check that out if you're interested in something like that and you want to get in the industry. Motorcycleindustryjobs.com for more information on that. Nate Thrasher's coming on later, Paul. And Thrasher, you're an amateur guy, or not an amateur guy, but you certainly follow these guys a lot. He had his best finish of like 7th or something, and then he goes to the 9th. He goes to the LCQ and he wins Atlanta 1. He goes to the LCQ, he wins Atlanta 3. What the fuck?
Go to the LCQ next time you race. I don't know. I feel like the only 2. Did he ride any LCQs prior to that? That'd be a good stat to know. Like,
I don't know.
Is he 100% win out of the LCQ?
It's insane, right?
It is. And dude, he looks comfy. He rode good. I do think there was championship implications that led to Cooper not riding to his potential.
Yep.
But I mean, how cool is it for a rookie kid to win and win twice? I mean, I was big on Hammaker winning because again, I don't remember the last time we had a true rookie come in and win in his first. When was that? Last time we had a true rookie win.
I don't know. I'd have to look it up. But,
yeah, I can't remember honestly.
Right.
Who it's Kennard? No, Kennard rode outdoors too. It's been a while.
Yeah.
To win in your first year, so I thought he was impressive. But yeah, Thrasher to have 2 wins. obviously Atlanta was awesome for him. So if he could keep it going, I think that's awesome because I don't know but plenty of people were talking about, man, it ain't going well.
Right.
You're on this team that demands you to be getting podiums and trophies, and he'll be there next year now.
Are you surprised at Fry?
Yeah, I am, because I supported Fry when he was younger, and I really like the kid. I like his family. I thought he had a lot of potential and like the ingredients for what it took to become a really gnarly pro. Like, he's had a pretty tough kind of growing up, definitely not super rich and had every,
Yeah,
like he was grinding. He comes from humble background, right?
Mhm.
And I just thought he would be really good, and it just hasn't been great.
But for Thrasher to have a best finish for 9th and then win a main event.
Yeah, I mean
I like that. That's more interesting to me. See, what's been a guy's worst finish to then win a main event? You know what I mean?
True.
Like,
that's a good stat.
That would be a really good stat to look at.
Yeah.
Travis Mark says that Thrasher also got 2nd in the LCQ to Orlando too.
Okay.
So season opener, he was in the LCQ.
Wow.
Incredible win. First one, okay. Got the start, checked out, got it. There were some issues going on behind him. Okay, got that. Not lucky, but some things broke his way.
Yeah, for sure.
This one, passing Cooper and taking off.
Yeah.
We're going to have McAdoo on later, but where do you stand on – so Hunter Lawrence put out a PR on a Honda PR today, said, he didn't know if McAdoo deserved to race because of all the things that have been going on with him. He was involved in 7 crashes over the 3 races. We all saw the gnarly one. We also saw the March Bags thing. AJE team owner came out and, because Chris Bloss was involved in the one that, thankfully Bloss is okay, we hear.
Yep.
Broken thumb and maybe a rib injury. But the AJE owner came out and said, he didn't think that McAdoo was, he was allowed to race because of the monster or Cowie, all that stuff. Where do you stand on not McAdoo's riding, but like kind of being involved in all the incidents? Like, should somebody have said something? Should he be allowed to race? All that kind of stuff.
I mean, I was okay with him racing because there's a lot to this, I guess, to unpack. But a lot of people said, should the team make the call to pull him off the track? This was the first crash at Atlanta
Tuesday.
too. Yeah, and I believe no. I believe that it was up to Cameron to race. And yeah, there's championship implications, blah blah blah. But the medical doctors cleared him. Right? Like, they cleared him of his concussion.
Yeah.
If he had a concussion, I don't know that he did.
No,
I think it was more of a
right.
Charlie horse, so I don't think it was a head thing. And if you're able to race and the rider wants to race, then yeah, I think it was fine. And then after that, I do think it's the previous things that happened that made people's how do I word this? Like, it had a big effect on their viewing of how he rode and what he did afterwards.
Clearly, Marchbanks was pissed off.
I think that's a separate issue.
Okay.
But yeah, I think he was allowed to race, and Cameron has always, we know, call him whackers for a reason. Like, he's been flirting with the edge and sending it for a while, and I don't think any of that was different. I mean, I do think maybe the crash in practice, the pretty big one, was a result of him being sore and weak. He just kind of got over the front and didn't have the strength to kind of muscle it back down.
Mm-hmm.
And he ate shit, but no, I think I wouldn't say that he shouldn't have been out there.
Do you think the AMA, anybody should talk to him?
No.
Okay.
No.
So AJE's team owner, which was a stupid post, by the way. Yeah.
He also put Jerry Robin on his bike, so I don't know where I'm at with that guy.
Since Jerry's been on the bike, he's made 2 or 3 main events.
You're right.
Yeah. So you're just like, hey, all of you people, like, so I heard from somebody who was down on the starting line that Marchbanks was yelling about him being allowed to race on Tuesday.
Why? What's it matter?
Very angry that he was allowed to race. So a Hunter put out that PR.
Yeah.
Angry about his move on the start before the finish, or on the lane before the finish.
Yeah. Where he ran into him and crashed. Yeah.
So in your opinion, sour grapes for those guys.
Well, I mean, it's hard to say, but yeah, a little bit, yeah. Like, and again, I think it's because there was so much drama around the first crash, and that brings people to think that. And again, if he doesn't crash into Chris Bloss, or get squirrely and Chris Bloss hits him again, I don't, that team owner doesn't have anything to say.
Right.
But and there's an incident with Hunter, and he wouldn't say anything either. But it's
So the Marchbanks thing, that's a personal pro circuit thing for sure.
Man, that one bothered me a little bit.
Right.
Because,
look, I don't think he deserves to be fined or lost any points. But if I'm PulpMX and we had Brandon on, the owner, I'm saying to him, dude, you got to have your fucking better handle your emotions than that. You just ruined his race and your race.
Yeah, and maybe there was something that happened prior to that. That's the only thing I'll say. Because we
were teammates
don't
last
know.
year. They were teammates last year.
Yeah,
So
I
who
know.
knows? God knows.
And maybe there was some. Who knows? Who knows?
No.
Maybe something happened. But if nothing happened, that was completely uncalled for. That was not even a. If I can, you can go in and take somebody out, but don't take yourself out too. That was just asinine.
It's a stuff that I've seen Freeze do. You know what I mean? Same thing. Like
that was just a very very bad choice.
Right, very bad choice
for not a great position
they were in ninth.
either.
They were in ninth.
Yeah, and those are guys that have gotten trophies before, right? Like they're not stoked with ninth.
Right.
I don't. Yeah, that one was dumb.
right. Okay. All right. Fair enough. I agree. Vertex Pistons, Paul. Every two-stroke KTM Husqvarna and Gas comes stock with a Vertex piston.
I know that because you say it a lot, yeah.
Okay. Did you know that 65 years ago, Vertex Pistons was founded in a small workshop in Italy?
Again, Steve Mathis told me that.
All right. Today, they're an OEM supplier to KTM, Husqvarna, Gas, as well as bands like Beta and TM. Four-stroke pistons, two-stroke pistons. I think Mitch has a Vertex, a deal with Vertex also. Did Mitch use Vertex?
I don't know.
Okay. Anyways, Husqvarna does. Full range of two-stroke and four-stroke pistons in replica, high compression, and GP style. If you want a deal on a piston kit or a Wrench Rabbit kit or Pivot Works or Hot Cams or any of those companies, they're all affiliated with the folks at Vertex. Sales at pivotworks.com. Please check that out. And thanks to the Vertex guys for making it happen. Get a piston kit. We give these away on PulpMX Fantasy as well. So we've been doing some of that, of course. And I want to get into some fantasy talk later with Marks and you.
Why?
So I have that. That's probably what I want to get into. So speaking of Husqvarna and Vertex Pistons, let's bring our first guest of the night in. This man's a national champion. He rides for the Rockstar Energy Husqvarna team. It's Dean Wilson. What's up, Dino? How are you?
Yeah, doing good, thanks. How's it going, guys?
We're good, man.
Paul?
Yeah.
What's up, man?
Are you familiar with Paul Perebijnos at all? You know him a little bit?
Yeah, I think I know him.
Okay, fair enough. Hey, we were just talking about McAdoo because obviously that's the story, right? The incidents that Cameron had, and we're fans of McAdoo, and he's awesome. And I don't know if you know him, but I'm sure if you do know him, you think he's good and all that because he's a nice kid. But like, do you think? Look, multiple incidents with McAdoo, and we're going to have him on later. We're going to talk to him. And we saw Hunter Lawrence came out in a PR and said, maybe McAdoo shouldn't have been racing, and clearly Marchbanks wasn't happy with McAdoo, and the Blows' team owner came out and said it. But Dino, you've been on the track, you've crashed gnarly, you've gotten up, you've raced. Do you have any issues with McAdoo racing at all in any of those races?
Well, I don't personally.
Okay, yeah.
But I just feel like the dudes that he's racing against do. But I feel like if they were in the same position and crashing like that and, going for a championship, of course you're going to line up every time if you're healthy enough,
Yeah.
But I understand that he was so damaged that he may have not had the strength that he should have, But I know a lot of his competitors are kind of not super stoked with him being out there, which, unfortunately he kind of did cause that red flag.
He did, yeah.
That time, but I think I don't know. It's just, I know his competitors aren't super happy, but
right.
The way I look at it is if they were in the same boat as him, they would probably be out there too, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know. It's kind of I feel like he was just fighting for a championship.
Yeah. And you've been there. You do a lot of things to try to win a championship for sure.
Right.
Right. Hey, did you have any issues with the move on Hunter Lawrence? Because I really didn't. Hunter was upset about it. I mean, I'm kind of like, yeah, he moved over on him, but he was also trying to get to the straight shot to the finish, right? To me.
I didn't see it too much. I was watching the race and I had to get ready, and then I don't really watch the races when I'm at home, but
right.
I did kind of see it, and I think he got squirrely in the sand before, and which made Hunter. I just feel like Hunter was at the wrong place at the wrong time right there. It was
Right.
just like he literally could have rode it out if he was on the concrete, but then he got collected with the hay bales, and it was just like it was a crappy, unfortunate situation for him. So
Right.
yeah, I don't know. I think it was just the wrong place, wrong time for Hunter right there.
Dean Wilson on the show, brought to you by VertexPistons.com. Paul and I were talking earlier. Now, obviously, Dino, your DNQ at Atlanta 1 sucked. You crashed. You've gone to way too many LCQs, as we know this year. That sucked to not qualify for the main event. Have you ever had that happen before in a 450?
No, that was
my very first one.
Worst.
Yeah. I didn't
ever.
So, but okay, the last 2 weeks, turning around to a positive, you've ridden very well. You came from way back, Atlanta 3, top 10. I can't help but think, Dino, like the DNQ fired you up a little bit, or I mean, you know what I mean? I don't want to be one of those guys because I do believe you ride, you ride with your heart, you try your hardest. I'm not one of those guys that, sees you and says, oh, Dean's just mailing this one in. But dude, I kind of see a little coincidence here, no?
I don't know. I'm going to be honest. It wasn't even a mud race. It was just a bit wet at Atlanta 1. And I honestly feel like if I was in that main, I would have done really well because I felt good. I qualified well.
Right.
My heat race, I ran out of tear-offs, and I was just like, I was stuck in the wrong place.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, bad position, and I had to go to the LCQ. And then you seen what happened there. I kind of got taken out, and then I got up, and then I fell again, and then I feel like I would have had another good ride in the main. It was just unfortunate incidents that happened, and then, but yeah, obviously after that I was pissed.
Yeah,
like,
I would think so.
I'm too good of a rider to be known as an LCQ rider, and I'm like the thing that I say, like. When Orlando, I came back from a broken toe, and I was racing with a broken toe, and I hadn't ridden at all, and so I was just like struggling still. I was riding with an injury, so I had to go to LCQ. I think them 2 times, and then the one race I exploded my rear wheel, and I was like, no way am I back in the LCQ, and then Daytona. So I was like, just even be known as the LCQ it's not cool in any way, shape, or form, but it is what it is. I know I'm a top 10 guy, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, I agree. And for yourself, you're on a factory bike, and you know the pressure, and everybody's looking at you, and it's kind of a shitty feeling to do that. So for the DNQ, like how fast were you out of the truck?
I wasn't that fast. Like I was bummed. I've never had that happen before.
Right.
But
so it wasn't like an immediate
I just feel like a man. I wanted to talk to Scuba and stuff after the race, and he was not there till at the end because everything really moved fast that day because of the time schedule.
Right.
So I just waited. I watched the races.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm impressed with that. Yeah, because most guys at your level, I mean, they're gone before the mechanic gets back to the truck.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, I wasn't happy. And
right.
I was actually shocked that it even had happened, but I put myself in that position, so no one to blame but myself. But yeah, I wanted to talk to Scuba, and I wanted to apologize to everyone because it should have never happened, and it sucks. But
I will say, I will say too, you've had some shitty races, and I've seen you after the race. Not this year, obviously, we're not around there, but I've seen you after the race with some shitty races and been like, hey, man, do you want to do an interview? Like, I totally get that you would say no, and you've always been cool. Like, you've always been like, yeah, let's do it. You know what I mean? And so you do face the music, quote unquote, after a shitty night. Yeah.
I mean, you got to just be frustrated with it and then move on and just try and improve what you did wrong. That's all you can do, and move on from it. Because when I was younger, my younger ages, like when I was with Paul and PC, like, dude, a bad race would destroy. It would destroy me. So, like, dude, I wouldn't even be okay till the next race.
Yeah.
And then, but now, obviously, I'm a little bit older, and I just move on from it and try and be better.
You know who's like that now? Is Adam AC. Dude,
oh, really?
He goes in a fucking cave when it's a bad race. He's in a deep, dark place for 7 days.
Oh
you know,
my God.
It just comes with
Yeah.
getting
it just comes
older.
with age. Yeah, it just
older
comes with age.
Yeah.
100%. You know, I mean, he told me one time, like, he's like, dude, I thought Calgary was going to fire me. Like, I thought they were going to call me up and be like, you're done. Like, I'm like, what are you talking about? He's just, that's the way he is, right? That's the way you guys are at that age.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
I mean, we just have put expectations on ourselves, and we know where we should be. And obviously, you're on a factory team, and you got sponsors, and you just, you know, when things don't go how that you want them to, it's disappointing because we work.
You got social
super
media.
hard, like, yeah,
bothering you.
I mean, yeah, that's the other thing is you're always getting shit from people, but that's part of the sport, and that's what like the trolls and stuff. Like, we don't even get it that bad compared to basketball players and that. But when you are down and you're not real happy, and you have people just, you know, throwing a little bit more salt on the wound, it does piss you off. But it's just part of it. So
and actually, speaking of that, you came on after the Houston thing with Kenny, Houston. Yeah, you came on our show the Monday. You're like, yep, let's do it. You know, so I do feel I'm biased because I'm in the media, but you guys get paid a lot of money. Well, maybe not you this year, Dino, but generally speaking, you guys get paid a lot of money, and you're a professional athlete, and the perks are great. And one of the downfalls is these fucking trolls or the media or whatever. But that's the downside where you have to stand up and face the music. But you guys make a good living, you know. So yeah, I do feel it. But
I mean, you look at, I don't know, basketball and the, you know, Charles Barkley and all those guys. Like, dude, they rep those guys. Like, so and. Yeah, I mean, it's just part of it.
You know, maybe just put in a good word for me with Anderson, and we'll try to get him on the show here. Hey, Speedway race. What'd you think of that place? I was okay. It probably was a little long. A minute 40 is a little ridiculous.
It's fine.
But I like that, man. I like the different tracks. I like the fact that you guys were figuring things out through the night. What'd you take away from it, Dino, from the 3 races there?
I liked it a lot.
Yeah.
I liked them. I don't know. They were fun. They were fast. They were, for me, I feel like they suit the tall guys better, you know? But I liked it.
Yeah.
I thought it was fun. It was good. It was a nice change for sure, you know?
Yeah, Coop was saying that it was really cool to get into 4th gear. He's like, we don't hit 4th.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. I liked it. And, yeah, you know, that main straight kind of after the finish, the long one. Like, man, you had some speed going, but it was fun. I liked it.
Dude, that section there and those ruts in the sand and the rollers, I'm like, I want no part of that. If like you guys are gnarly. You're just grabbing gears.
It got nasty. It got so nasty there. It got good, and the dirt's real good in Atlanta too. So it was good. I enjoyed it. And then the last race, they felt some proper whoops. Like, finally, just some good whoops. They never cut them down. They cut the first 2 out, which was fine. And it was just awesome because it was like finally a little bit of a separator in the whoops, you know, because it's nice when, if you're good in the whoops, to have that advantage, but when they're just the size that everyone can, you know, do them.
Why do you think they took the first 2 out? I saw that, and was it some complaints? Did it just give you guys a little more run? Like, what was the reasoning for that, I wonder?
I'm not sure. I would imagine complaints. Like, I'm not going to lie. In practice, even I was second-guessing them a little bit, you know, like, and I don't ever do that with whoops, but they were pretty big and long, and I liked them. But once they took the 2 out, I thought they were sketched, like a little bit sketchier because you're carrying more speed into them, you know? So, I don't know. They were good, though. I liked them.
Paul, 250 unseated guys. They want no part of those things.
Yeah. Even just, you know, like jumping through them looked difficult.
Yeah, they were, right? Dean Wilson here on the show, brought to you by VertexPistons.com. Email sales@pivotalworks.com. The stock piston in a KTM, a 2-stroke, and Husqvarna 2-stroke, and Gas is a Vertex piston. Dino, how's MX testing coming along for you? Something that you're into? How's it going?
Yeah, it's going good. So, you know that 2-week break we had? That's when I rode outdoors. So I've only had 2 weeks. And then we got back on Supercross before Atlanta. So, yeah, I only got 2 weeks in, but it was good. It's, man, you think Supercross is like kind of a grind when you're doing it, and then you get to outdoors and you're like, holy moly, it's when you start getting into it, it's fun because you're like
Right.
getting the high speeds up and stuff. But it's another animal for sure when you're doing those 35-minuters, and
Yeah.
it's just the Florida humidity as well makes it that much
Right.
tougher, you know. So
And is Rarick helping you out, or is he mostly just scrolling Tinder?
mostly scrolling Tinder.
Okay,
But,
all right.
no, he's been good. He's been good. He pushes us hard, and Brownie's been awesome too. And then, you know, Alden does our program, so it's good. I'm not with the
main guys.
Obviously, like the A group, like Cooper and Marv, but you know, we still have a good program and have good guys to ride with, and it's good. It's a good deal.
I hope Styles is all right. I guess his knee popped or something. It said in the PR, so hopefully Styles is okay. That'll be good. Let's take some phone calls for Dean Wilson here. First up is Christian's on 2. Christian, what's up? What's your question for Dino?
Hey, man. Yeah. Question for Dino, or just for Dino. I back in like December, kind of off topic. I seen you over at Tier in Orlando at that Jack Harlow show. Saw you over there. I was gonna say hi, and kind of left you alone, but whatever. Kind of off topic, but kind of wanted to get into that Marchbanks thing. What you thought of it, Dino? I thought it was kind of uncalled for, and also what Ricky said. I don't know, Mathis, if you saw Ricky's statement on it, but Ricky's Ricky. He'll be timid about it, but I guess
thought
that's
Ricky actually showed some thoughts there. He said that's uncalled for. He actually went out on a limb for RC. I thought that was.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. No, for sure. But you know how Ricky is. And honestly, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just a character of a great person. But honestly, what do you think? You think Marchbanks is the new quote-unquote Ferrandis, even though Ferrandis is a good dude, but you know what I mean.
What's your take on that pass, Dino? I mean, that probably happened to Barsha's probably did that to you a few times.
Yeah, no, he did. But so yeah, I mean, I seen it, and I thought it was a bit uncalled for. I was just dude. It was like out of nowhere. I was like, I didn't even know Marchbanks was behind him, but
exactly.
I guess Marchbanks, like, there's always two sides to the story, like apparently McAdoo was cross-jumping him, and obviously cross-jumping is not cool and very uncalled for. So there could have been a lot of built-up frustration behind before that, and he was like, dude, I've had enough, and just cleaned him. So I thought it was a bit out of order, but there might be more of a backstory to why he did it. So I don't want to comment on something that I don't really know, but I mean, if you're just watching it and don't know anything, you think, man, that was a bit too much. He ruined his championship, and it was pretty gnarly. But there could be more to the story that I'm missing. So
that's exactly what I was thinking. Because you know how the TV, honestly, those guys, no disrespect, but sometimes it just doesn't do it justice. I was honestly wondering myself, where that triple quad was, stuff like that. It could have been, like you said, cross jumping, whatever. But you never know.
Yeah, I don't know. I find it. Well, we don't know, but McAdoo has been better than Marchbanks all year long, and I would find it hard to believe that they were trying to race forward. They were ninth at that spot. I would think McAdoo is just, if he did move over on him, that's possible, and maybe Marchbanks thought it was on purpose. But I don't see McAdoo being the type to cross-jump Marchbanks to keep him behind him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But hey, like Dino said, there could be more of the story. Dude, there could be a chick thing that happened 2 years ago between those two guys. You never quite know on the dirt bike track, right? So thanks for the call, man. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Right? Like, at some point, Marchbanks could have liked McAdoo's chick and thought that she was going to date him, and then she dated McAdoo, and now he was teeing, like, who God knows what could.
Yeah, that's what I said, too. Like, right. I don't know what happened before then, but based on what I saw on TV, that was not smart.
Yeah. Sam's on 4. Sam, what's going on? What's your question, man?
Hey, I had a question about McAdoo taking his foot off the pegs. It just seems like there's more of a negative effect than a positive effect in doing that. It seemed like that caused
in the air or in the air.
Yeah, in the air. Yeah.
I feel like a lot of these guys do that. Dino, right? I feel like a lot of you guys do that.
What do you mean?
Like feet coming off the pegs in the air, like gripping the bike, and
Is there a specific time he did it or something?
Yeah, he did it right before he cartwheeled into the face of that jump. And
well, he was
so
getting
when
bucked there.
Yeah.
He was getting bucked.
Do you not think, like, I almost felt like he hit neutral or something. How did he get that gnarly of a...
I heard the same thing. A few people were talking about that. They thought he might have hit neutral or a false neutral or something, because that jump kicked you naturally, but not like that.
No, exactly. That's what I was when I was like, that was a bit extreme, but yeah, I don't know that.
Yeah.
I feel like we all, our feet are barely on the pegs half the time.
Yeah,
but
I do too. I feel like you guys are all over the place on a bike, you know. So
yeah, I don't know.
Thanks, Sam.
Hey,
thanks.
I guess I was just going to say, if his feet were on the pegs, he could have rotated his heel down, and kind of braced better. Maybe wouldn't have gotten his foot stuck.
Yeah, that's these guys. It's hard to do that. They ride the way they do, and I know what you're saying, Sam. But yeah. All right, thanks, man. Could have unlocked the hips.
I didn't know what he was saying.
Could have unlocked the hips.
I didn't know what he was saying.
Was
about
it his knee braces?
The heel.
Was it knee braces?
I don't know. I don't know. It was the knee braces.
I talked to Rhino this week.
About what? Knee braces?
Rhino called me. Yeah. I'll get into it later. I couldn't really understand a lot of what Rhino was saying. Hey, so Dino, obviously when you went to Jeff Ward Racing there and Paul went for a day and then he left and then you guys were mad at each other for a while, right? I'm not talking about that argument, but when he was your mechanic, did you guys ever get into like an argument at all? Did you guys because I have a story about Red Dog and I, like Red Dog's wrist was bad and he wasn't jumping his table on. And I said, dude, you got to jump the table on. I said, Tyler Evans is doing it. And then Timmy said, you ride the fucking bike. You know what I mean? So that was like an instant where we got into it, right? Did you guys ever have that between you two? Was there ever a time?
I don't think so. I don't know.
Either.
I mean, me and Paul would have our little fights, but then like it'd be like an hour later we were fine type of thing. We were we had a good relationship where we were like we would have a little tiff and then like it would be fine, but it'd be like a brotherly fight type thing. I don't feel like we ever.
Was it over like bike stuff or bike setup or the way you were riding, Dino, or something?
I don't even know.
Oh, okay.
I literally don't. I don't know. Paul, do you remember anything?
No, I don't. Like Dean, he never had to tell Dean to jump something. That's for sure.
Right.
Never had to tell him to go fast. Like he was when we were together, like and like really clicking. Like he would show up for the moto as the parade lap's getting ready to take off. I'd show up there. I'd pick his gate. I'd pick his tires. Like he just ride the bike, and that seemed to work the best for him when he just would have like he always worked really hard during the week, and that was kind of I think something that pissed him off a little bit because everyone thought he was not working so hard during the week back then, but he worked really hard, and then on the weekend I thought he did the best when you just take as much of the stress away and let him have
like
fun.
Trust the tires.
We
trust
had a
the bike
good
setup,
like
trust Bones.
He trusted me with a lot of that stuff, I think, and that was cool because it was cool, and I don't ever remember getting really in an argument. No.
All right.
I mean, he would just honestly just say, "Yeah, do whatever you think," is what he would say a lot of times. Like if we were talking about gearing or if we were talking about a tire.
Yeah. Is that true, Dino? You just be like, "Yeah, I'll make it work."
Yeah, it's just like we did so much testing in the off season, and then Paul was really good at Paul could like literally get my bike exactly how I would like it, like the bars and levers. Like I could get on the bike straight into would not even touch it, straight into practice. Like so, I would just show up, and yeah, that's what worked good for me. Is like I don't know, I felt comfortable, and I think that was a lot of confidence as well, and trust in Paul. So we had just a good, bond.
I heard that, that somebody you won that championship. You were at Chad's for a bunch, right? And just motoing down there. I heard you were.
Yeah, we went there the last 4 races. So I was just doing the California grind, and then I was like, oh man, a nice change would be nice. And then I talked to Chad, and he's like, yeah, come on down. So we went down there, and it was fun. It was a good change, and that's what really eventually brought me to Florida. So it was cool. But I had this, he's kind of like my Mr. Miyagi, Big Sam. He's been a very big help to me my whole career, and he's just kind of always low key and quiet in the background, but he always helped me with my riding, and like man, he would really like put me through the grinder on my riding when it came to like we would go into the hills and do like a bunch of figure eights and just corner drills and stand up drills before we would go to the practice. Like before we would go to the practice track, and then we would go to the practice track, and then so like I just did so much riding time, and I really, did a lot of that, and I feel like that's what really helped my writing,
Was Mitch okay with you going to Chad's because it was Chad? Because we know Mitch and letting guys go, right? We know how that goes. But was he fine, or did you have to really grind him down to go?
He wasn't bad because Chad was doing really good that year.
Right.
And Chad was doing good that year, and then I was obviously doing well, and then it was fine. But I remember my first race was Unadilla. From being in Florida, and I qualified the first qualifier. I qualified 16th, and I didn't get a lap in. And Bones was not happy, but then the next qualifier I was faster.
Okay,
so
Bones was tripping. He was like, he goes to Florida and now he can't ride. He sucks. And then the next practice he was the fastest.
In one qualifier, Dean forgot how to ride.
Bones was losing it. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. Dino, how much longer you want to race for? Do you have a long-term plan mapped out? Do you have any ideas? You're 29 now?
Yep. 29. So, I have a bit of a plan. I think I'm just going to do another 2 years is my plan. So next year and and then the next year.
Right.
That's some good math right there. So that's my plan so far. It's just obviously I've had a good career. I've had lots of injuries, and unfortunately, the injuries on my knees have taken a toll on me, and I feel like it's just there comes to a point where I need to be smart with my body, and so I think I'm just going to do another 2 years and put my all into it and my 100% commitment, and I would be happy with that.
Right, yeah, that's good. Do you think you'll do something in the industry? Will you go away and not be around? Do you want to stick around? What do you have any post-race plans?
I'm not sure. That's always a good question, and it's always hard for a racer that's always obviously just raced his whole life. But I don't know. Obviously eventually get a family going, and that's what's crazy. It's it scares the crap out of me thinking of me having a kid, but I do love kids, and it's funny when I go to the amateur races, every now and again I see the families and stuff like that, and it brings you back to when you were a kid, and you're like, man, it'd be kind of cool to have the roles reversed, and you have your kid out there. It'd be pretty awesome. So I don't know. We'll see how it goes, but I'm not much of a planner. I like to just let things happen. So we'll see.
I know that. I know you don't plan your airline tickets out. Yeah, I know all that, Dino. I know. I'm kidding.
Yeah.
I'm joking.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks for coming on, man. I appreciate it. Good job at Atlanta. 2 and 3. Really rode well. Like I said, you were quietly coming up through the pack, and it was impressive. So nice job on that. And thanks for coming on, man.
No worries. Thanks for having me, and enjoy your night.
All right. Thanks, Dino. All right, that's Dean Wilson, everybody. Paul Perebijnos' rider for how long?
4 years.
4 years?
I think.
I worked for Timmy for 5, so going up on you there.
Yep, you sure
I was
did.
going to ask him, how much better he thought I could have took his career, but
yeah, you should have. You should have asked him that.
I might not have liked that answer.
No, you wouldn't have.
So 2 more years for him, and again, another sign that I am getting way too fucking old in this sport, where Dean Wilson is planning on retiring in 2 years.
Yeah.
And I remember when Dean Wilson was 108.
We're gonna have a real big one at the final round of Supercross 2023.
Yeah, that'll be it.
VIP.
Yep.
Limos.
Okay. Well, see if I can get a wristband for that one.
The full 9 yards.
See if I can get a wristband for that one.
Okay.
Vertex Pistons bring you Dean Wilson on the show, of course. He rode really well at Atlanta 3. Got no TV time. Nobody really noticed or whatever, but yeah, he rode really well.
Yeah, he's been better the last 2. Qualifying better, faster in practice.
Yep.
And yeah, maybe it's because they finally built proper whoops. That
proper
helps.
whoops.
That
well,
helps.
but Atlanta 2, he was good, and there wasn't really proper whoops in that one.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Okay, all right. Coming up next, Chase Sexton here on the show. Brought to you by Skosh USA. PulpMX 2021 is the code to save with Skosh. Whether it's his base link modular charging system thing that Paul has right in front of him, whether it's charging cords, phone mounts, mounts for your phone for your bike, mounts for your phone for your car, whatever it is, Skosh will have you handled. Of course, that boom bottle thing. Do you have one of those? That's from Skosh? The magnetic?
Don't think I have one from Skosh.
They're amazing. They're great. JT's still raving about the one that he won from the folks at Skosh when he beat Filthy Phil Nicoletti in a trivia contest.
Right. I like trivia. That was funny. I listened to that.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
He was unbelievable, right, Mark's looking at that Skosh thing.
For minutes. Like just enamored, like minute just holding
just
it,
holding it,
twisting it, like looking
He's
around.
so weird.
It's so funny.
It's unbelievable. It was like he won a pound of gold.
Yeah, we've known JT for a long time.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if you've known him longer than I have.
No, I met him in '99.
Okay, so I don't maybe you met him before I did, but
Okay.
yeah.
Surprising you would have though, Florida guys.
I can't remember. I didn't really meet him until I started going to Gainesville to hang out with the Butlers, so I don't remember.
Anyways,
when that
so
would be.
yeah, he's an oldie child, and you can tell.
Yeah. We love JT.
Yeah, we do. He'll be on later. Speaking of fly racing and Jason Thomas as well, he'll be on later. I sense that Dean didn't want anything to do with that McAdoo conversation so much.
Yeah, that's tough.
I just wanted his opinion. Just as a because certainly he's crashed hard. He's had to convince medics to let him race over the years, I'm sure. And then he's had guys that he's lined up next to that have probably crashed hard. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Dean's been in that situation on all sides. That's why I
Yep.
valued his thoughts there. So, anyways, coming up with Chase Sexton here, brought to you by the folks at Scotia. PulpMX 2021 is the code to save with Scotia.com. Punch in that code and get yourself some sweet Scotia stuff and save. Let's get to our next guest here. He's a factory Honda rider. Chase Sexton, what's up, man? How are you?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me again.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you for coming on. Appreciate it. Hey, so I'll talk about the Atlanta 1 in a second here, but Atlanta 3, in this, we had to talk about this the other day on our show. Like, I think we're so used to Chase, like Ricky, James, Jeremy, Chad, Dunge, Villapoto, like they could roll around the first turn in last and get on the box, right? We just saw that so many times. They were so good. And I think when you look at Kenny's 9th, you look at Tomac's 6th in Atlanta, and you look at your mistake in Atlanta 3, like you just can't rip through the pack anymore. I hate saying it because I don't want to be the guy that's just have recency bias. But dude, the field is so deep and so fast, like you literally can't make a mistake. You'll end up 9th like Kenny, 6th like Tomac, or like your race at Atlanta 3.
I mean, yeah, I would say, I mean, obviously it's super stacked, but for me, I was riding horrible. Like, I couldn't get to the whoops. I had a lot of sketchy moments, and it was okay. Kind of embarrassing, honestly, going through the whoops. I was like, man, I'm either going to crash or I should just start jumping because it was bad. I was seeing my side number plates a few times, and I went off the track. Had to go backwards, but I think...
Oh, I saw the off the track. I saw that one. Yep.
Yeah, if you put a quality ride in, and say if I would have rode like I did at the first 2 Atlantas, I think maybe not to the podium, but top 5 is definitely not out of the picture if you get a bad start. I think he can still do it. Cooper does it. Tomac does it. Kenny can do it. I just don't think he was comfortable that night. I think it's 100% still possible, and that's what it's gonna take to obviously win, because you're not gonna get a perfect start every single race. So to be able to get back to the top 5 is definitely key, because you can't, if you start 9th, you can't just get 9th. So for me, I rode horrible. So that was kind of my scenario, but I still think it's definitely possible. Obviously, like I said, the class is super stacked, and probably, I mean, I could be biased too, but I feel like it's definitely more stacked than it's been in a long time. But it is my first year in the 450 class, so it could be that too.
Right, 702-586-PULP. You got a question for Chase Sexton, give us a call. Brought to you by Scotia. I don't feel like you're bad in the whoops. What was it about these sections, or what about these set of whoops that was causing it? Like, was it a setup? Did you go the wrong way? Were you too slow in them, too fast entering them? Like, what'd you pinpoint?
I haven't really pinpointed it yet. I mean, I definitely wasn't comfortable with my setup. I really feel like when the track's really tacky, with just a 450, I don't know if it's a 450 or just a newer chassis this year, I feel super comfortable when the track's tacky. And then when it starts to go away and we start to lose that traction, I feel like I have, or in the past, I feel like I haven't had the best traction and the best feel with my bike. So, and for me, I'm huge off feel. I think obviously every rider is, but when I'm comfortable, I'm a totally different rider. So when I went out there for the side lap, I went to the whoops, clicked in the 4th. I'm like, all right, here we go on the side lap. And I got a little sideways. I'm like, oh, it wasn't that great. And then I came into the start line. I'm like, this is either going to go really good or really bad. So I'm going to give it the best shot I got. But obviously it didn't go great. But I've been struggling a little bit with trying to find a setup for the main event, because for us, I mean, the track is completely different than the 250 class. It's night and day. I'm kind of blown away with how gnarly it gets, especially if they don't get enough track work into it. Not that it's their fault or anything. It's hard to ride, and I'm just trying to adapt and trying to find a setup that works when it gets slick like that.
I think, Paul, us watchers or the people who watch the races, they see qualifying and they're like, oh, this guy, like, Chase was a second faster at one of the races, and you're like, oh, he's dialed. But the fast lap in the last practice of the day and the lap or 15-minute mark of the main event 450s couldn't be any more different.
Chase, he won the heat too, right?
Yeah.
And I think the toughest part is guessing or knowing what the track's going to be like and how to change your bike to set up for that, and that only comes with experience. But I still think Chase has made you made really good progress. I think you've learned how long the race is already. And, I think the hardest part is how those guys transition their lines at the end of the race. And I think Chase you've done a pretty good job at it. And I thought you were going to be there in the main event too. So I'm just going to tell you to go slow on the parade lap next time so you don't get a bad feeling.
So you think everything's going great. Yeah, don't go so fast on the parade lap.
I came into him first lap I kind of tried to erase my memory. Came into him pretty fast, and then came into him fast behind Malcolm. That's when I went all sideways. So I'm like, it's definitely not the entrance speed. It's more of a it's more of just the hitting the wrong line or bike or whatever it is. Right. But it's finding that line 10 minutes through. I've given a lot of credit to Eli and Cooper and obviously Ken, because those guys are, they're leading the championship, and that's what they're the best at. So that's kind of what I've been trying to learn throughout this year.
I learned that Cooper's real first name is Paul. Did you know that, Chase?
Yeah, I've been seeing your tweets. I was kind of confused on what that meant.
His name's Paul Webb.
Oh, actually. You're being dead serious.
I'm being dead serious. That's his real first name.
I did not know that. I thought you were joking.
No, I'm not. I heard this right before the main event. I couldn't even focus on the main event for the first half of the race. Wygant said that he heard about it too, and he went and he looked at Coop's amateur entries at MX Sports from back in the day, and they're Paul Cooper Webb.
Someone sent me his voter registration.
Really?
Yeah, Paul Webb from Claremont,
Paul Cooper
Florida.
Webb, and we got Michael Adams Cianciarillo.
I knew Adam's name was Michael. Right. I didn't know, but yeah, your tweets, they get me, because I was actually thinking on the side before the side lap, because we all had jackets on.
Yeah.
And your favorite thing is to say
jackets.
Jackets. No jackets on the side lap. So I was thinking about putting mine on.
Oh, dude, you should have. The problem is Alpine Stars is really screwing with me, because they're making jackets that look just like jerseys.
I had my vest on. So that would have been. It wouldn't really been a jacket, but
no. Yeah. And trust me, I got the binoculars. I'm like, fuck. I'm like, I don't know what that is. What is it? Then I'm finding out that Cooper Webb's real name is Paul. I'm all fucked up there. So yeah, it's tough. Hey, what do you think of the Speedway style of track? We just had Dino on before you, and he loved it. He thought it was great. Dude, I gotta admit, maybe God, it's been bugging the shit out of me this year that we got 42-second lap times. You guys are jumping everything on the second lap of the very first practice. Like, I'm just kind of sitting there going, fuck, I want to see more. And so, it's easy from the press box, don't get me wrong. But I love the fact that we saw the different stuff. Cooper Paul made a mention that it was great to be in fourth gear. What's your thoughts?
I couldn't agree more. I don't know what it is about this year. I can't believe that we're going that much faster. The tracks are just so short. I almost feel like for me, I think they need more dirt or something to build everything up and get it to more, I guess, how it used to be. I was watching, obviously I work with James, and we watch a lot of old videos, and the tracks look like were just built a whole lot different, obviously, and they looked like they had more dirt in general. So I don't know if that's the problem, but honestly, I'm doing 30 laps in a main event. Like, I do 25 laps in the practice track, and I feel like I'm overachieving, like 2 25 lappers, and that should be plenty. But at the end of the day, you really need to be doing 30 laps, which is a lot of laps on a practice track.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what it is. I just feel like it's more like even Dallas, some of the tracks were getting almost like stadium, like kind of like a little bit built down and just not – they were still hard to ride, don't get me wrong, but it's a different kind of hard to ride. It's more like you're searching for milliseconds and corners, and that's when it gets a little bit gnarlier too, and the track gets broken down. Obviously, you're going to get separation. So, I don't know what it's been. They've been doing – I know they've been trying to make them longer, and I can see that, and it was just nice to race a track that was long and definitely had some room to make passes and kind of get away as well. So it was definitely a breath of fresh air.
I had my guy Clinton pull some stats for me. I put this in my column earlier this year. So up until this year and last year, we had sub 50-second lap times. We had only had like 2 or 3 sub 50-second lap times tracks until 2019 and 20. What are we?
We're in 20 right now.
We're in 20 right now.
Yes.
Till 2019 and 2020.
No, we're in 21.
We're in 21. God, dude, right? Fuck,
Holy
I know,
shit.
I know, right? So 2020 and 2021, we had, I think, 7 and 9 tracks that were sub 50 seconds. And before that, in the previous 8 years, we had 2 a year average. So something's going on the last 2 years for sub 50-second lap times. I have a theory that it's lack of dirt. When you talk to the folks when you talk to the folks that build tracks, they'll tell you the biggest expense is dirt. Mm-hmm. They hauling it and digging it and all of that.
Which means they're not buying a bunch of extra.
They're not
they're trying to buy the bare minimum.
Right. I believe they're not buying as much dirt. And I'm with you, Chase. The jumps were bigger. We had more. I mean, think how many times we've seen like small little rollers, and you're like, well, that used to that was supposed to be something, and now they either ran out of dirt or whatever. I'm with you, Chase. 42-second lap times on a stadium floor that 3 years ago was a 54-second lap time. Unacceptable. Yeah. So I don't know. To me, I'm with you. So I like the Speedway. I thought it was great.
Yeah, and I feel like for not having enough dirt at the other races, I feel like we had plenty of dirt at Atlanta. So and that covered a lot more ground. So
but hold on, they got free dirt at Atlanta. They took it. They took it from the Speedway place out there. So.
Okay, well that makes sense.
Yep.
Everything I feel like everything was built like how it should be. Like the rhythm sections were built bigger.
Yep.
And more technical, and obviously the loops they made that were probably the biggest set of loops I've ever seen in a Supercross race. They were. I wouldn't say they were sketchy. I would say obviously you had to be on your toes, and I wasn't comfortable in them, but it doesn't mean they were wrong. So I like the tracks. I think the last one. I mean, I might be saying I didn't do good. It was probably my least favorite, but. My first favorite was probably the first one, I would say. Even the second one was really good, but overall, I feel like they did a pretty good job with the layout and just building the jumps in general. So, yeah, there was some big crashes, but I don't really think it was because of the track. I would just say that it was just, I think it was definitely put you on your toes more.
I worked for, Red Dog for sure. He would have, if on that track, Atlanta won. If Red Dog only got 1 7-minute practice in, he would have been fucking losing his mind, Paul. Like he would have been,
to jump stuff?
Dude. He would have been. Yeah, he wouldn't. First of all, he didn't jump stuff to the night show, for the most part. So you know what I mean? So how were you, Chase, with only 1 practice and going into the track like that?
I really liked it. I tend to learn tracks really really fast, and the free practice I'm usually pretty good in just because I learn it. Like I pick it up pretty fast, but. There were still some jumps out there that I really wanted to like uncork. There was a quad I wanted to do at the second one that I didn't do, and I feel like that might have been because of just my crashes this year and being dumb. But I think the tracks in general, learning them is not really my problem. I actually liked it. It was not nice that we didn't ride that much, but it gave it a little bit more of excitement and made it just harder to learn the track. So and it was muddy, so that was a little bit more difficult, but. For me, I didn't mind not having that much practice.
Right. Yeah, I definitely, Paul, I don't know about you, but I would have had riders that were losing their minds about that.
I mean, I don't know me personally, but I like what Chase said, and I agree. Like it was something different, and it finally, it seems like they always get plenty of practice, and kudos to the guy who can learn it faster.
By the way, Paul, you're working for Renthal. What's happening with the bar with Chase's tooth mark in it?
Oh, I got it at my house, but I think we're gonna.
Are we putting on display?
Yeah, we want to do something with it for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, because it is a legit tooth mark. It's pretty gnarly.
So gnarly, Chase. God, dude.
Oh my! Yeah, that wall jump. If I could have got that down, that was a second.
That was sick.
Sure.
It was sick that you tried it.
But it was either 10 feet longer or 10 feet shorter. I would have been completely fine.
Yes.
But I had to land right in the middle. I didn't want to come up short. That's definitely. I did not want to come up short, and I didn't come up short. I did. Well, actually, technically I did. But
you went long.
Yeah, you went long.
Yeah.
I feel like it looked like you weren't really on. Like I feel like you could have done it. I just a little bit more. Like
100%.
Yeah,
100%.
Right. Like I feel like you were going even like slower than I would have thought. That I'm like, oh, he's Anyways.
So here's a question, Chase.
Right.
If you grease it the first time, do you consider going onto the tabletop?
It's tough to say. I mean, it's when I did it, I'm like, man, if I just step a little bit faster in the heat, going into the heat race, I'm like, or even the main event, I was like, man, if I got to pull a move out, I might just jump onto this thing. And I never ended up doing it. I was being a baby about it, but it was deceiving because it really wasn't. The face was pretty tamed down. It was almost like a triple face, and I never double triples ever. That's one thing I never do. I either go roll, 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 or triple. No in between. So that was probably my problem because I mean that was like it was a little bit bigger than a double of a triple, but I completely misjudged it, and I came back and I was pretty bummed because I had to get 15 stitches and lost one of my teeth. So it was a bummer, but it was gnarly.
Put that thing on like a traveling display, like hey, like
we need to do something cool. Maybe we'll frame it, and I don't know if you want it, Chase.
Well, it was funny because they were Asterix was digging through because I had a hole straight through my from my teeth
through your lip.
You can see straight to my teeth from the outside. So they were digging through there, making sure it was like all cleaned out, and they're like, "What is this?" And it was a piece of the bar in my mouth, or in my lip, like wedged in there. I'm like, "Oh my gosh!"
Oh my god!
And then it was not pretty. The one I will say, the one that hurt way worse though was the one in Dallas. That one, by far, was probably the most. I mean, obviously breaking bones and stuff is painful, but that face, like that, like it almost like makes you depressed because everything you do, you are hurting, no matter what, eating, sleeping, drinking, everything hurts. Yeah. It was miserable.
Yeah, you look like I'm dating myself, but like the Ivan Drago just beat the shit out of you. Yeah, but
no, it was bad.
I don't even want to ask you, but I gotta ask you because we just gotta ask. How's Stu?
Yeah, I mean Stu's good.
Are you tired of talking about Stu? Are you tired of talking about Stu to people?
No, I mean Stu and I get along good. Like we have a good relationship, and he's chill. So no, I don't ever get bothered by it. I know you guys love him. I know you did the whole finding Stu thing. So you're definitely a big fan.
Do you beat him when you play golf?
It's close. I think his potential. I don't know.
Because you're a pretty good golfer from what I hear.
Yeah, you actually. Like short story. I holed out for Eagle the Thursday before the last race in Atlanta. I thought, oh my God, I'm gonna win this weekend now.
yeah, that's awesome.
And I'm going out there and doing terrible. But no, I mean he's probably. I mean he's shot better scores than I have, and he was really good at one point. But now he's kind of going through a little lull. So we're pretty close. We struggle together.
Jordan Bailey told me that sometimes he'll golf with him a couple years ago or whatever, and if he's having a bad game, he's gone on like the 6th hole. Gone.
That's what I do.
Oh, yeah.
He's just gone. Yeah.
I tried pawning my clubs after 9 holes one time.
Jordan will be like, you turn around, he's gone. Yep.
No, he'll just disappear, and he'll like bounce around on holes because he lives on this course that we play on. And it's like when I say this is a nice course, this is the nicest course in probably Florida, like private course wise. And it was. And he just bounces around. He'll be that. He goes wherever. He does not care. He'll just be gone. He'll just be gone.
It's so funny. Like his legacy. Like it's just like you'd watch that Daytona thing and you're like, what would Stu do this weekend? I forget. Atlanta 3. We're up in the press box with Brayton and JT, myself, and Wygant. And then Brayton is like, I don't even remember maybe it was Atlanta 2. I don't remember which one. Brayton was like, hey, you guys think Stu does that? Like whatever we were looking at. You know, it's just like that's where we're at with him. It's just like a legacy of like, would Stu do that, or would you know what I mean? And we break it down, and we like break it down. I'm like, I think he would. Or, you know what I mean?
He definitely wasn't afraid. And like I said, like there's multiple times out there where like, and I like to jump. Like obviously, I like to do big jumps and stuff like that. And the Daytona one honestly might have like not scared me a little bit, but kind of made me settle down. And there were some quads at Atlanta that. Like were definitely doable that I didn't do. Like there was one, I was probably halfway through the main event, and I was seriously like so close to. There's that after the pit board, you were going like wheel tap and then triple single. 100% you could have quadded that, like no problem.
Yeah.
It was just problem making the corner.
Right.
And I was just so close to doing it, but probably better I don't. It wasn't necessary. I was losing the race in the other part of the track, so no, there's some jumps out there. A 450 can pretty much jump anything. So.
Yeah. Yeah, and especially now, like, you know, his bikes were carbureted. A lot of them were, you know what I mean? Like, yours they're better now than they were when he raced.
But to me, the coolest...
Yeah, 100%.
I don't want to take Chase's interview into a stew.
No, go ahead. No,
stew-a-thon,
we're fine.
But
Go ahead.
the
Yeah.
coolest part to me about it was he would save it, and he'd get it out in the main event and just blow people's wigs back.
How about he wouldn't ride the last practice?
Yeah,
he would
it's
ride
such a strong move.
He would ride 2 practices and call it a day.
I know. That's a move. I like it. That's playing the mental game.
Right?
That's everything. Like, yeah, good.
Dude,
I don't need any more practice.
I'm good.
It's a move.
I
like
got
it.
this, everybody. You're just like, wow.
Yeah, no, it was a power move. If you did that nowadays, I mean, people would be
right.
I don't think they would know what to do because no one's done it. I mean, honestly, you could do it. I feel like we get
you get plenty of practice. Do it next weekend, Chase.
Yeah, at this point, I don't even care about qualifying. Like qualifying first is great, but I actually really like being first heat. So like second, I'm actually not mad at. Like Anderson passed me last lap this weekend, or would pass me for the pole.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, I'm pretty bummed about it. But for the 250, it's nice. Your second heat, which is better. But 450, I like being first heat. So I wasn't really bummed out about it. And yeah, if you're not worried about qualifying, because it really doesn't matter at the end of the day.
No,
like,
it
I learned
doesn't.
that
No.
the hard way, plenty of times. So. You don't even need to do the last practice. The only way you do it is if you're doing bike setup stuff or trying to find like a setting. But he was telling me, he's like, man, I learned the track the first practice, and like he would just tell me, he's like, yeah, I mean, I knew no one beat my time. I think he said he's like a second faster than anybody. He only did 1 lap in practice fast, so he's like, I just save it for the races because
don't show your hand too much.
Yeah. There was a quad I did in Arlington. No, not Arlington. Houston, the second one, the one I crashed at, the one out of the section that I did first. And I as soon as I did it, I said that was stupid because I should have saved it for the race.
Oh yeah.
And everyone ended up doing it. So no, he was gnarly. That's some balls to pull it in the race because if you crash, obviously that's going to cost you some time or possibly injured. He definitely was very talented on a dirt bike.
And I appreciate the gamesmanship of it, right? Like, because he's playing every card and I grew up in Florida, and I'm very similar in age to James, so we were always at the same races a lot of times, and he would always win, right? Every single time he wins. But sometimes it would go bad, and he would oftentimes leave. Like, he wouldn't race the second moto because in Cycle News, they only print the top 5 results. So if he's not, he wanted to be first or he didn't want to be there. So people would just assume, he just didn't go to that race.
Right.
Like, that was his move.
Funny.
Yeah.
It's like a golf game. It's the same thing he does.
Same thing,
you're not going to beat me if I'm not there.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's why I've always gotten mad. Not mad, but I've always ranted on this show. Like, you guys are out there flipping off privateer dudes and freaking out over somebody who gets in your way unintentionally on a fast lap. It's like, oh, dude, you're third gate pick instead of second for a heat race. Like, who cares? Like,
no, it does not matter at all.
The Cowie guys get money for fast qualifiers.
I don't know if they still do.
I think they do.
I know they did for a while.
Does. Did you see Adam on a qualifying? He likes to go for it. But I know for a fact he got it in 250. Like,
yes.
That was a known thing, but I don't know if he does in 450 class. You'd ask him.
But other than that, just calm down. Just calm down on the hot laps.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I mean, the heat race means a lot more because then you get to pick.
Yeah.
The gate's been gnarly lately, so getting first gate pick is an advantage.
Yeah.
We got a question for you here from Chris. Chris, welcome to the show. What's your question for Honda's Chase Sexton, brought to you by Scotia, Scotia.com?
Chase, it's Chris the lawyer in Minneapolis. I got a quick question for you. Since the last, since the wicked accident where you smashed your mouth, have you considered wearing a mouth guard?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely came to mind after, especially 2 of them. The first one, I just was like, that's not going to happen again. And then it did happen again in Dallas. And it definitely came to mind because, like I said, that hurt pretty bad. I'm still not wearing one. I haven't even put one on, but I do know people wear them for concussions too. Definitely something to look into. I thought about wearing they don't have those. It's a very small one just for your teeth and stuff like that. I don't know. I haven't really looked into it too much yet because I like to have the least amount of restriction as possible. I don't like having stuff in my mouth. But I'm definitely going to look into it because I cannot afford to hit my face one more time and just destroy my lip. So, no, that's a good question. I definitely thought about it.
Thanks, Chris.
Cool. Bye.
Thanks, man. Also, too, you were wearing an Atlas neck brace for years. Of course, you switched to Alpine Stars, but you're not wearing their neck brace. Is it something with braces? We saw Marvin take his off. We've seen guys put them on. Like, Was there a movement thing? Did you like Brayton? One time Brayton tried one and thought that he was faster without one because he could move his head a bit.
Can't see the face of the triple with one on.
What'd you come up with that, Chase, for your decision?
Yeah, it's been coming. Like I've been thinking about it for a while now. You don't wear them in photo shoots before the season starts, and I always feel so good on the bike, and like I don't know, it's something. It might be mental, but for me, like getting in the whoops and stuff like that. So with the neck brace on, I was noticing where I was almost like not shrugging my shoulders, but like my neck was. I had to like not extend my neck super far, but to get my neck in the right position, it was kind of putting strain, and I could just get into a position so much easier. I felt like without the neck brace, it was just not that I couldn't do it with before. I just felt like it was easier to do it without one. So that was kind of my decision. And then I feel like my Houston crash, like I was pretty nervous just because it hit the ground like in the wrong position without a neck brace on. That was my first crash without one. That was big. So I'm still on the fence about it. Like I do like what they do, and I've worn one for a long time, and Alice is super good to me. So yeah, I think they can do good and bad, but it's just kind of preference for me. And I was honestly like mind blown that Marvin took it off. Like,
yeah, me too.
He took it off after practice and just races it. I'm like, that's pretty gutsy. But yeah, I don't know. It's just something with like range of motion, especially in the loops, and you just feel freer without one. That's kind of how I felt now.
Right. Also, I got to say, like our buddy Cade Clayson, we've had on the show the week after Atlanta won, and he talked about, holding you up a little bit, and there's certainly a big debate among all of us. I thought you handled it pretty well. I thought you'd be fucking irate, Chase. You weren't really, though, I guess. I mean, obviously, look, it sucks. It bummed you out.
Yeah.
Eli got you there, but dude, I think you handled it pretty good. I don't know if I would be that cool at that, what Cade got in the way.
Yeah, I mean, I was bummed out, obviously, and I expected him to move. It wasn't even so much the corner; it was after the corner, that double. He kind of kept going right, and I was expecting him to go left, so I didn't really adjust for it, and then that's when I missed the double.
Right.
But for me, I think I've said this, I think in the press conference, I thought it was last lap. My mechanic put on the pit board 2 laps ago, and it was just because the team calls it out. It wasn't Jade's fault. He was just a miscommunication. So for me, I thought it was last lap, and I lost the race. I mean, obviously he passed me there, but I lost the race when I didn't do that next double.
Right.
So that was on me, and I know Cade didn't mean to do it. It's a racing incident. Just stuff happens. So I can't go on the podium, and ultimately I'm just going to make myself look like a bigger idiot if I say something dumb. Obviously, I was frustrated, and he didn't mean to do it. So and it wasn't meant to be. So we're still striving for that win, but it was going to be a good race. It was going to be a good last lap.
It was.
Hopefully I wouldn't have pulled off after the white flag, but I would have been more mad after that. Trust me.
You didn't jump the third double, so I was like, "What's up with that?" And that's why you were probably like wondering what's going on with the flag, right? You were totally
Well, I saw Eli keep going. I'm like, is he doing like a victory lap? Because he just beat me. But no, I didn't know it was last lap, and like I said, there was nothing that Cade could have done after that. He didn't he didn't do it on purpose. So,
right.
It's all good.
Right. Yeah, I just admire that you didn't just absolutely launch your bike at him and start screaming and yelling at him. So that's all. So
I've done that too many times, and it doesn't do any good. So
it doesn't change anything, right? You're absolutely right.
No, the race is over. So
right. Well, hey man, thanks for coming on. I appreciate it. Really appreciate the time. We'll see you out here for Salt Lake City. Are you staying in between? Or are you going back to Cali in between?
I'll probably go back to California. I'm going to be out in California for like 5 weeks because outdoors and everything like that. So I'll go back to California and change it up a little bit. But it's going to be a good one. It's going to be interesting going back there after it's been a year. So we were there for quite a while. So it's going to be kind of like a homecoming almost.
True. Yeah, absolutely, man. Well, it's got good memories for you too there, Salt Lake City. So
yes, sir. Well, thank you.
Thanks for coming on, man. Thank you, Chase.
Yes. Thanks, guys.
All right. That's Chase Sexton, everybody. Good interview.
Yeah, for sure. Chase is cool.
Yeah. Chase Sexton brought to you by Scosh.com. PulpMX 2021 is the code to save with the folks at Scosh. Paul Perebijnos in studio here as well. We got Nate Thrasher coming up and Cameron McAdoo, of course, as well.
I think Chase does outdoors.
Well, when we last saw him, he won, right? At Paula.
Can we do some outdoor talk?
We can, yeah. Yeah, let me
pencil it in.
Yeah, let me write that down. You want to work the drops? Is that what you want to do?
Yeah, I would like to press some buttons. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Sounds good.
we race Ryder D. We'll get there. We'll race him when it's time.
All
Just
right.
slide it over.
Okay, hold on.
Okay.
I'm gonna do this.
Comes with rules.
Yeah, we gave this to who did we give this to?
I don't remember.
Give it to me.
Okay, calm down. Hold
Paul's
on.
fine.
We gave this to somebody and they were very irresponsible with the drops.
At the commercial, I'll
jerk off.
Work on it.
Okay.
And that way I can try to be quick.
Are you familiar with all of the
No.
drops? Okay, so you see
That's
you see how they're loaded via. Do you have any questions?
There's serious shit going on with those guys.
Pull it a little closer to yourself. So you don't have to lean in.
Sure.
Yeah, the cord.
Tell me how to run my levers and yep.
Well, no, just it's easier to do it.
Yeah,
do you have any favorites in there?
I don't know yet. Let me dick with it over the commercials, and then I'll come.
Well, you can't dick with it over the commercials because
I won't hear it.
Right,
They
we're going to commercial. They play.
That might be fun.
I think it's fine. What's with so many rules?
Don't you want to eat your Chipotle?
Yeah, I do.
Tits, are you okay about over there?
Am I okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, he's down a
I
cup size.
I got a report that you were sleeping.
Definitely not sleeping.
It looked like he was sleeping.
I was slumped, not paying attention.
Okay.
Definitely not sleeping.
All
though.
right, sounds
Yeah.
good. Thanks.
What's
Thanks
Tits? What's your first name? Is it Paul?
Peter.
Peter. Okay,
it's close
Just
enough.
Checking, making sure.
All right. All right, everybody. We're gonna go to commercial break here. Speaking of commercials and Chipotle, we're gonna come back with Jason Thomas, ex-Brown Goggle Tear-Offs, Nate Thrasher, Cameron McAdoo, all coming up here. Paul Perebijnos is in studio, of course, and so we'll be right back after this, everybody.
Yeah, we race Ryder D. We'll get there. We'll race him when it's time.
Those who love motocross know Motorsport.com has the knowledge and expertise to make your next ride your best ride. Motorsport.com has a broad selection of in-stock parts and gear at competitive prices. We specialize in bringing you OEM and aftermarket parts, riding gear, and accessories for dirt bikes, motorcycles, ATVs, and UTVs. All thanks to the most dedicated and experienced team of gearheads in the industry who use the very parts we sell on Motorsport.com. Motorsport.com always offers fast shipping and free delivery on orders more than $79 to ensure you never miss a ride. Whether you race on the track, ride the trails, or commute on the street, shop Motorsport.com today for the best customer service and experience when buying the parts and gear you need to stay on 2 and 4 wheels. Make your next ride your best ride, only at Motorsport.com.
Steve.
Kiefer.
Do you want to hear about one of the best rides I've ever had?
Dude, it's not time for After Dark yet.
Chill down, dude. I just want to talk about race tech stuff.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
Gosh, man. Basically, I've had the chance to do some stuff with race tech recently with the CRF 250R and, of course, the KX 250. And as you know, I've talked about on the show, I wasn't a real hardcore fan of race tech stuff back in the day. But since Rob and Andrew and those guys have assembled at race tech, the stuff has been great. So for you guys out there listening, if you guys are looking to get your engine work done or even some suspension work, or as Steven says on the show sometimes, get your seals and your oil rebuilt in your fork and shock. Get it rebuilt. It helps. 15 to 20 hours. Head over to racetech.com. Check out. They even got a cool little simulator. You can look at what size spring rate you might need for your bike. So a lot of cool features over there on the website. But and as you know, Yamaha Blue Crew guy over here, you guys have some of that on your bike?
It's fantastic. Zombie Blows uses it. Jerry Robin uses it. Starling, all of those guys over there. Malcolm Stewart won a Supercross with Race Tech stuff a few years ago. Pulp19 is the code to save. Mention PulpMX when you call. You can save on the service. You can save on motor work. You can save on springs if you just want to do that and get it put in yourself or do it yourself. Race Tech is the one-stop shopping for motor and suspension work. You can also mention the code HOMELIFE2020.
That's better. That's a better code, I think.
We'll do either one. Just listen, people. Give your bike some love. Get your suspension modified service. Get your motor modified serviced with the folks at Race Tech.
Good people.
Want a chain and sprocket kit but aren't sure what you need? Then call Vortex EK at 800-440-3559 and get hooked up with the right sprocket and chain kit for your bike. With more than 30,000 possible gearing combinations, Vortex EK has more gearing than your garage has room for. It's a ridiculous amount of gearing for nearly any bike. Join the ranks of Star Racing Yamaha and Supercross champion Dylan Ferrandis and run a Vortex sprocket. Available in red, blue, black, orange, silver, and Kawasaki green.
Yes, green. Call a doctor because things just got sick.
Warning may cause extraordinary power, excessive performance, and speed so fast your eyes will bleed.
Call Vortex EK at 800-440-3559 and mention promo code PulpMX 2021 and get the best deal on your next order.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Hey Pulp Nation, Andy from Guts Racing. We are the leaders in seat technology. We feel like for any need that you have with your seat, we've got you covered. For 2021, we're going to be adding more colors to our product line, and we're going to be adding more merchandise to our product line. Also new for 2021, we've expanded our distribution through motorsportoutlet.com. So please support the people that support Pulp. Support Guts Racing and also support motorsport.com. Hope to see you guys at the track soon. Once again, this is Andy Gregg from Guts Racing. Thanks again to Pulp Nation for all the support.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Hi, it's Tomac Superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win is Michelin motorcycle tires. And Michelin is introducing many exciting new tires for 2020. For V-twin riders, the Michelin Commander 3 Cruiser and the Michelin Commander 3 Touring tires offer improved wet grip and enhanced tread life. For sport bike and track day riders, the Michelin Power 5 tire and the Michelin Power GP tires feature the same architecture and profile for effortless sport bike setup from street to track. If you'd like to have the same tire that won the 2019 Red Bull Ayersburg Rodeo, the Michelin Enduro Extreme tire is the tire for you. And the Michelin Starcross 5 tire range is now available for young motocross and off-road riders in sizes for 50cc bikes and up. To learn more about these and all other Michelin two-wheel products, check out www.motorcycle.michelinman.com. Visit your local dealer or online retailer and follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Hey guys, it's Mathis. Look, if you're still not wearing a neck brace in 2020, it's time to go get one or at least think seriously about it. It's been over 15 years since the neck braces first came out. They're not the clunky, oversized devices they used to be. Atlas came in and changed the way all neck braces were designed by introducing flexible technology to the world and proving that neck braces can be something you can actually ride in while performing at the highest level. Look at Jason Anderson winning Supercross championships, or look at Martin Davalos or anybody else. Don't take my word for it just because I have 2 Manitoba championships to my name. Wait, I have 4. Just look at how many other brace designs look like the Atlas one. Atlas pioneered all the modern neck brace features and have been refining them ever since then, while the competition has been trying to catch up. Grab the brace that's been leading the pack. Check out atlasbrace.com. Get yours today. There is a Pulp discount if you check out sponsordeals.com on PulpMXshow.com. So be like Chase Sexton, Martin Davalos, and many other guys and wear the Atlas brace. atlasbrace.com.
For over 30 years, DecalWorks has led the industry in quality and customer service by offering the best custom motocross graphics, plastics, seat covers, and rider ID products. DecalWorks is officially licensed with Honda, Kawasaki, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and GasGas. Their expert staff will go above and beyond to make sure your questions are answered. DecalWorks is a proud sponsor of Red Bull KTM Factory Racing and the Rockstar Energy Husqvarna Factory Off-Road Team. Visit decalmx.com and be sure to use promo code PulpMX at checkout. Quality, service, and knowledge is what makes DecalWorks stand out. DecalWorks, #1 for many reasons.
Our guys at Works Connection have always been there for the PulpMX show, and they're there for you as well. They're just as passionate as dedicated to the sport as you are. For over 30 years, Works Connection has been designing and producing innovative products like the Pro Launch Start Device, the 123 Easy Build Elite Perch, Elite Axle Blocks, and much, much more. You'll find Works Connection products on AMA Pro Riders bikes under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, Smart Top Honda, as well as top teams and privateers alike. The best part of this deal is PulpMX20 code saves you money at WorksConnection.com. Stop by your local outlet and check out the new lineup of Works Connection products for 2021. I've got the Perch on my bike. I've got the engine plugs. I absolutely love it. Great product. I've got the Start Device as well, which helped me in one moto at the World Vet Championships, and one moto not so much. WorksConnection.com. PulpMX20 is the code to save. Please check them out. All new 2021 products now available. Thanks for listening.
Over 65 years ago, Vertex Pistons was born out of a small technical workshop in northern Italy's famous Motor Valley. Expanding and maturing among the racing legends of Ferrari, Lamborghini, MV Agusta, and Ducati. Today, Vertex Pistons are the pistons of choice for motorcycle riders and teams throughout the world. Because of their renowned reputation for exceptional quality, Vertex Pistons is a factory piston supplier to KTM, Husqvarna, Beta, GasGas, and TM. From the Motocross, Supercross, MXGP, GNCC, National, and World Enduro Series, you can find Vertex Pistons winning championships. Vertex Pistons strives to provide you with world-class factory technology at a very competitive price. No matter which brand of bike you ride, when it's time to rebuild your top end, Vertex Pistons will have your engine performing better than new. To see our full range of 2-stroke and 4-stroke pistons in replica, high compression, or GP-style configurations, visit us at vertexpistons.com or stop into your local dealer and ask for a Vertex piston kit today.
What's up, Paul?
Can you plug my drops back in?
Yeah, can you just
Can
you just wait?
I was trying to respond with a drop.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
You ready?
No, I'm not.
Say hey, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing, Paul? He's not Marks.
What kind of a show you guys running here?
It's a tight ship. He's not what?
Can you explain it to him? We tried during the commercial.
Is it still not plugged in?
No. This is the cord.
Okay.
I play music.
Oh, give me the cord.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right.
I wish people could have heard the conversation that went on.
All right. Now, Paul.
I like how Paul
All right, now
sets
go
up
for it.
everything for the drops, not usually making the drops.
How you doing, Paul?
The show.
Hey, buddy.
All
Good,
right.
Steve. Me and Kenny are good.
Great to hear. This show has reached a new low. Hold on. Pookie! Decaf! All right. Jason Thomas coming up here shortly. Let's go to Colin on 4. Colin, what's up, man? Colin.
Oh, hey.
What's up?
How's it going?
Good.
Hey, so my question is, you guys were talking about AC with Dino, and so my question is, with how frequently this dude is injured, I mean, is it feasible for him to maintain a factory ride, or is it going to be like, I mean, what is it like? I mean, who are the other guys who are injured all the time and, who are just going to end up going to, like, the Canadian series or something like that?
Are you kidding me?
Is that feasible for him to maintain a factory ride?
Yes, because well, it doesn't – look, we've seen it all before. It really doesn't matter. Paul, you can back me up here or you can agree or disagree. It doesn't matter how much you get hurt. It's what you do when you're healthy that determines you keeping your ride.
For sure.
So if Adam comes out and wins some races and gets hurt again, he will get hired again and again and again. He signed a 2-year deal with Cowie, so the end of 2022 is his contract up. So, Paul, I mean, are you with me on that? Ultimately, how much you get hurt does not matter. It's what you do at the races that you're there at.
Yeah, yes and no. Unless you're getting super old or something, you keep getting hurt. And
but in
you're
Adam's
not,
case.
No. Yeah, he has race winning potential. He will be on factory equipment for a while. Unless
the speed goes away.
Yes.
Which none of us really see that happening anytime soon.
No.
I mean, look at Josh Grant. Look at Trey Kennard. Look at Travis Pastrana. They kept rides when they missed a ton of races.
Jordan Smith even.
Yeah. Yeah, Jordan, yeah. So, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, for sure. Like, I totally get it. I'm just looking at, like, the money perspective of it. Or, because, I mean, motocross, at the end of the day, is a business. So, I mean, if your dude is out for half the season, I mean, is it going to benefit you?
Yeah, but
granted,
these teams don't care.
The great results that you have while you're healthy.
They don't care. I just told you that. They don't care.
Okay.
They if you can win,
I got you.
If you can be fast, you can miss half a season, 100%. Like, there's no question that if you were to come back and win 2 races a year, and you race half the races, you will continue to keep a ride.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I totally get that. I appreciate it.
All right. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Let's go to Nick from Australia. What's up, Nick? How are you?
Hey, mate. How are you?
We're good. What's your favorite drop here from the show? Can Paul play you a drop?
Oh, I got it for you. Hold on. I'll tell you what it is.
Let Nick decide.
Check out my boat, dude.
That one's awesome.
That's chicken. Nick, is there a drop that Paul can play for you?
I think it's got to be a right back there from Kiefer. I just can't get over that one.
Oh, I got that for you.
Yeah, it keeps going. 6 seconds.
Oh, it goes by itself.
Yeah. Okay. All right. What's up, Nick?
Hey, Marvin Muscan and his neck brace.
Yeah.
Did you guys see that, and what is your thoughts on
Well, yeah, we just talked to Sexton about it, right? Sexton thought that was weird. I do, too. Marv has been a neck brace guy forever. He had it on in practice, I guess. Now, I can't verify this, but this is what I heard from people. He wore it during the day and then took it off, and that's weird. That would be a tough adjustment to do.
No, taking it off is not a tough adjustment.
Just to make that decision.
Oh.
To be a guy that,
Where's Lead at on that?
Well, he tried to throw.
Those guys have got to be pissed.
Right? Aren't you like...
Oh, yeah.
If I was Lead, I'd be like, I'd send an email immediately and say, hey, you'll be docked 1/29th of your pay or however many races you pay him to do.
Well, he threw it on for their interview, right?
Yeah, but man.
No, I know. I'm with you. But, yeah, ultimately,
Obviously, his feeling about a neck brace changed.
Right. Which I'm down with. I think that's fine. You're allowed to do that. You're allowed to not wear a seatbelt. These pros, a lot of them don't even wear chest protectors. Which is insane to me.
What if McAdoo had a neck brace on in his crash when he flipped over the tunnel?
Would it have been worse, or?
I think he would have. Yeah, I think it would have been worse.
Oh no, I don't. No, I don't agree with that.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know, Nick. It's got to be gnarly, right? Like a big decision to sit there and be like, I'm going to take this off for the first time in God knows how long.
I'm sure Rhino will have an opinion on it anyway.
I talked to Rhino. So last week's show, the week before, I went on my rant about Rhino and knee braces because now he's attacking knee braces. Rhino was not happy with me. He called me at 6 a.m. and left me a message. So I called him back on Thursday, and we basically had to. First of all, he talks so fast that you're trying to think about the point that he was making. That where you're like, I want to disprove your point, but he's already 30 seconds down the road, and he's not giving you a chance to talk. So it's very tough to have a conversation with Rhino. At the end, though, we agreed to disagree. I said, what about Marvin's races that he won with a neck brace on? All the supercrosses and all the motocross races where Marvin was the baddest dude in the world, and he had a neck brace on and knee braces. And then Rhino just glossed over that and said, now he's no longer able to win because of that. And I'm just like, I'm just like, what happened in a year? Mm-hmm. He brought up Anderson riding better than ever before, and I'm like, but he won a supercross title with a neck brace on. He brought up RV. RV wears wrist, neck, and knee, and was the baddest dude in the world. So honestly, Nick, I mean, Rhino's fine. We're cool. He thanked me for calling him, but I'm still not with him. I'm still not with him. I talked to a couple of pro guys on knee braces. They told me, and I ride and race at a very low level, but I certainly ride and race. I don't feel like there's anything I can do on a bike that a knee brace holds me back from. And when I worked for pro riders, they would grip the graphics, and the tank would be shredded from a knee brace, so they can obviously grip very well. I talked to a couple pro racers who told me there's no movement that they can make with a knee brace that a knee brace holds them back from. So,
I like a lot of what Rhino says. A lot of it is sometimes out there, but I filter through it, and I believe a lot of what he says. But when it comes to knee braces, for me personally, I mean, if I drove to Florida to go riding and I forgot my knee braces, I would not ride. That's how important they are.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not on there with that. But thanks, Nick. Anything else?
When are we getting Darkside back in studio?
Who?
Darkside. The Pony Pod.
Oh.
I don't know. I don't know. Should we get him back in? I mean, I wanted to get him in a couple weeks ago. Mark's told me no. So
I think we need the Pony Pod back in.
Fake news.
The Pony comes back in.
Calm down, Fox.
I don't know. Yeah, no, I would have Darkside back in. We need to figure it out, I guess. Yeah, I am not doing a wrap up or a sound check pod with him. I'm not. Hell will freeze over before I do a sound check pod with Darkside.
I think the wrap-up shows are fun, dude.
Never listen to one.
Well, they're good. It's the best wrap.
All you do is make fun of it, so it doesn't.
I don't make fun of it. I'm trying to bring it. I'm trying to elevate it to a new level, like what you did with Dean.
You critique it.
Trying to bring it to a new level. Oh. Hey, can we call Kiefer? Can you call? Do you have Kiefer's number?
Steve gave Darkside a compliment the other week.
What?
I did. See?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
Because he's working on his game.
You're breaking brand though.
It's not a brand. It's just real talk.
Oh,
it's real.
Spade is a spade.
Yeah,
got it.
Spade is a spade. That's why when you got all mad at me about Anderson and A-Ray, and you said your dislike for Anderson is clouding you, I was mad at you because has my dislike or like of anybody ever clouded my vision to call it as I see it?
I thought it was clouding at that point because you.
Okay, but knowing me.
Yeah, that's why I was so fired up.
Friend or foe, I call it like I see it.
Yes, that's why I was like, dude, either. And again, I don't want to say, you watched motorcycle racing forever, and I was like, maybe it's because you're at the race and you didn't see it, Steve, but like that was A-Ray's fault.
It was mostly A-Ray's fault. Not all A-Ray's fault. Two things had to happen for that incident. A-Ray had to go left, and Anderson had to not triple.
Had to mess up the section.
A-Ray deserves most of the blame, yes. But if you don't jump the jumps in Supercross, Paul, as you know,
sometimes you can get landed on.
Sometimes you get landed on.
Sure.
So.
But man, you were strong.
But you know my feeling. Like, I don't care if the guy likes me or not. I've got Adam.
I know that.
AC has texted me and been like, "You're an idiot," because I've criticized him for, you know what I mean? Like, that's my buddy, but it doesn't matter. Osborne the same way. You know what I mean? I just call it like I see it. I'm not always right. I'm not saying I'm always right, but I call it like I see it.
You saw in the beginning of that, when you didn't see the replay, you didn't see it apparently because you were calling it inaccurately.
No, I didn't. I was not. I did send a text to on another group text that said, what the fuck A ran? I'm like, that's 50-50. And then they were like, and I'm like, I'm kidding. That's not 50-50.
See, that's the tough part too, is there's so much sarcasm in our texts.
Yes, there is.
It's very hard to read it.
Right.
So.
All right, Nick, I'll work on getting Darkside in here.
Thank you.
Does he get to stay in the house, or do I have to put him in a hotel?
Ooh, can you trust him in the house?
I don't think I can.
Good question.
I don't think I can. No.
I like this guy.
Maybe in the shed. Maybe put him in the shed.
What about in the hot tub?
The hot tub.
He stays in the hot tub.
Hair.
All right.
He'd like the hot tub.
Filters would be all clogged up with hair.
Pony everywhere, just a wet pony. All right, thanks, Nick. Appreciate it, man.
Thanks, guys. Have a good night.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. I thought you had Kiefer. You got Kiefer? I can't pick him up. Hey, Sleepy Eyes.
All right.
Sleepy Eyes.
I wasn't actually sleeping.
Chris Kiefer.
Yo.
Paul Perebijnos in studio here.
Keith, you want me to hit some drops for you? I got full control.
Here we go.
Oh, we got drops? Okay, go.
That's right. All right.
I love beating my meat.
Ha 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 ha.
I don't want to blow fly.
Can't do that, dude.
But
No,
like,
no, 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 no,
that
no,
is
no.
a really good helmet.
You want more?
No, we're good.
Okay.
I think we're good.
That is like an orgy of sound drops.
Hey, by the way.
Now we're talking.
By the way, Kiefer knows his truth. So
he knows his truth? I thought Heather knows hers.
Where did you stand on Stopwatch Gate?
I watched the Racer X video.
Yeah.
And it didn't. I know how Chris is as a rider, and I know how Aiden is as a rider, and it didn't add up to me. Because to me, I would have thought Aiden would be faster in the beginning and slower at the end, and Chris would be slower in the beginning and faster in the end. So, and then I saw something, I don't know where it was, maybe it was YouTube or someone sent it to me. Heather was showing that she was doing it with 2 phones.
Yes, with her technique.
Yeah, and then I was like, that's loose. And Aiden is
loose.
Heather's only child. So I it's fishy is what it is.
I know my truth.
She has not got a break from that either. So at least once a day she gets jabbed from that.
All right. So listen, I want to have you on here, Kiefer. I talked to Rhino this week.
Shit.
I went off on Rhino last show. I talked to him this week. But you tested the TP 199 knee pads versus knee braces.
Are we going to do this right now?
Where are you at? Where are you at on this?
Okay, so I've ridden about 4 days in the knee guards.
Wait, have you had any knee injuries, Chris?
Yeah, I've had an ACL and an MCL.
Okay, go ahead.
So this will be up on PulpMX.com later this week, by the way, but we'll just blow it out right now.
Yeah, please do.
Nobody listens to the show.
For me, I haven't ran a knee guard in a long time. So once this started up, I was like, shit, I got to try this. So I got the TP 199s from someone, put them on. I was a little skeptical because it was kind of a little pain in the ass. It kind of pinched the back of my knee. But as I rode, I had Rhino's voice in my head, and son of a bitch, like to me, it is a lot friendlier to ride without knee braces because I feel looser. I can grip the bike better. I feel like there's less binding to my legs. Now, with that being said, I took a rock to the knee at Glen Helen on Saturday, and that didn't feel too good.
Well, they're plastic cups on the front, or they're just foam?
No, it's like a harder foam.
Jesus.
So you can get ones with, obviously different kinds that have plastic. But so I did take a rock down the straightaway, and although it didn't hurt bad, but I could feel it, right? And I'm like, I never felt that before. And I would be worried about like racing, side impact, someone coming in on me, just something where the hinges would protect my knee a little bit better. Now, I am a firm believer if I'm going to tear my ACL, I'm going to tear it regardless of what I have on. I don't think the knee brace is going to save my knee with an ACL injury. I just don't see that unless you're doing it the old school way with Castillo said you got to have a tether, to your boot, and how Asterisk designed that knee brace back in the day. So if people want more comfort, a little less protection, the knee guard, Rhino's right. It is better to ride with, and you can ride more efficiently with it. I can find my footing better. I just feel the bike more with the knee pad. So
wow.
the dude is onto something.
I'm
Suck it,
shocked.
Steve.
I'm shocked. I talked to a couple of pro riders about it, and they're like, no, I can do everything I want with a knee brace on. There's no.
And you can see that's the thing. Like when I have my knee brace on, like I was like, oh, I'm fine. I don't need this shit. Like whatever. But if you don't go back every once in a while to see, like we just did now, you don't know. So I just did this, and I'm like, shit, this is actually really good. So I might stick with this for a while.
Well, that was my next question for you.
Wow.
Yeah,
So
my next question.
It's a better feeling for you, Chris, but more dangerous.
Fake science?
It's like raincoat, no raincoat.
Exactly. Throwing the dice out there.
Well, I don't know where that's from.
So
talking about a condom.
Whoa, this is a family-friendly show
Prophylactic.
here. You know what? That's fine. There's nothing wrong about a condom. I don't know why they're behind the
Prof or no prof?
Behind the glass anyway. Those should be right out. You should be able to buy those however you want, no matter how old you are.
Okay. Anyways, all right.
Right?
Hey, so Aiden's going to stay in knee braces.
Why?
I just feel like I offered it to him, and he just said, I want to stick with what I got, so I'm going to let him.
Nice glasses, Pookie.
All right. Well, I'm shocked. Rhino.
But
next frontier.
Yeah.
Right. He's on to the next frontier.
Here's what I've said about Rhino in the past. You've got to filter through some of the shit. You can't feed your dog hydration fuel, and he's going to be cure his cancer the next day. Okay.
I use the word filter.
I know that. I know that's bullshit. But like some of these things he says has merit.
Yep.
So
I agree.
You have to figure it out.
You ever think about riding in tennis shoes? You can feel the pegs a lot better than boots.
Oh my God!
Yeah, DV does. DV.
Yeah.
You're out of your mind, dude.
All right. Well, Kiefer, thanks for the call. Thanks for the wrap up. I look forward to reading this on PulpMX.com this week.
Yes.
And
yes,
and we will dive into this. But for now, Ryan Hughes, innovator.
So hold on. Before I get on the phone, was he pissed? How was he on the phone?
Hey, buddy.
Wasn't like that. He was okay. We had to agree to disagree. I couldn't really get a word in a lot of times. He talks very fast, very intensely.
Are you going to frickin' argue with me, meathead?
You know, that was me. So I kind of, we didn't really get along too well as far as that goes. But we were fine. No yelling, no cursing, none of that. You know what I mean? We were fine.
So the end of the call was okay?
Yeah, he said, I respect you for calling me, man.
Cool.
Oh, that's good.
So I was like, oh, okay, all right.
Just don't, let's not fight right on.
I'm like, okay.
Don't bro me.
I'm like, oh, okay, goddamn.
Okay, goddamn.
Okay, goddamn. So, all right, hold on a second, Kiefer. JT, what's up, man?
What's happening?
I talked to Rhino.
I'm sad I missed that. I'm going to have to go back and listen to it. Is Rhino okay?
No, I don't think he didn't talk to him on the air.
No, I meant on the phone. Yeah, just on the phone.
Oh, just a personal call.
Yeah, personal call.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. He but Kiefer just claimed that the knee pads were fine. Maybe even better.
Yeah, that's fine. If you're worried about a one-lap sprint and you want the most feel in the world, great. But if you're going to ride dirt bikes quite a bit and you're worried about blowing out your ACL, I still think a knee brace is much better.
Kiefer, would you go racing in your knee cups?
I'm going to try it this weekend.
Godspeed.
Yeah, and if you're barebacking, be careful, dude.
Well, JT, hold on. Jay, so you think a knee brace is going to prevent an ACL injury? Yes or no?
Prevent is probably not the word I would choose. I would probably choose reduce the likelihood.
I tore my ACL in a set of knee braces before.
Yeah, of course. They're not going to stop it from happening, but I think when you are in a situation where you're putting stress and strain and torque on your knee, there's less of a chance of traumatic injury in a knee brace than versus a knee cup.
Okay. Well, goddamn. There it is.
Perebijnos is in charge of the drops.
You want me to hit one for you, JT? Which one's your favorite?
Poor Steve. He's going to lose his shit.
Dealer's choice.
Okay.
Yeah, we race Ryder D. We'll get there. We'll race him when it's time.
That's a good one.
I really don't care.
All right, Kiefer, thanks for updating us. I look forward to it being reading it this week, and long live Rhino, I guess.
Listen, Kiefer knows his truth.
He does know
It's
his
fine.
truth. Yeah.
I know my truth.
You know your truth.
Have a good show, guys.
All right, thanks, buddy. See ya.
Goodbye.
Oh, okay. Goddamn.
You think I'm hitting them too often?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Travis, Marks.
All right.
It sounds. I feel like that's how I was when I first started this job. I was hitting them way too often.
Okay, fine.
You gotta kind of find your rhythm a
All
little
right.
bit.
All right. That's fine.
find
How many
your-
more hours we got to
find
work
your
on?
rhythm.
I
Find
will
your
find
rhythm.
my rhythm. Find my truth.
Find your truth. Okay, so Hammaker wins a race. Thrasher wins 2. Fry's struggling. Schwartz is struggling. Did I capture Voland? Yeah. Before he got hurt. Who's been the most impressive? I mean, is it just easy to say Thrasher with 2 wins?
I think it's easy to say Hammaker.
Okay.
He's never. This is his. What are we on? His 6th, 7th pro race?
Yeah.
I think that's impressive. I said it earlier. JT, who's
More
the
impressive
last?
than Thrasher?
Who's the last pro? To win? To win his first super. I'm sorry. Who's the last rookie to win his first Supercross?
And
in his
by
first
rookie,
year.
By rookie, you mean someone who didn't.
Meaning like 3-digit guy.
Yeah.
Rookie.
First race ever?
No, not first race ever. In his first year, like Hammaker did. I just think that's a really big accomplishment that not only like the really greatest guys have done.
Yeah, I mean Ricky did. Yeah, I mean lots of people have. I mean he's had a great season, no doubt.
Ricky didn't.
No doubt about it.
Ricky didn't.
He didn't win a Supercross in his first Supercross.
No, he was
season?
number 70.
Yeah, he won a race that year.
No, he didn't. He got 70 from Steel City. So Paul's
right,
just
but
saying
his first Supercross.
Yeah, Paul is
season.
saying not even. Paul is saying
I meant like true rookie.
Well, he
rookie.
raced.
You're right. He raced one race, so
he
yeah,
raced
that's a
Steel City. Yeah, he
good
went
point.
16-7 or something. Yeah, I'm not trying to take anything away from Hammaker, but I think what Thrasher's done over the last 3 rounds is pretty darn impressive. I mean, we'll see what Salt Lake brings, but yeah, it shouldn't be an indictment against Hammaker just because I think Thrasher's been amazing.
Fly Racing, by the way, flyracing.com. Please check them out. Zone Pro Goggle is a big push for these guys this year, as well the Formula helmet with Rheon technology, all new light pant, of course, and the 2021.5 kinetic mesh is out. Get it. You saw all the guys in it a couple weeks ago, and it is available now at your local dealer or e-tailer like motorsport.com. You can go there too and check it out. So,
I have a Rhino question.
All right.
So we've seen Rhino go hard on neck braces,
yes.
right? We've seen him now transition, and this one really caught me off guard, going after knee braces. I'll be honest, I didn't see that one coming. And I'm waiting for his attack on masks and the face brace. I believe he's going to come after the face brace as his next mission attempt here. It just dawned on me this weekend that would be the next in line, that he would attack the masks of the world.
What's a face brace?
That's what he's going to name it. That's what he's going to name the mask, is a face brace.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, no,
Yep.
yeah, he has gone after masks. Yeah, absolutely. He said something about not being captive or something a while ago. You knew that was coming for sure. Rhino's in, yeah. But Kiefer, look, I was surprised at what Kiefer had to say.
Yeah, Kiefer, but man, Kiefer, I could totally see that happening because Kiefer will try something, and I'm not saying that it wouldn't have its redeeming qualities. Knee braces are wide. I think they do reduce some feel. They're bulky in many cases. So, it's not like knee braces are anything fun to wear, but I do think that they serve a purpose, and I do think they can prevent you from having a 6-month, 8-month injury in some cases. So for me, it's worth the inconvenience to wear a knee brace. When I'm riding, I don't even notice that you have a knee brace on, which I think most people would agree with.
You guys are sheep.
I love my knee braces.
You guys are sheep. All right, okay. X-Brand Goggle tear-offs, let's do this.
Wow, reaction.
Or not.
It's the X-Brand Tear-Off segment. 15-second rapid-fire Q&A.
Rapid fire. X-Brand Goggles, a choice of champions everywhere. like Kyle Chisholm, like Alex. What?
Your
Like
guy's
Alex.
asleep on the gate.
I was hanging up
it's
a
him.
phone call.
It's not Mark's.
Excuses. Oh.
Yeah.
X-Brand goggles. JT, did you know that WPS has the brand new Lucid goggle in stock now, ready to ship, ready to sell? Did you know that?
I did. I know we got some, and then they were immediately gone, and then we got more.
Yes. Flying off the shelves. Go to motorsport.com. Check out the new Lucid goggle from X-Brand. Like I said, champions like Chisholm and
Ricky Russell.
Ricky Russell.
You're welcome.
Ricky Russell.
6th in points.
6th in points. Crushing it at GNCC. You know who else? Josh Strang. X-Brand.
Ooh.
Yeah. A lot of
Rickies.
champions using X-Brand. New Lucid goggle. It's fantastic. I love it. These questions are submitted by Corey Moser. Are you familiar with him, Paul? Okay. 30 seconds on the clock. Rapid fire. Here we go, Marks. Let's do this.
Okay. Steve.
Yep.
You and JT had no major arguments on this week's race review pod. Is this the new normal?
Honestly, he said so many things that were wrong, but I was just tired. He's won.
Really?
He's,
You were tired?
He's beat me down. I'm just tired.
I was going to say that.
I was tired.
Chalk it up to being the third Atlanta.
Third Atlanta.
Long trip.
Long trip back.
Yep.
I went. I didn't get a nap in the afternoon.
I feel that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, I did.
JT did. So I just chalk it up to him. He said outrageous
you know what? Honestly,
things.
and for me, I've had a tough run. Like Atlanta just wore me out. These residencies really take a toll. My attitude hasn't been the best as of late, and I kind of reflected on that. And I wanted to be a little bit more cheerful and grateful for the opportunities that I have, and I'm going to try to reflect that moving forward. Fantasy has really frustrated me, and I've been letting it get the best of me. So I'm trying to be a better version of myself.
Wow.
Wow is right. I'm looking for a drop.
Do we have a drop?
I don't know. There's no wow drop. I don't. Yeah, circle back.
Okay. All right.
Circle.
All right.
That's not true. I feel like everything I said is true.
No. Yeah. We're not saying it's. Yeah. We're not saying it's false. Yeah.
No.
Okay.
All
All
right.
right. Paul, what's the difference between aluminum and aircraft grade aluminum?
When you say there's so many different types, I mean, I think it's a fancy marketing term for one, but aluminum is graded in a bunch of different ways, I guess. Between aluminum and aircraft grade aluminum, yeah, it's just better. I don't know.
All right. 23 seconds. I feel like it's just a. Hey, this is really good aluminum because it's used in airplanes, which have to be strong.
And it probably has a heat treatment and all kinds of different things. And
Is there a significant difference between 70-75 and 60-61?
fuck if I know, JT.
Okay.
Also, why not titanium bars? Why don't we
Too stiff.
Too stiff.
They won't flex, right?
Okay.
Yeah, too
all right.
stiff.
All right, fair enough.
And no yield, so like when you crash, they would snap,
snap,
instead
yeah.
of bend.
Snap, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
JT, why don't you think Paul Cooper Webb is the greatest race closer in Supercross history?
I do. Moser was drunk.
It says, why don't I?
That I read the question as it's written.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
He was drunk on Saturday night and trying to make an argument out of something there was an argument about. So yeah, I don't really have an argument for it. I think Carmichael could be in that conversation. You did not want to face Carmichael late in a race in that situation, but I mean, Webb deserves all the credit in the world. No doubt about it.
26 seconds.
Steve, if you could have any other first name, what would it be?
Flash.
Wow.
Flash.
I thought you would
Flash
say Ross.
Mathis.
What?
I thought you would say
Oh my
Ross or
God.
Rollerball or something like that.
Nah, Flash would be cool. I think that'd be cool.
Flash Mathis?
Yeah. I think
Like you're going around taking your clothes off in front of people?
No, just Flash is a cool name. Flash Gordon. You know, the Flash it was a superhero.
Okay.
Paul, if you didn't live in Cali, where would you want to live?
Wow, that's a good question because I've talked about this with my wife a bunch.
Yeah, Florida.
Yeah, well, we thought about Florida for a while, but
I mean, you're both from there.
yeah, I know, but yeah, I guess that would be where it is. But I really love I like a lot of the West Coast. I don't miss the humidity at all. That's a big one. I think Utah is cool. I think Idaho's cool, but
Idaho doesn't want anybody there, so you're not.
yeah,
welcome.
no, they definitely don't want Californians there. just driving across the country with a California license plate, you get a lot of attitude on the road sometimes. But
I tell you what,
probably Florida.
I was in North Carolina. That was pretty nice up there.
Yeah,
it was really nice.
Yeah.
All right.
Also snows there.
True. I don't care though. I'm Canadian.
Snows in Vegas.
I don't do snow.
Yeah.
JT, if you could train for 1 month, who would be faster, you or Paul?
Oh, for a month.
I don't know.
I
can't beat anybody, man. I have no.
You'd
no
be better
ego or no,
after a month, JT. You'd
maybe a
you'd
month.
Work me.
Yeah. But I don't know. All of that where I'm like, oh, I'm better than that guy, or I could do this or that. I just don't have any of that anymore. Like not for riding dirt bikes. I don't ever do it. Like you can't be expected to do something well if you never do it.
29
Love
seconds.
This guy right here.
Good job.
Steve, where does the new dog rate so far compared to all the previous adoptions? Also, how many dogs have you adopted?
I think Pookie and I counted. I think we were up to 14 in 15 years.
That's more than Chad Reed.
Oh boy.
Augie's good. Augie's a little much. He's young. You know, we usually get them when they're a little older. And they're a little more chill. Bassets are chill
Augie's
anyways.
awesome.
But yeah, Augie. Tits likes Augie.
I like
He's
Augie.
my favorite so far.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's
yeah.
very, very personable.
Yes. Yep.
Paul, what's the biggest benefit or perk of working at Renthal, and what's something you miss about working at Tucker?
I don't miss much about working at Tucker because it's not even the same Tucker that when I worked there. The biggest perk of working at Renthal, I'd say, is job security. Like it feels like you joined a family, and I've never really had that at any job I had. Working from home is also a really, really nice perk. I forget how much I drove, and I took that for
Working
granted.
from home would be unbelievable for you.
Yes.
Paul was so angry all the time driving.
He was.
It was minimum hour and a half one way, and I did it 4 days a week.
Yep.
And
every day. What road is that? The 90?
Ortega.
I would do Ortega a lot of times, and if somebody put a wheel wrong and crashed, it would ruin the entire day.
Oh my God, he would text and call and send videos just ranting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every day.
Yep.
Yeah, it's really improved my quality of life not driving in California as much. And that's why I think I love where I live so much now is I don't have to deal with the roads anymore.
Now, Erica doesn't work, right? She works from home?
She works from home as well. She's
so
a graphic artist.
Right. So how's that?
We had to figure it out, but she her office is downstairs, mine's upstairs. We kind of we don't see each other much during the day. I'm in my office working, and she's doing her deal, and we figured it out.
All
right, last one. JT, describe Steve riding style and craft when you guys went out recently.
Wyndham-ish.
He's fine. He rides well. I think he's really cautious. But, I mean, when you factor in age and we're not trying to take any chances and, it's been 20 years since he was riding at his best level, he should be cautious. So for me, riding behind somebody, I'm used to riding against really, really talented pro level guys, right? So of course he's going to look cautious, but he rides fine.
29 seconds. 14-9, 7th overall last year at the World Vets. So.
Pretty amazing.
Stick that in your pipe. X-Brand goggles, the choice of champions everywhere. If you don't wear X-Brand, you will not win. Lucid goggle available at WPS. JT, we got a call on you. Or for you from Adam. Adam, go ahead. What's your question for Jason Thomas?
Hey guys, hi JT, hi Mathis, everyone. Guys. So I want to talk about Roxon. I mean, I've been watching racing my entire life, right, over 30 years, and I mean, Saturday night had to be one of the most frustrating races to watch. How towards the end there with Roxon changing strategy in the whoops. I couldn't understand why he changed strategy in the whoops. I mean, I think, and I want JT's and your take on this because I heard you guys talk about it today in the wrap-up show with the on Sunday show or whatever. My take on it is that this is definitely more mental than anything else. Like Cooper's got to be in his head. I mean, how did he was blitzing the whoops all night. He knows he's better at it. Why would he give up that strategy? It has to be a mental game. It has to be a mental issue there. What do you think, JT? And also Steve?
I think it scared him a little bit because I don't know for what other reason because he is a natural born blitzer. He doesn't like jumping whoops. it's literally the last resort for him. So he had to have felt like if I try to blitz again, I'm going to crash, and I don't want to crash. Obviously, we know all the traumatic things that have happened to him from injuries. To me, there's really no other reason for it. I just know his approach to whoops is blitz at all costs. He doesn't want to jump.
Yeah.
So if he was winning the race and still chose to jump them, he just had to be like, there's no way possible I'm blitzing anymore, which to me is a little bit of hesitation and a little bit of fear creeping in.
Yeah, definitely. I agree. And the thing is, I mean, on the other hand, you could say that, it's incredibly smart of him to be able to change, strategy late in the race like that, because normally that's a talent that you see. Reed has it. Other guys through the years have had that type of talent where, where they can adapt late in a race and see what the competitor is doing and change their line or change their strategy. But in this case, it just doesn't make sense. It wasn't going to work.
Paul brought this up earlier.
I don't get it.
Paul brought this up earlier. Look, you crash. It's late in the race. Perhaps he's just tired.
I just think it takes a lot of
heart rate spikes,
strength to go through the whoops like that, and then I mean, JT and I had talked about this too. I think yesterday or something. Maybe he had intentions of blitzing that second to last lap to pass Webb, but Webb was in his line. I never saw him go down the left side ever. And
but he started jumping after that and just never went back. Like he never blitzed again after the crash. And that last lap, like he was sending it the last lap, trying to catch, especially after the mistake from Webb. Like he was going for it. I don't know, man. I don't have, we don't live in his head, right? We can't be in the moment, but I've never seen anything like that from him where he was just like, nope, I'm not blitzing anymore. I have honestly seen him blitz when he shouldn't be blitzing anymore. Go back to previous Arlington rounds, 2019 Arlington, where Webb ate him up by jumping. I've seen it happen many times where I'm like, Kenny, right now you need to jump. Jumping's faster. You got to stop blitzing. You're losing time by blitzing, and he would continue to. And this was the opposite of that, which was it's really surprising to me. And I don't have the answer. I would love for him to take some sort of truth serum and really tell you what was going on. But I really think that it was just he was scared of crashing again.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep. Definitely.
Cool.
Definitely an odd one. Thanks, AJ. Thanks for calling.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. We're gonna get into some hardcore motocross talk here too in a second. Fly race. What? Motocross. Because you asked for some MX.
Yeah,
talk.
I like
you asked
talk
for drops and you asked for MX talk.
Thank you for being accommodating.
Decal Works, for over 30 years, Decal Works has led the industry in quality and customer service by offering the best custom motocross graphics out there. Officially licensed with Honda, Yamaha, Kawi, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, Gas. The expert staff will go above and beyond to make sure your questions are answered. And I know this because we had a guy email me who had some sort of issue with the code or something, and I forwarded him to Sean at Decal Works. Sean got back to him in 2 minutes, handled the order, fixed an issue, everything else, and the guy couldn't have been happier with his customer service that he got at Decal Works. They're a proud sponsor of the Red Bull KTM team, Rockstar Husky Off-Road as well. The best part of it is the code PulpMX saves you 20%. DecalMX.com. Promo code PulpMX to save 20% off your custom graphics from the guys at Decal Works. Great company, great guys, and also Fly Racing, of course, bringing you Jason Thomas. Goose is on too. What's up, Goose?
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
Good. What's your comment?
So, McAdoo, not the last race before that.
Yep.
I just want to know, how is it that a guy that red flags the race, right? You eat it, you're on the ground, concussed, right? And then
debatable.
Red flag the race, and then you get to line back up on the gate and get another chance at it. It makes no sense.
Did you hear the Pulp Show last week?
No, I did not.
Okay, yeah, we talked about that last Wednesday. We covered this. Concussed? I'm going to say he was not concussed. The doctors were down there, and you weren't, and he passed all the tests, and he answered questions and everything else. So I'm not going to say concussed, but I am going to agree with you, Goose. And I said this last week: if you cause a red flag, you should not be allowed to line back up. Now,
absolutely not.
Now, Jeremy Albrecht from JGR brought up a point like, what if you're totally fine and the red flag was thrown in error? Just, somebody panics, someone throws a red flag, but you're actually fine, and then you're not allowed to race. Well, I said, in the odd chance that happens, too bad.
An exception should be made.
Yeah.
No, I agree with you, Goose. If you cause a crash, and Bogle, it happened earlier this year, Bogle caused a red flag, got up, got back into the race. You shouldn't be allowed to
and
race.
at the end of the day, you still ate it too, right? You know.
Yeah, you still no. Yeah,
you're
you
going to be at the end of the pack.
You have to cause a
So
penalty.
The fact that you get
McAdoo
a fresh start is just ridiculous.
McAdoo was going to be 2 laps down. There's just no way.
And then he gets second, third, whatever.
Yeah,
he did
I agree. It's
lap later.
it's a dumb rule. And Paul, do you agree?
Yeah, I read the rule book about it, and yeah, I assumed that if you cause a red flag, you can't restart. But yeah, if you read the rule book, it only matters when it's a staggered start. Yeah. So.
Okay.
But yeah, and they didn't red flag it because he was not moving or anything like that. He was on that tunnel, right?
And he said he couldn't get up because of Charlie horse.
Sure.
You know, it wasn't concussion. It was a Charlie horse. So I'm with you, Goose. Yeah, the rule should be changed.
All right.
So thanks for calling, man.
Hopefully the AMA does something about it.
Yeah, we'll see. Thank you, man. Chances JT the AMA does anything about it?
I don't know. I think it has to be looked at. Could you imagine if McAdoo somehow found a way to win this championship? You know, I don't know, man. I don't agree with the rule. I think it has to be looked at. But your point's well made, right? You can't assume anything with the AMA.
Right. And J-Bone's point was well done, too. Like, hey, I'm okay. Why'd you throw the red flag? Like, oh, well, now I can't race because your decision. But you know what? In the odd chance that happens, sorry, you went down. You crashed.
I think the red flag was
no. He's saying
appropriate.
No, in that case for sure. But he's saying in cases where it's not appropriate.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't know. Have we seen a lot? I don't think we've seen many
inappropriate reds.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yep.
I've seen one inappropriate black flag. I can tell you that.
Oh, I remember
but
that
I haven't
one.
seen many. Yeah. I was really angry that night.
Yamaha LCQ Challenge, everybody. Marks, are you firing up your little machine there for the Monday after Salt Lake City 2?
She's locked and loaded.
All right, because we are going to give away a 2021 Yamaha YZ450F that night. Thank you to Yamaha for that.
I am buying a ticket day of because last 2 winners have come day of.
No.
Lies.
It was
something like that.
One was the day before, and the other one was like 3 days before, right, Mark?
I think that's accurate.
It was close.
Okay.
It was close, but
it was very close.
It was very close. Yes.
Still, reward the procrastinators.
It seems like Mark's little machine does reward those people.
I think it's just more the fact that more tickets are bought at the end, towards the end.
It shouldn't have to do with anything. It's random.
I'm just saying your chances of it being somebody
more
that
people
bought it
pile in late.
later
right.
are higher because there are more tickets bought later.
Paul's not happy with that one.
It doesn't like that one at all.
All right, so Yamaha LCQ Challenge, 20 prizes. First one's a brand new Yamaha YZ450. Second one is a pair of Yamaha generators, and it goes down from there. All of our guys from Guts and Decal Works and Roost and X-Brand and FMF and Fly Racing, of course, and Race Tech, they're all giving prizes. All the money goes to the privateers, 7 privateers. So please go on the link on my Instagram or on PulpMX.com. Buy a ticket, $20.
So you have a chance at 20 prizes with your 1 ticket this time.
No, you can only win once, right?
I don't know if we actually eliminate them.
Okay.
So you do the randomizer.
That probably needs to be worked
out.
out.
You do the randomizer
Typical
for the
Pulp.
Yeah, right.
You do the randomizer for the 20th prize.
Yeah.
And you win. That guy gets a chance to win prizes 19 through 1 as well.
I'll make an adjustment. We'll probably say that you can only win 1 prize.
Okay.
Yeah.
Easy fix.
All right. So you can only win 1 prize.
But 1 ticket, chance at 20 prizes.
Yeah.
Still.
Yeah, we used to go only like 7 deep, and the winner got a decked out Yamaha while we took all the things from FMF and everybody else, and it's all separate prizes now.
Cool.
So please check that out. Nick Schmidt's winning. I think Jeremy Smith is second. Schmidt, by the way.
He's clinching it.
He wasn't pushing really hard in 5th.
He's clinching
this past Atlanta 3. So thanks to the folks at Yamaha and all of you people. $20 gets you a ticket. All the money goes to privateers. We've given over $100,000 to these riders the last 2 years. So really, really appreciate all of you people for stepping up. So PulpMX Fantasy. Let's talk a little about that. Big plans for next year. We're excited to have it. We got an outdoor season coming up. We got the 2 rounds to go. Marks, can you pull up the championship
points? Yeah,
points?
is it tight?
I meant to ask you this earlier.
Yep, give me 1 second.
All right. But I got, seriously, like, Paul.
Yes.
You're really good at fantasy normally.
Huh.
Dan Truman, he's won a couple of bikes.
Yeah.
I have finished in the top 1,000, I think 3 or 4 series in a row in PulpMX Fantasy.
Mm-hmm.
Marks, whatever. I'm terrible this year.
That's not nice.
Paul You're terrible. Dan is slightly less terrible. JT was on fire early on, and it's kind of gone south for JT here too.
I'm still all right.
Okay, you okay with your placing?
Doing pretty well.
You're okay?
I mean,
Yeah, he's still pretty good.
It hasn't gone as well as I would like, but
Right.
I'm still doing well.
Okay. What's going on with us, Paul?
It's hard. There's a lot of people playing, and there's a lot of luck in the game. And I think on Saturday you were rewarded if you looked at the times, looked at nothing else, picked a team in 5 minutes, you got rewarded. That's what happened on Saturday.
Pick makes me, it just infuriates me.
What
to
does?
no
Sorry,
end.
what?
Enzo Lopes.
Oh,
that pick. Oh my gosh.
It's ridiculous.
But I just, what's going on? Like, I refunded 20 people their $5.
Oh, I know. You're questioning whether you're like been a bad person or
Dude,
why
what?
am I so unlucky? I get it. I'm with you.
I mean, I can go on and on with guys that I picked that sucked and then turned it on the next weekend or vice versa or whatever. Like, it is so bad.
Yeah.
It's just luck.
It's unbelievable. And that's why
It's
I think
this fucking guy's fault. It's Marx's fault.
If you look at the results, there's so many you've pointed it out. There's not that many two-digit guys in the standings
top
this
50
year.
or whatever, yeah.
And yeah, like anybody has a chance to win. Like you don't need to know much about this sport. If you pay attention a little bit, you can win a motorcycle.
Do I need to drastically change? Because I feel like I haven't changed the way I play. I feel like
maybe
I
you need like new trainer, new bike, new girlfriend. Like switch it up.
I need a new girlfriend.
Hold on. Well, but you got really Cindy after it started going poorly.
I did.
You started going crazy. So you got off your game a little bit, I feel.
Well, I didn't. I didn't go Sendy at all, and I did the worst I've ever done
Steve,
this
I
week.
looked at Steve's picks, and he was like, "Just go I'm
Yeah.
like, come on, man. You know the chances of success here are really low. So
10 national numbers in the top 100 right now. Marks just said. And Marks, what's the points for the bike?
So right now in first is the L Show with 36.43, and TLMX 20 is in second with 35.81.
So that's a nice lead, right?
62 points.
I think we need to get that guy on the fantasy pod. See how nervous he is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The L Show.
Yeah.
Honestly, the fight for second is pretty tight. Like the guy in third is only 4 points down from second. The guy in fourth is 10 points
60
down.
points
so
ain't nothing though.
Well, JT and Paul, do you like that 60-point lead? I mean, it's better than
Of course.
not. But I'm saying, like, does this look pretty good for this guy to take it home?
Yeah, I think so. But man,
would you just totally,
anything can happen at that shootout?
Would you totally just play it like 8 safe guys? Like I'm talking Savachi, I'm talking Dino. You know what I mean? Like, obviously those guys can miss the main. But,
I don't know. I did that this weekend, and I did horrible.
They're not locks for double.
Did horrible.
Savachi isn't a lock for double
I'm
points.
not, I'm saying just try to get 8 in. Like, is that? Yeah.
No, I would be playing off of what I think the other guy's going to pick.
Yes,
I would just be trying to mimic their team. That's it.
Yep. You look at who they have available to pick, and you have to do some strategy, right? And say, okay, they can't pick these guys, so I'm not going to pick these guys. Or
right.
Yeah, you have to kind of.
Yeah.
So you just copy them, basically.
Yeah,
you
that way you can't.
Okay.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, they can't pick these guys, so I won't pick these guys. Now, who are the best guys left? And then most likely you're going to be sharing multiple guys.
Yeah, if you eliminate the 4 guys, like yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Well, listen, it's been going terrible. I got to turn my season around for the outdoors. So we're giving away
starting fresh outdoors.
We're giving away a new 450 to the winner of this Supercross season. We got another one up for grabs for the randomizer, and we got a
250, I think, for outdoors.
250 for outdoors. Yes,
I think so.
Right.
And on that subject, Paul, I mean, really all that happened to you is you got on the wrong side of guys, and the same thing happened to Dan.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Oldenburg thing at Indy. Like you were just in that scenario time and time again, and those guys paid off, and you got burnt, and then you can't really come back from that. You just get on the wrong side, and then you're done.
It snowballs week to week to week because you can't pick the same guys you picked the week before, and it's just, sometimes you almost need to just like not play one weekend so you could have a fresh board the following weekend.
Yeah, and that kind of happened with me with Marvin. I got on the wrong side of Marvin a couple times, and then he was just pogo sticking bad to good, and I was just getting the bad end of it, and it cost me a ton of points.
Yep.
What a dumb game.
Stupid.
Terrible game.
Real stupid.
It's just luck, really, when it comes down to it.
And for any gaming commissioner people out there, it's not luck, it's pure skill.
Thank you.
Yep.
We got a question about Chad Reed from Spencer. Spencer, what's your question about Chad Reed?
Okay, so how much it's really Chad and how he affects Webb's mindset. They're very similar for a long time, and how much do we credit Webb's success to his time with Yamaha and with Reed on the team there?
0, I think, Spencer.
Yeah, 0.
Yeah. Right? Paul?
Yeah, they were not.
Yeah.
Like, Chad hung out with them before they signed, and then, like, once they signed, they didn't really hang out anymore.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think there are similarities, but I don't think it was.
Yeah.
Chad
like,
taught.
I think Webb's always been that guy. Webb has always been chip on his shoulder, like, it's me against the world, everybody else can F off, and that just happened to be Chad too.
Chad told me one time Webb had all the wrong settings. It was terrible.
Remember that year? Chad was great when it was hard, and Cooper was great when it was soft, and then flip-flop, they were
16?
Yeah.
16, I think.
I don't know. Anything else, Spencer?
No, that's it.
Thanks, buddy.
Thank you.
Jay, you got a Suzuki question, Jay?
Yeah. So it seems like these European manufacturers are just setting the standard with bikes, production, expansion in the sport, gas, and good for them, good for the sport. But I'm still nostalgic from 10 years ago. What happened to Suzuki? Is it the top of the manufacturer? Like, they're just not interested in racing? It just seems like from a common fan's perspective, they kind of just quit.
Jay, you should read the new Racer X magazine. I wrote a big feature story on Suzuki. I got some good information.
Well, never mind then. All right, thank you.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Well, okay.
They just won MotoGP, right? Year before.
I was going to say
they sell a bunch of scooters
and they bunch of money. Yeah, they dump money into that. All right. Also,
I went to Japan to see Suzuki twice in the last few years.
Thanks to the folks at Michelin. Our buddy Randy Richardson rode a GNCC e-bike race this weekend with Michelin tires. So he got 12th in his age group out of a bunch of guys. So good job for Randy. Michelin tires for the V-twin guys. If you're out there, the Commander 3 Cruiser and the Commander 3 Touring offer improved wet grip and enhanced tread life. Sport bike and track day guys, you can check out the Michelin Power GP tires. Michelin Enduro Extreme won the Erzberg Rodeo back in the day, and of course the Starcross 5 line as well. Crushing it with the folks at Michelin, motorcycle.michelinman.com. JT WPS sells a ton of Michelin. They absolutely crush it. So they do a good job with Michelin at WPS, among other places. So thanks to the folks at Michelin. If you're looking for a tire for your bicycle, for your dirt bike, for your street bike, for your touring bike, and for your enduro bike, check out Michelin and maybe change your current brand. And
check out my boat, dude.
Or check out your boat, either one. Thanks to the folks at Michelin for helping us out. I really appreciate it. Also, thanks to the folks at ProFilter. Pulp20 is the code to save at ProFilter, the Moto Concepts team, who are not having a good year, by the way. Use ProFilter. They've been active in the industry for the last decade, and they manufacture top-quality air and oil filters for dirt bikes, street bikes, side-by-sides, and everything in between. I love ProFilter because they have pre-oiled filters that I just take out of my bike, throw it away, and put a new one in. It's fantastic.
You're fancy.
It's great. I love it. It's the best way to do filters. Also, the Yamaha filter is very easy. Right
up, right high. Don't gotta
you don't
reach
dig
down
around
or nothing.
In there. No.
Yep.
God knows when you dig down in the airbox and you just figure
who knows
find
what you
those
come out with.
Spiders and rats and stuff.
Rats.
All right. Okay. Motocross talk. Paul, go ahead. You want to talk motocross, you said. So here's JT, and you guys can talk moto.
Who are you thinking, JT? What's the outdoor series going to look like? Because I'm kind of I'm thinking Osborne is going to be the guy, right? He's the defending champ. He's been kind of tuning up for outdoors. I think Cincerillo is going to be gnarly. I think Sexton will be good. But, yeah, I want to talk some outdoors.
Yeah, it's pretty wide open. I think my biggest question is which Eli Tomac do we get? And Steve alluded to this on the race recap because I posed the question, like, where are we at on Tomac? Is he just a guy now? And Steve made the point that this summer will be crucial in determining that. So, yeah, just to continue on that point, I really wonder where Tomac's at, because if Tomac of 2020 Supercross and earlier shows up, I think he wins. But if the 2020 outdoor Eli Tomac shows up, then it's anybody's ball game. And I mean anybody. There are, I would say, 5 or 6 guys that could be your champion, and that's not really stretching it, in my opinion.
I love the fact that, like, Ace, I've always liked this, whether it's the amateurs coming in or whatever. I love the fact that AC and Osborne have just been doing outdoors.
Yeah.
Just to get the jump on dudes. But then again, someone brought this up to me too. We have 3 weeks now after Salt Lake.
There's more.
3 weekends.
3 weekends.
3 weekends.
Oh, right. I thought it was 2 weekends.
No, so that's a lot of time for these dudes to get on their
almost
game.
a full month.
Right.
Wow.
it's like one day or whatever. Like, it would almost be a full month.
And 250s, I mean, are we just giving this to J-Mart?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I was trying to do that in Supercross, and look where that got me. So who the hell knows?
I do think
But
it'll
the
be
favorite,
a blue bike,
right?
though.
But J-Mart the favorite?
What do you mean, Troll Train? You're not going Troll Train?
Well, I'm going Troll Train, but, I mean, you guys probably won't.
I said blue bike.
I think Paul thinks that Nichols is going to win.
Really? Paul?
I think Justin Cooper is going to be really good.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got into
Nichols will be good, too, though. Yeah.
I got into an argument with somebody who shall go nameless, but you guys both know him.
Okay.
We were talking Nichols Craig. So I'm going to divert back to Supercross here. Sorry.
Okay.
But this I want to get your guys' opinion on this. And be straight with me. I know you guys all want to side with me. This one time, maybe you cannot side with me.
Right, yeah. That's usually my MO.
Right. So Nichols Craig, this guy was saying, like, Nichols deserves this because he's been injured so much, right? And it's been so long and everything else. And I'm like, yeah, but Craig kind of deserves this too. I mean, he's got one win. He's been hurt a bunch. He's fast. He should have done better. We all know Christian, can be on and off and everything else. And I was making a case like Colt and Christian are kind of similar careers here. Like, Colt's got more wins than Christian. Christian's got probably more heat race wins and probably faster times in practice, et cetera, et cetera. Christian outdoors last year was great. So this person I was debating this with was saying Nichols deserves this more. And I'm like, I don't know.
Deserves?
Well, it just would be cool. It's a cool story for Nichols to win.
Yeah, it's a
and
cool
I'm like,
story for both of them.
Right?
Yeah.
That's kind of where I was at. And this person was very kind of anti-Craigish. Like, saying to me...
I'm not there. Like,
yeah.
Colt has been hurt more to me. Christian has been more WTF to me. So, I don't know. I think they both would have a very unique and feel-good story.
Yes.
I'm kind of with you.
Kind of where I was saying. And this person was, obviously a little bit down on Christian, saying if he ridden for any other team, he would have lost his ride years ago. And I'm like, I don't know, man. He won heat races and he was fast in practice.
Fast.
Yeah, like
he goes.
It goes back to our question
He's
about
still one of the best guys you can hire for that class.
Right.
Look at him riding outdoors last year. That had nothing to do with him being,
Geico Honda.
Anybody's son-in-law or anything. That guy goes really fast.
Right. Right. No, I was kind of that way too. So, anyways, back to outdoors. So, we got J-Mart, we got Nichols, we got Cooper,
Faulkner. Who am I missing?
I mean, can Faulkner hold it together? Where are we at with Faulkner?
I don't know.
I'm gonna wait.
Lawrence?
We haven't seen him out. Yeah, I like Hunter. I like Hunter and Jet. Hunter and Jet. Yeah.
I think those guys are going to be right in the mix.
Me too. I agree. We haven't seen Faulkner outdoors in a while.
I think Hunter might be really underrated.
I'm with you,
If you look at how well he's riding Supercross, and if he translates that into his outdoor form, I'm pretty big on where Hunter's at right now.
2 years ago, he won 2 motos. He had one other. He would have won 3, but he got passed with AC on the last half a lap or whatever at Paula or something, right? Mm-hmm. So he had 3 moto wins 2 years ago.
You know? I'm with JT on that. I didn't think about that. As long as he can get through and he's been healthy, he's improved so much in Supercross, he's got a win. He'll be gnarly. And yeah, it's more of a traditional start now, right? We're back on the West Coast. It's not starting at a track,
But he's good at Paula, right? We know how well he rides that track to start with, so he could get started on the right foot.
Do you feel, Paul, that Tomac, will we just see a Tomac this summer that can win here and there, but is not dominant? JT seems to think we will. I'm kind of on the fence, but I would not be surprised if that's the Tomac we see. At the end of the Nationals, he's got 3 overalls and he's 3rd in the points.
No, I mean, I still think that he's easily one of the favorites, right? We can't forget that he did have a double DNF last year. So as long as, I don't think it's going to be domination, but it's hard to. We're going to see.
There was not, and I agree with you, Paul. There was not one race last year, and I went to a lot of them. There wasn't one time where I watched and I'm like, oh man, Tomac is way better than these guys today. Mm-hmm. Not one time out of 9 races did I see that or think that. And I've never gone through a series, maybe since 2015, did I watch Eli Tomac on a 450 and be like, yep, that's unequivocally the best guy on this racetrack today. I didn't see that once, and I haven't really seen it since. I mean, can you tell me a time this Supercross season where you're like, oh my God, Tomac, yeah, he's a lot better than everybody. I mean, he's won some races, he's been good, but he hasn't just been the dominant force that is Eli Tomac really since last summer.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I don't think it'll be as dominant, but I think he's going to be there. Like, we're going to have a more traditional series, right? We have 12 rounds again instead of 9. Familiar tracks. I just think that he should be there in the end. I can't. How do you, who are you picking if you're betting money? Who are you picking over the title?
Yeah, I think
him,
he's the favorite.
Right?
I agree. I think he's the favorite. Yeah. It's just not the same feeling, right?
Sure.
Before
I think
you
we're
win going, yeah, man, he's going to win. Like, give me a break. He's going to win. I don't feel that way right now.
As fans, I think it's going to be a hell of a summer in that class.
There's a lot of guys that can win, which is cool.
Yeah, it's going to be great. It's going to be,
it's going to be awesome.
We always say that.
Do we see Webb finally come into his own outdoors? Because we really haven't seen Cooper Webb do a lot on a 450 outdoors.
Not if he wins the title, Supercross title.
No?
Really?
Nah. Nah, I think those guys, if you win the Supercross title, you're so, I think that's it.
You've ticked the box.
Big exhale.
Yeah, you just exhale, right? And sure, you ride well and you're in the mix, but you're just like, I got a Supercross title.
Intensity's gone. Like, I tend to agree with you. I'm just kind of waiting for Webb to show up outdoors. Like, he really hasn't yet.
JT, we have a question here about Wageman. Do you want to take this?
Sure. What's up?
Okay.
I picked him in fantasy.
Oh, I thought JT did.
I did not.
Oh, Frank,
I did.
what's up with Wageman, Frank? What do you want to talk about?
Not a problem with Wade. I just was going to ask Jason if Wageman crashes causes a red, is AMA going to let him race?
Or you just mean a privateer in general? Yeah. Right.
Yes, a privateer, not Wageman himself. Winners, Saudis, whoever.
I mean, technically they're supposed to, but I can certainly understand your point. There doesn't seem to be a ton of consistency.
So interesting.
Across the board.
Sorry, interesting question. Cade Clayson called me today. He said, I was going to call in tonight, but I'm driving. He said a few years ago when he was racing Supercross, he crashed at Daytona and hurt his knee, and he was limping, but it was fine. And his wife said, why don't you go to the asterisk truck and get it taped up? They'll know how to tape it properly. Like, they'll do a better job of this. He said it was after practice. He was fine. It was sore, but he was limping, but he was totally going to race. He went to the asterisk truck, and he says it was a doctor from Florida. So I was thinking it was Casillas. I don't know. I don't remember. He didn't say it was Bodner. He says the guy from Florida. Anyways, that guy goes, I saw you crash. You're not racing tonight.
What?
Yes. And Cade was so mad, and he said he tried to line up for the heat race, and the AMA pulled him off.
No way.
And everything. The guy said, I saw you crash. You're not racing tonight. Cade's like, I'm fine. I just need a tape job.
What was his reasoning, though?
His knee's torn.
What?
Yep. That's what I said that to Cade. I said, come on. He said,
there is an incident that requires police to be on the scene, if that's me.
Cade said, because we were saying about, all this, they can't really stop you if you're feeling, and he said, no, they stopped me. He said he was so mad at his chick for suggesting to go to the rig to get checked out.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm blown back by that. That sounds...
Me too.
I don't even know what to think, yeah.
They said, I saw your crash. You're not racing tonight. Your knee is jacked. He's like, what? Yeah. So anyways, thanks, Frank. Thanks for the call.
Hey, a couple things. Also, trying to buy some raffle tickets. It won't go through. And then also Marty and Nancy Smith would like to give their family the best wishes this weekend for their services. 1 year later, the service.
Oh, is it this weekend?
Crazy.
Okay. Yeah, that was so sad. Marty was such a great guy. Nancy was awesome. Absolutely. Mark's, we don't have a problem with it. Because Frank, I just got like 3 people who bought like right now.
I would say try a different browser maybe if you can.
Yeah. Try a different browser.
Okay, I've got phone and Google. Okay,
thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, so Cade can maybe call in if he's listening, but that's the true story. Darkside.
What's up, guys?
What's up, bud?
What's up?
Stop having your lackeys from other countries calling in and asking you if you can come into the studio.
Hey, man, the fans are rabid.
Oh, okay, all right.
Darkside, if you come back to the studio, Steve says you have to go in the hot tub the whole time.
Yeah, I heard that. I mean, whatever it takes, I guess. Whatever it takes.
2 p.m. For mesh photos, Dark Side.
Unbelievable. Dark Side gets
What happened?
Dark Side gets legitimate media information on the new gear. He's accepted as a trusted member of the media.
Right.
And the release for the fly gear is at 2:00. He puts it out at 9 a.m.
You can't even blame a time zone on that one.
No,
Dark Side.
nothing.
That's
nothing.
a rookie
no,
move.
Just that's it. Just 9 a.m.
excited.
Hey, everybody, look at me. I'm the Pony Pod, and here's the new gear.
So it's like, hey, never tell Dark Side a secret.
I think that's I think
is
that's
what
basically
we learned
it.
from this.
Yeah. Now, JT, did you alert Mr. Pony to this, or how did he?
I called him.
So, Dark Side, you had no idea.
I thought I handled it pretty well. Like I was definitely stressing, but I knew it didn't do it on purpose.
Where'd he put it?
Instagram.
How many followers?
I don't know.
Dark Side, how many followers?
14.
Just a few thousand. Not enough to
Tits.
make a huge impact, but
It was fine.
Hey,
in big picture, it doesn't matter. All I was trying to do was stop a cavalcade of people just starting to post.
So,
and then
screenshot. One
at me.
screenshot, you're
Yeah.
screwed.
So, Dark Side, when he called you, were you like, "Oh, JT's gonna probably offer me a deal or something"? Were you like,
I thought I was getting a job.
Check out my boat, dude.
Is that what you thought JT was gonna do? Check out his boat, and then you're like, "Oh."
I felt really bad.
You can't do that, dude.
It was early in the morning. I scanned the email. I was excited. I posted the pics.
This is why, Dark Side, you can't be an elite member of the media. This is why.
That's why, huh?
That's why.
Yeah, I am a shitty media guy. No doubt about it.
Yeah.
Totally fair, I suppose.
Last time you get trusted with anything.
It's fine.
I
Don't
hope
feel
not.
bad, Dark Side. You didn't hurt anything.
Hey man, I got inside info that I haven't spilled the beans on yet.
Oh God! Oh boy! We're on pins and needles over here.
Should be. It's big stuff.
What is it, Dark Side?
So wrap up show this week. Mason Mill from Seal Savers.
Okay, saving the
And
seals.
the first time ever Tits Legendary.
What?
You know,
yeah.
Did you know Tits is down a cup size, Dark Side?
You're in Tits.
I heard you say that. Yeah.
I'm gonna give it like a 75% shot, so we'll see how it goes.
Oh, you're gonna just like not show up, like ghost him?
I can imagine your enthusiasm.
Be a strong
Wouldn't that be
move.
fun?
Strong move.
I'll do whatever you want, Paul. If that's what you want. to
No,
make this
no,
better.
don't rope
No?
me into this.
Okay,
Nope.
all right.
Why don't you do it, Paul?
Do what?
The wrap-up show.
I don't know what it is. Never listened to it.
It's the #1 wrap-up show in the.
It's the only wrap-up show.
Still number one.
Yeah,
Still number one.
Yes. It doesn't change that fact.
Still number one.
You'd bring a fresh take to it.
All right.
Completely fresh.
Thanks to Guts Racing, Michelin Bicycle Tires, Seal Savers, of course, and the folks at Motorsport for coming on board
I'll
with that.
come on there, Dark Side. Call me up. I'll do it.
Oh, JT's in. All right.
I'm
All
not
right.
scared.
You can have my spot if it's a big deal, but
Wow.
No, just work me in for like 5 minutes. It's fine.
First, he apologizes to me for being, for fighting me all the time, and then now he's gone on the wrap-up show. What the fuck's going on with JT?
I don't know. Maybe that's how he knows he can get under your skin.
What?
Living his best
No,
life.
I genuinely am trying to be better. I don't like the person I've been the last couple weeks.
He was quite negative about 2 weeks ago. Fantasy was affecting every aspect of his life. And
Fantasy shouldn't affect one iota of JT's life, in my opinion.
Well, I'm trying to be better. That's all I can tell you.
All right.
And I'm in the best spot I've ever been in fantasy. I'm at 817th. Inside
I think we give out ribbons for top 800.
Yeah.
We're
keep checking your mailbox, Dark Side. huge prize coming your way.
I'm inside the top 1,000. I think in one round I was leading for like 5 minutes, but other than that, this is it's been. Well, hey, I got a question about the Marvin neck brace thing. Paul touched on it briefly. So they pay him obviously to wear the neck brace. He doesn't wear the neck brace, he's going to lose money. What's the benefit of that? Because, let's say he gets one position better. Does that even play into his decision? You think?
The money doesn't play into his decision one bit. Marv is a millionaire. He don't care. But it's just such a mental thing, right? With these guys, it's just so mental. Marv's having an up and down kind of shitty year for him, right?
Sure.
So I don't know, right, Paul? You're just throwing things at the wall.
Yeah, I guess looking for a change, right?
Right.
And
Well,
you're
I'm
probably
sure
like
he's trying to. Sorry, Paul.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'm sure he's trying to not breach his contract by putting it on the podium or whatever.
Yeah, but if you're fly racing, JT, that is not holding water, right?
Oh, I get it. I'm not saying it's going to work.
Right.
I'm just saying it's what he's trying.
He's trying, yeah.
Like coming from Renthal and fly racing, do either one of you guys go, oh, no problem, bro? Right?
Honestly, we do. We do that all the time.
Okay.
We let people get away with murder.
It's a good point.
But yeah, whatever. I mean, who knows? Who knows how it'll go?
Right. Yeah, I mean, you let a media guy post the gear 8 hours early.
And we're both speculating on it, but maybe Marvin spoke to Liat about it beforehand. Maybe he was like, hey, I took it off this week during practice. I feel more comfortable without it. What do you want to do? And Liat's like, hey, we'll pay you, but make sure you're wearing it in every interview.
Yeah, no,
it could be that.
And you know what? If I owned a company and I had a guy that was as loyal as Marvin has, and all, I would do that. I would say, dude, whatever helps you get a better result and make you feel better.
But if you see him show up on the weekend and then he's not wearing it and then he's putting it on for the podium and it's on social media, it's being talked about on some janky radio show, and you don't know about it, I would be pissed if I was Mr. Liat or whoever, Mrs. Liat.
I wanted him to race. I wanted him to race with the one that was all lit up.
The one
Remember that one?
The one that when he comes out, when the vibes, when there's vibes, when there's vibes.
Right, vibes.
Right, out of the Christmas lights on it. I wanted to race in that one.
Yep.
Dark Side, you going to Salt Lake?
The finals, not the first one.
Oh, you're going to the second one?
Yeah.
Wow. Dark
I
Side.
got to do the finals.
He only comes out
Dark
with
Side, you should go early and stay with Steve at the Airbnb.
Nope.
Oh yeah.
No.
I'm in.
No.
Pony could come and sneak in your bed at night.
Stop it, Paul.
Crawl up your shoulder.
Whoa.
That's a little crossing the line there, Paul.
Yeah, that sounds gay, Paul.
Just saying. Be careful.
By the way, speaking of Sean Brennan, who gave Darkside a pass for the final round, St. Jude, stjude.org/Supercross auction. It is live now. There's a guitar autographed by like 4 dudes from Dean Guitar.
That thing was cool. I saw it.
Yeah, Webb, Roxon, Tomac, and Barsha all signed it. So please check that out. Go to stjude.org/Supercross auction. There's jerseys and crap from Webb, Roxon, Tomac, Barsha, AC, AP, Marvin, Dean Wilson, Chase Sexton, speaking of our guests tonight. You can also go on there and bid to be an exclusive co-host on the Pony Pod 1 week. Darkside will fly you out, put you up in the co-host as a Pony Pod. So there's an auction for that.
Appreciate the heads up on that.
Yep. All proceeds benefit the children of St. Jude's Children's Research, so please check that out. Go there. There's a link on Supercross website as well. All right, Darkside. Thanks, buddy. Anything else?
I think that's it, guys. Have a good show.
Hey, make sure you tell us about your big news.
I can't. Top secret.
Oh, okay. Thought I'd get it out of you.
9 a.m. tomorrow.
Yeah, 9 a.m.
3 hours before it's supposed to the embargo ends.
Right. All right, Darkside. Thanks, man.
Yep. All right, see ya.
Thanks.
We need to get a drop for when Pony comes on of like a horse. What's the sound that makes it like neighing or whatever?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Can we do that?
Yeah. When Pony comes on.
I believe we have the technology.
But
yes.
wait, that's a horse. He's a pony. Is there a pony sound? Is there a specific, like the ponies make a sound?
Will this one work?
Check out my boat, dude.
We can start playing the My Little Pony theme song or something.
No, I think you just make that noise, like the whatever it is.
Yeah, we need to do that. Can we get that?
Yeah, we'll work on it.
Okay, all right, fantastic. All right, JT, thanks for coming on. Fly Racing of flyracing.com. We'll see you at Salt Lake. You are not staying in between the 2 Salt Lakes.
I'm
You're
not.
going back to work at WPS and all of that. So thanks, man.
I want to be wined and dined, and I'll just say it, 69.
Wow, they're coming in hot. Drop right there. Nate Thrasher coming up here as well on the show right away. Paul Perebijnos, brought to you by...
Don't say it.
AOS, Art of Sport.
Oh, cool.
I read that in the beginning.
I thought you were going to make me be brought by Vortex again.
I've done that, haven't I?
Yeah, you have.
It's great. It's awesome. Chuck is also brought to you by 100% Goggles.
He's brought by X-Brand.
Sorry. By X-Brand, yes. I confused myself. When Charles is here, he is brought to by X-Brand Goggles. PulpMX bringing you Nate Thrasher on the show. For 25 years, Vortex Racing has been a leading manufacturer of MX race components, boasting intelligent race design, a proud supporter of the show. They got exclusive discounts. Kyle at vortexracing.com. The V3 handlebar, wide range of bends. You can ride with confidence knowing that Vortex has put years of R&D and testing into the super strong bars without sacrificing weight and speed. Also, when you look at the Vortex Racing sprockets, the Star Yamaha riders all use these guys, whether it's AP or Mookie or Dylan or Thrasher or J-Mart or Cooper or Craig or Nichols or Fry.
Good job. I think you got them all.
What about their amateur guys?
Romano. LeBlanc.
Do they all use Vortex Racing?
Levi Kitchen. Yes.
All using Vortex Racing sprockets. And so please check that out. Email Kyle at vortexracing.com to get a deal on that. And Vortex Racing bringing you one of their riders next on the show here tonight. This man just won 2 out of the 3 Atlantas in great performances. We're happy to have him on the show for the first time. It's Nate Thrasher. What's up, man? How are you?
Good. How are you guys?
We're good, man. Thanks for coming on. Congratulations on the win. I mean,
wins.
The wins. Do you just have to go to the LCQ, Nate? Is that the key here? Is that the more track time?
No, I don't think that's the key, but didn't hurt the first round for sure, but the last round was not ideal, but got a little lucky with the gate.
Yeah, really, right? I mean, honestly, the season had been going so-so for you. I'm sure you weren't stoked on it, and that win at Atlanta 1, like, what was the difference for you? Was it really, like, a little bit more track time, or, like, what was it that you got the lead, you just checked out? Did you find some settings in your bike? Did Will Hahn give you some inspiring words? Like, what do you amount for this turnaround in the season?
I feel like it's just been starts. Like, we haven't really been up there in the get-go at the first start of the main events. You just got to be up there, and I kind of got stuck in some guys' pace in the back. So you just got better at that. And then once I got up front, I just rode like myself, like I know how to ride.
Mm-hmm.
And it worked out really good. But I feel like the starts was a big key, and then just putting myself up there in the top, up there with the front guys, and not being in the back, getting stuck early, and then by the end of the motos, they're too far out. So that was one of the big keys, I feel.
Yeah, I guess as an amateur too. I mean, you raced some nationals last year, so it's not like you don't know what you're doing. But
yeah,
I guess as an amateur, you're not really back there with guys that are trying to take out your front wheel too often, and then you're trying to change your line to get by them, and like that had to have been a bit of an adjustment to ride in all that traffic, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's like the level of competition is way stronger when you go to the pros, especially on the West Coast this year. It's pretty stacked. So got big names up there, and just couldn't find my flow. And once I got a bad start, it kind of hindered me to get up there with the front guys because I was getting 15th place starts and stuck in the back. And I ended up coming up at the end. But in the beginning, it's so hard to pass because everybody's fresh and not tired, and it's tracks are just kind of hard to pass sometimes. But at the end of the motos, when you make up the most ground on guys, and you just run out of time at the end, so there's really not much you can do. So you just got to get up there off the start, and I feel like that was the biggest key. And then confidence was another main key for me. I mean, once I've got confidence now, it's like I belong up there. I feel like I belong up there. So you go out there and just nail the start every time because you know you belong.
I was thinking like, okay, so maybe the bigger speedway track gave you more room to move, longer laps. Like, I was trying to figure out if that played into your strength. Do you think it did, or was it just a coincidence that, it was just a start, like you've mentioned a couple times here, or was it the track also helping you a little bit?
I mean, the tracks obviously didn't hurt, but I feel like it was still pretty supercross. Like, it wasn't really like Daytona at all.
No.
They were very physically demanding. I mean, those roller sections and stuff were just killers on your body with supercross suspension. So it was very tough. All of them were very tough. We had big whoops, the last one, very big, and they were long. So it was, and the rhythm was tricky. A couple of rhythms were tricky there. So I feel like the tracks, it did help. I mean, they were a little bit wider, as I noticed. So it was a little bit more room to work. And the starts, it was finally just picking the right gates, and it kind of just all came together. And Tuesday was good too, but just didn't quite get on the plane. Just quite didn't have the speed that day, but still a good day.
So we know how Bobby Reagan is over there at Star Racing. We know the way he's been with riders over the years. So until your win, like, was he up your ass, Nate? Like, how was Bobby Reagan with you, before the win? Were you getting worried that he was going to take your bike away, or like what was going on?
No, I wouldn't say he was too mad. I mean, like I said, there's a lot of good guys, and I knew I was riding good. I was just missing a few things. And it wasn't like just riding terrible all day and practice and stuff. I was just a little bit off and just a little bit just not right there and just not perfect. So we just went back and worked on the things that we need to work on. We had a big break, which was very lucky we had. We normally don't have those. So we got the big break, and we just fine-tuned some things, and it just worked out. I mean, you're working with half a second that turn into a lot, during the main event. So if you can pick up a half a second, a tenth here, a tenth there, they just add up. And I think that was the biggest difference, just picking up tenths of a seconds around the track. And
so
ended up in a win.
Are you saying Bobby was cool? There was no.
I mean, I put a lot of pressure on myself.
Okay.
I wouldn't say he was cool.
Okay.
He wasn't on me. Wasn't on me.
Right. Okay. Yeah, because he told we had Kyle Peters on a few weeks ago, and Kyle rode there years ago, and Bobby told him like in his first race, like, well, maybe you're just not cut out for this. Kyle Peters like, what? like I had one bad race, like, you know what I mean? So Bobby's not scared. That's all we're saying, right? So.
No, he's definitely not scared. He has said a couple things like that, but
there we go. No.
Just turned it around for the main. One of them. So that was it.
Yeah, absolutely. Were you yourself like? Look, you're a super fast amateur. You had some. You had a lot of success early on. Were you getting down on yourself, or were you questioning yourself? Were you changing things? How frustrated were you getting? Like, were you starting to punch holes in the walls or kick the dog or something? Like, how was your mentality before the win?
Yeah, I feel the first 2 rounds obviously were not good, and then Arlington, they had that little break there and worked on some things and got better for Arlington. I think we made a couple steps in the right direction there, and just wasn't where I wanted to be, but we started getting laps up there in the heat races and stuff like that. I was running speed and I had good qualifying and stuff like that. So I feel like it was a step in the right direction, but still wasn't where we wanted to be. And then Atlanta came and didn't qualify the best. I haven't qualified that good all year really, but just in the main event, just got out front and just like not really shocked myself, but just put in my laps. Wasn't really concerned about anybody else. Didn't ride anybody else's pace, and just started pulling away. So I was like, well, I mean, if I just keep doing this every time, I mean, I can do it. So that just kind of boosted my confidence a little bit. Yeah. And I would say the biggest thing is amateurs. I know I can win. I go out there, and I know I'm supposed to be up front. I can win. I know I'm the best guy.
Right.
So you just kind of, when you first race in Supercross, you really don't know where you're going to be. You know what I mean? So you're just kind of trying to find your place. And then just kind of found my place a little bit at Arlington. The results didn't show.
Right, but you felt better.
I had a couple of crashes, but felt better. Was in the top 10 every time, and just started chipping away. And then we went back working on some more things. And then there, I felt really good going into Atlanta. I was really riding good, and was expecting a podium that night. The heat race went really good, even if I didn't make it. Crashed, so that I had the fastest time, so I knew it was going to be a good night.
I wrote about this in my column. At Atlanta 1, Nate had to go to the LCQ, of course. After the LCQ, you win. And Paul, he goes, you know what? I'm riding really good tonight. My heat race was great. I think I can put it on the box tonight. And I'm just like, hold on, kid. You've never done better than 9th. Like, and now you have a 20. You have the 20th gate pick, or not, whatever. You have the 19th gate pick. 19th gate pick. Settle down, Nate, is what I'm thinking to myself. Like, settle down. And then, dude, you did it. Like, that was awesome to see that you knew how well you were riding. I was just like, okay, sure, Nate. Yeah, sure, on the box, But props to you, man. That's awesome.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was just it's all confidence-based, I feel, with a lot of sports. All sports in general, if one guy loses his confidence, it's kind of hard for him to come back.
Right.
And I feel like once I got that confidence that I knew I was one of the best guys, it just is a whole different mentality.
Paul, can you think of a guy that hadn't been better than 9th and then pulled off a win like
no,
early on?
We talked about it a little bit, and that's why I think it's really impressive. And I think the second win just is a real big deal, right? Because sometimes you need a couple little things to go your way, but if you can get them to go your way and you get over that hump and you get the first win, then it's something flicks in their head, and they absolutely know they can do it again.
Yeah.
And now that he has, I'm real interested to see how the shootout goes too, and how outdoors goes, because obviously he has confidence now, which is cool.
Yeah, the outdoors you got to be feeling good, Nate, because this is something that you're aware of. You did a bunch of motos. You know how it goes.
Yeah, for sure. And one thing going into outdoors, I'm glad I got to race those 2 rounds last year. because now I kind of know what to expect and going into outdoors, and we're just going to go out there and fight the best most we can, and we're going to try to put it on the box every weekend, and that's the goal. So we just got to go out there and do the best.
Paul, can you imagine how good he'd be if he didn't have Will there? Like Will's bringing him down.
Right.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Like
Will was probably the one in his ear after the LCQ giving him his lap times.
Yeah.
I would imagine.
Exactly.
But
now, Wilbur's a great guy, Nate. We're bugging you. He's awesome.
Yeah.
He's great.
Yeah, he's amazing.
Hey, so we all know kind of that off-season stuff with you and TLD and Justin Barsha, and you jumped ship and everything else. You went over the Star guys. How much, I don't know how much you were caught into that, if it was your dad or your mom or like agent/agent or whatever. Like, was that stressful for you? Were you wondering what was going on? Because there was a point where Barsha was gone, then he was staying, and then you left. And, like, play that out for us a little bit. What was that like in the off-season for you?
Yeah, it was a little crazy. I mean, going into outdoors, I was supposed to race in Millville with TLD.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
There was a post, all kinds of stuff, yeah.
Yeah, and I was supposed to fly out that Thursday. And they got some wind of what was kind of happening, and then they were like, well, you're not going to be able to race unless you because they were going to gas, so they had to you had to change your deal because it was you had to sign a different contract, obviously. So, like, you're not going to be able to race unless you sign this contract and stuff like that. And then that kind of went south, and I ended up going with Star. I felt like it was the right move for me at the time. And they needed Barsha, but they could have held me for 30 days.
Okay.
That was kind of like where the trade came in.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they could have held me for 30 days, and I wanted to do a couple outdoors. So Bobby Reagan was like, yeah, well, we'll give you his rights if you'll let him go now. So that was kind of what happened, and then they let me go, and I had like a week on the bike before Thunder Valley.
Dude, that had been a pretty crazy time for you, that whole thing, because you're like, oh, I'm racing Millville, it's my first national. Oh wait, no, you're not. Like, right? Like, that had been nuts.
Oh yeah, for sure. And then I had 1 week on the Star bike, and it was totally different. I mean, I was still on an amateur KTM bike, so it was way faster. So it was definitely a lot to get used to. Different suspension, clutch, different everything. So
right.
It's a lot to get used to in a week, but we made it work.
Right. Yeah, that's awesome. That was a cool, interesting story for us in the media to follow that and kind of see what was going on. And then, Yamaha was happy to get you, of course, and Gas guys, they wanted Barsha all along. So it was really, really interesting to see how all that dynamics work behind the scenes.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like it kind of worked out for everybody.
Yeah.
Hey Nate, who's your mechanic? Because I think I met him when I worked at Pro Taper and you were part of Orange Brigade. Is that the same guy who works for you now?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's the same guy.
What's his name?
Yeah, he's Matt Fisher. He's been my mechanic ever since. He's been my first and only mechanic.
Yeah, that had to been, or that has to be cool and valuable to you, right? That you were able to take that guy into your pro ride, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, we've grown close over here. It's been for 4 or 5 years now. So yeah, we're definitely close, and yeah, it was a big help. I mean, when you know your mechanic and trust him, it's definitely a help for sure.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, oh, that's awesome. I really like that. As a former mechanic, I like to see that. That guy gets rewarded for, you know what I mean?
But I don't think he wasn't with you at TLD.
Yeah, he was.
Oh, he was. Oh, that's real cool.
Yeah.
Oh, good for him.
Yeah, that's a lot of moving parts to get all that.
Yeah, that doesn't always happen, right?
Yeah,
a lot of these guys
to line up.
Yeah, a lot of these guys get left behind. You know what I mean? So that's cool that you took them.
For sure.
Where'd you grow up, Nate? Where are you from? What part?
I'm from Livingston, Tennessee. It's a little bit in between Nashville and Knoxville.
Oh, okay.
Right in the middle, and then right in the middle of Chattanooga and all that. So I grew up there, and it was a pretty small town, I would say. And then just didn't really. My brother used to race dirt bikes and wasn't very good, and we just locally raced. And then I kind of got into it bigger when I was like 7 or 8, I would say, and what still was not very good, and just been working ever since then. I mean, I made it to Loretta's 1 year. My first year at Loretta's I was in the 10 to 11 65 class, and then I went to a training facility, and then I went to NTF, and I've been there since.
Oh, okay.
I was started 250s, then I went to Alton Bakers.
So from being from Tennessee, you must have been super looking up to Alex Ray, Tennessee's own Alex Ray.
Yeah.
I don't know where he's from in Tennessee, but somewhere out there. So we got Mike Brown, Nate Ramsey, Thrasher, and Alex Ray, Tennessee's own. Right? Am I missing anybody?
I don't think so. Yeah,
I
Brownie's
don't
for
think.
Tennessee.
Not for sure.
Brownie's from Bristol,
me and-
Tennessee. I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah.
Are you buddies with Brownie?
Yeah, we're pretty close. And when I train with
TLD.
Alden, he
Yeah.
used to stay with me at my house in Florida.
Dude, he's a legend, Mike Brown. Just
Oh, yeah.
just an
Yeah,
animal,
for sure.
right?
Oh yeah, it never stops. Never stops. You can't sit still.
He can't. You're right. It's a good point. Yeah. Nate Thrasher brought to you by Vortex Racing. He's got Vortex Racing on the back of his Yamaha YZ250F. Email Kyle at vortexracing.com to mention you're a PulpMX listener, and you will save with those guys. And so thanks to the Vortex Racing guys for bringing Thrasher on board. Nate, by the way, too, Nate Thrasher is a fucking cool name.
Real cool.
That's a real cool name.
Thank
Like I could totally pull chicks if my name was Steve Thrasher or Nate Thrasher.
Flash Thrasher.
Yeah, or that. So good job on that, Nate. I know you had nothing to do with it, but that's a really cool name. Weege like to say he coined your nickname, Nate the Thrasher. I think that's super lame. But he says that's your nickname.
Yeah.
The.
Yeah, I don't know how he came up with that one. It's okay. I wouldn't say it's the best. But,
Okay, yeah.
and,
Yeah, he's very stoked on that. I'm like, no, Weege, that actually kind of sucks. So, you think you're better at Supercross or motocross?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'd say I've rode motocross my whole life, so I would say I'm pretty good at both.
Yep.
But we'll see this outdoors. I'm feeling good.
You feeling good? Yeah, I was going to ask you, how's that doing? Because, dude, you go out and you got Nichols and Cooper and Craig and maybe the 450 guys, and you're just sitting there going, holy shit, these guys are fast.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you know you're close to those guys at the test track, you know you can go win. So,
Right? I know.
Yeah.
I heard Paul, and Nate can't really confirm this too, but I just heard that Craig again was smashing everybody at Supercross, like last week or 2 weeks ago.
I think Craig smashes everybody during the week, no matter what they do.
Right? Nate, is it just nice to watch Christian ride?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't know if there's a better guy on the whoops than Christian. Hammers the whoops every time. It's amazing. It's great to watch.
How about those whoops this weekend, man? Oh, my God.
They're gnarly, for sure. A little bit gnarly for practice, and then they didn't really tone them down for the race, and they had a big gut in them.
Yeah.
The little bit I saw of Nate on TV, he was hitting them damn good.
Yeah, I thought you were doing pretty well on them. So.
Thank you.
Hey, man, thanks for coming on. I appreciate it. Congrats on the wins. Really, really impressive. Man, let's keep that up for sure. Great work out there, man. Thank you for coming on.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
All right.
Have a good one.
Thanks, Nate. That's Nate Thrasher, everybody. Brought to you by VortexRacing.com. Seems like a nice guy.
Yeah, I think he's really humble, nice kid.
Do you think if you're Fry, who is struggling worse than Thrasher was, does Nate winning help you or hurt you? It could help you because you're like, look, he was in the same boat as me, and he turned it around. Or it could hurt you being like, holy shit, now I'm the worst guy.
Yeah, I think that's your mindset, but the reality of it is it really puts you on the bubble for staying there.
Yeah, so it hurts you.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you know what internal team politics are like.
And they got this amateur who's just crushing everybody right now. That's coming.
Who's that?
Levi Kitchen.
Okay.
So
I'll believe it when I see it.
I don't know if he's gonna.
Fry's coming. You know what I mean? Cantrell's coming. Like, watch out for Swole. Like, yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see.
We'll race him when it's time.
Right. He's good.
We'll race Ryder D. We'll get there. We'll race him when it's time.
But yeah, Kitchen's good, and there needs to be room on that team for him. So I would imagine right now Fry is the one on the in danger.
Cameron McAdoo coming right up here on the show. Race Tech rant time. I want to thank the folks at Race Tech for coming on board. Motor work, suspension work. They do the nuclear blast Yamaha as well. They offer CNC machining skills as well. If you're a motor builder out there and you want to get the exact same modifications done to each and every motor, you can sign an NDA with the folks at Race Tech, and they'll do the motor for you. Zombie Blos, get well soon. He uses Race Tech. Again, the nuclear blast Yamaha guys do. Get your motor work done. Paul, you're a former mechanic. Get your suspension oil changed, people.
Yeah, that's
like
a big
seriously.
Deal.
How many people are listening to this that probably just have this garbage oil in there?
Tons. It's changing your oil just is a huge deal.
Just bushing seals oil.
Yep.
Just do that.
Yep. Way more often than you think.
Right, absolutely. Race Tech, call them, mention PulpMX, save with those guys. My rant of the night, my Race Tech rant of the night, it's not even, it's just gonna, it was in my mind today. I had a race related one, but Fuck it. My mountain bike trails today, I ride the same one a lot, and there's one of them so there's a bike shop that you can rent the bike from, right? And then so all sorts of people rent bikes, e-bikes and regular bikes, and they go on these trails. And they're really easy and basic, right? From the truck,
Okay.
from the bike shop.
Okay.
There's a trail that bends to the right, kind of swoops down a little bit, and then you have a rock. I'm gonna say it's 3 feet tall, pretty slopey, steep backside, little starter rocks on each side, and you ride over the rock, right? Okay. Now, when I started mountain biking, I did not ride over this rock. It was a little scary. It's a big rock. How am I supposed to ride over this thing?
Okay.
I walked this rock for, I don't know, a month, let's say. I don't know how many times. 6 times, 8 times before I rode over this rock. My buddy did it. It looked really easy, but I don't know, right?
Okay.
Point being is there's a line to the left of the rock, and you just go around it.
Okay.
Okay, just go around it. It wasn't there when I was doing it, but it's been there now in the last 8 months, let's say.
I'm confused how you're going to get to a rant, but go ahead. Keep going.
Okay, so my point being is these assholes, and I think they're Strava assholes. I don't know who they are. If I caught them, I'd ghost ride my e-bike into them because parts are free and tits will fix it.
Larocco, Kudrowski, Redbud, ghost into him.
Like, look, this rock is a little intimidating. There's a lot of people out there that just ride mountain bikes for the first or second time. They rent them from the bike shop and they take off. It's 10 minutes from the bike shop, so it's early in the ride.
Okay, so what is the point here? What's the rant?
These fucking guys keep stacking rocks up.
Oh, around the cheater line.
Next to on the cheater line, so you can't go around this rock. Like, who the fuck cares? Okay? Like, there's people, like I see chicks, older people all the time getting off there to walk their bike over this rock.
Oh, so the trail's not labeled like advanced trail or
no,
something?
No, none of that. So, like, who's stacking these rocks up, Paul?
Getting off your bike to stack rocks.
Yes.
That's a bit ridiculous.
You're taking 30 minutes, 20 minutes out of your ride to find. So every so often, these rocks are gone. Like, people like, fuck your rocks, and they move the rocks. So that 50%, whatever number you want to put on it, 50%, 30%, whatever number you want of people who cannot go over that rock. Mm-hmm. And I would bet, again, being a bike rental shop, blah, 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 let's go 30%. 30% of the people that can't ride over that rock have to walk their bikes because these assholes are stacking rocks on the cheater line. Because the Strava fucking idiots are worried about people cutting over this rock when realistically, Paul, it's 0.3 seconds to go over this rock. You know what I mean? That's no big deal. Like, it doesn't.
You think it's because of Strava?
Well, that's my point. Who else would do that? Who's blocking this trail? Who's so angry about this trail over this rock that they're stacking rocks a foot high?
The same people that are keyboard warriors, I would imagine.
That was actually me. Sorry about that. I was. I knew it'd get to you, and I was hoping to watch you crash. And
you don't know what I'm talking about. You don't go right out there.
No, I don't. Yeah. But I know I've seen behaviors like that where they keep you from going off for whatever reason.
I get mad enough at the people who stack the rocks for the cheater lines.
That's the mountain bike community sometimes, though. There's like the real freaking weird ones in that.
Sounds gay.
In that.
What I don't get,
right? That like yell.
Like this is not an easy rock to ride over for people who aren't mountain bike experienced. So why do you want to have them get off their bike and walk over this rock? Why don't you just let them ride around the rock, Mr. Rock Stacker?
I don't know. Can we get some? You're a mountain biker. What do you think the reason is?
Fuck you, Rock Stacker.
Yeah.
Mr. Rock Stacker, Mr. or Mrs. Rock Stacker.
Is there, have you looked on the Strava, like for the segments, is there, is it competitive? I don't know. I mean,
there is a segment, that is a segment, but I don't know.
Usually when you've got like a section where you've got your switchbacks, right? And then they'll go and they'll do stuff like that to make sure people don't go to, start cutting corners or stuff like that. But I don't know that I've actually seen something where it actually does it keep getting rebuilt?
Yes, it keeps getting rebuilt. It's probably been built 3 or 4 times.
I think it's just a bitch move that you're actually stopping your ride, your exercise to do something like that.
I agree.
Or even the one that's stopped to take
I 100% agree.
Right?
That's
ridiculous.
their life is they go out there and they build trails and
stuff
like that.
This rock, if you're a beginner mountain biker or whatever, older, like you can't ride over this rock. Like it's intimidating. Like I walked it, right?
Sink or swim, man.
It's like I just don't get these jerk offs.
This is riveting.
I want you to just.
I don't have that one. I don't have that one.
They all the ones that are shitting on me, they have.
Oh.
I don't get the shitting on Steve ones. So that's my race tech round of the night. Mr. or Mrs. fucking Rock Stacker, fuck off. Fuck you. Fuck you. That's what I got to say to that.
I want you to make a sign and then plant it in the ground and say, please stop doing that.
Now, I've thought about kicking all the rocks over, but again, I don't want to stop. I just want to keep going. And I ride over the rock. I ride over it. It's no problem. I'm going to put this on Instagram. Next time,
yes,
I'm riding. I will
like to see
Instagram
it.
this, and I will Instagram story this for people, and you will get an idea what I'm talking about. All right. That's my round of the night. Fuck off, Marks. What's yours?
I don't have the
Okay,
I
what's your rant?
I don't have the motocross stuff to drop.
I bet it's on there.
Oh, okay. What's my rant?
It's not.
My rant. Me and Marks will get on a rant here. So I'm watching Race Day Live, and I don't like to complain or say anything because I feel like everybody does that. Everybody's always critiquing these guys, and I get it. It's hard to run a production and do all these things. I'm sure it's harder than I think, harder than most people think. But Race Day Live is for us dorks. I pay whatever the monthly fee is for Peacock. I don't care what it is. It could be $5 or $50. I'm paying for it because I'm a fan. I want to watch. This week's Race Day Live, it was horrible. I didn't get to see anything. I didn't even know the whoops were tough because they showed the whoops, but it was always unseated guys or it was whatever. But like in the A practice, the 450 practice, I got to see one guy go through them fast. It was Mookie. And then they kept showing me McAdoo's crash, or they kept showing me this or that and all this. And I pay for practice. I want to see the fucking practice. Like I didn't get to see Anderson one time. I didn't see Wilson one time. I didn't see Chase Sexton one time. We kept going to Kenny rolling. We kept going to Cooper rolling. Like literally 80% of the practice was Cooper rolling around, talking about Cooper, which I know the storylines. I'm following the sport. I feel like Race Day Live should be for us dorks that know what's going on, and so we can see the track and watch practice. They can put all that fluff in the regular show.
You have a good point. No, you have a great point because the people who pay for that, who watch that Race Day Live, like they're into it, dude.
That's what I mean. I'm into it. Right. I want to see it.
I got a lot of complaints. Generally, I don't care about you people complaining about the TV. Like, fuck off. Like,
yeah,
I get it.
People.
Yeah, I don't want to hear about it. It does suck. There's things that suck, but just watch the race. But having said that, like, I got a lot of tweets that people are like, dude, they literally never showed a fast lap.
I honestly, I didn't see one. I didn't see a full fast lap. Not one.
They see this. Who's making those?
I don't know, but he was shitty at his job this weekend. He or she. My opinion.
Marks, would you like to weigh in?
I mean, I don't really have a whole lot other, to say that Paul hasn't covered. Like he said, the people that are watching qualifying are involved. New fans aren't really going to be watching that. They're still trying to dumb stuff down. You got what's his nuts trying to like explain things as if somebody is watching for the first time and they actually care about it. Like they don't. Like just give us what we want. It's like they purposely miss who's on a fast lap. You'll see them start the lap and they switch.
Yeah,
to someone rolling around, and then they'll switch to someone that just finished a fast lap, and they're like, "Oh, he just did a heater. He just crossed the finish line. We missed it."
I pay for this
so bad.
I pay for this package, and I'm watching the goddamn AMA live timing. That's been the same for 20 years. That's what I'm watching because there's nothing of value on the TV.
It's rough, man. It's rough.
Oh, Marx's rant every week.
And again, I never bitch about it, but like I noticed it this weekend. For some reason, and it was just it was because Anderson was going fast, the whoops were apparently big, but I didn't see any of that. Again, all I saw of Anderson was his interview. That's it. I didn't even know what color his gear was if I didn't have a phone and go on social media. I didn't know he had different color gear and whatever the hell he was wearing.
Do you feel that they're doing it on purpose at this point?
Dude, it's like they're trying to spite us. Like they're tired of us complaining, and they're not tired of us, but they think it's funny or something, and they're just doing it because they've been doing it a lot this year. It's not just this weekend. Like Paul, Kellen was here, we did the same thing. We had the same rant. And
it's COVID.
I think they're just losing. They're losing what Race Day Live is for, or who it should be targeted to. Again, that's not, I think, your general or new fan. Like
right. No, like the TV show. I don't agree with it. But I understand. I understand it. But the Race Day Live, you guys are into it. People who are watching that are into it. Right? I mean, hey, Brayton was good on that.
Yeah,
first two.
He's been there a lot too. Like the last 3 he's done. Yeah. He's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's your race tech rant.
I guess so.
And mine is the fucking rock stackers.
Yes, it is. You don't like the rock stackers.
Are you a rock stacker? Is that? I noticed you didn't say much.
No.
I'm
not even I've never worked on a trail even.
I want you to pick up the rocks and literally throw them as far away as you can.
Yeah.
So they have to take the time to go find them again in every direction.
This is Vegas. I'm sure there's rocks everywhere. But
Yeah,
but still.
Yeah, but still.
I don't think you should let their idiocy bind you up so much.
It doesn't bind. I just feel sorry for the old ladies and older people that rent bikes and are like, I gotta walk over. Like, I'm on for a nice bike ride. Here I am, Red Rock Canyon, yay! And then, you know what I mean? Like,
wall.
I feel bad for those people. Like, I don't care. I ride over this rock like all day long. I could ride over this rock.
Why don't you set up like a deer camera and catch somebody in the act?
That would be as much as bad as stopping to stack the rocks.
Yeah, you're right.
At my other trail, there's a
check out my boat, dude.
There's a switchback up a hill on my other trail, and there was a trail going straight up it, and it was steep and it was gnarly, but it was a good little climb. Or you could take this switchback. So, Mr. and Mrs. Rock Stacker have been stacking rocks so that you can't go up the steep line. Like first of all, Strava would know that. That's not a segment.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Strava, it's so off of the switchback that Strava would know you're way over here instead of doing the switchback. So why are you stacking rocks there, Mr. and Mrs. Rock Stacker, to stop me from going a harder climb?
I don't know, man. Like I said, I'm not a mountain bike guy at heart. Like whenever I go mountain biking, I literally peel out of my driveway and try to pedal the entire time till I get back to my driveway. I don't stop.
Right.
I don't take some. Actually, no. I go to the top of our mountain, I stop, and then I go to the bottom. But that's it.
Okay. All right. Wow.
But I'm not. Yeah, like checking out the sites and stuff. I'm trying to go.
Are you checking out your boat?
Yeah.
Check out my boat, dude.
All right, DJ, what's going on? DJ.
Hey guys, huge fan of the show. Keep up the great work.
Thank you.
During the race on TV, they said that Justin Cooper had the championship clinched if the race ended at that point. So what was the chanceability that the AMA had the championship trophy there at Atlanta 3 if Cooper won that championship?
Probably not high.
They had number one plate, I would think.
You think?
I would think
by
so.
then, yeah. Okay, maybe they have. Nah, maybe. I don't know. I would say no, but maybe. I do know. They've always had it at title clinching stuff.
I feel like if you work at the AMA, you just know, like, hey, 3 races from the end, we have to have number one plates there, just in case.
Just in case something happens. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know.
Good question.
Good question, though, DJ. Thanks, man.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Good night.
2 is no.
Yes.
What up?
No.
Well, I just read an article on the Vital that Star Racing protests pro circuit racing for Atlanta 2, and I was curious of what the protest is actually about, other than the McAdoo.
I don't know what it could be. I have no idea because there's a certain time after the race where you can't protest anymore. You know what I mean? Like a time limit for protests for the results to be official.
Right, and you're right, and they've been posted.
Wait, where'd you read this?
On the Vital.
On the forum?
On the Vital.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Don't worry. There's
I mean, they might. They've protested a lot of things, so maybe they did. I don't know, but I don't know what they could have done that.
Yeah, it's against. According to this article here, it's against Kawasaki or pro circuit Kawi.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I mean, I guess I'll wait and see. Who knows?
Okay.
All right. Thanks, man.
Typically, if it's on Vital, it's about 4 weeks old from when it actually happened.
Yeah, maybe. Cameron McAdoo coming right up here on the show. I want to thank the folks at Ride Engineering, of course, ride-engineering.com. PulpFan20 is the code to save. Gas riders can get rid of their hard-mounted bar mount clamp combo with a set of red split triple clamps from Ride Engineering. 3 components are required. The one-piece anti-twist bar mount hardware kit consisting of polyurethane cones, bolts, and machine sleeves, and the triple clamp set that comes complete with stem and bearing. Cost is $835, but you can save $167 using PulpFan20 code. Only 10 sets in stock for gas riders. Please check that out. Use the code PulpFan20 to save on anything at ride-engineering.com. Thanks to those guys for coming on board. Please check them out. I want to thank the folks at motorsport.com. We got the Tweet at Tits segment coming up. Fly Racing, Decal Works, Vortex Racing, Racetech Suspension and Engines, Vertex Pistons, X-Brand goggles, Michelin Starcross 5, Maxima USA, Firepower batteries and chains, Pro Filter, Scoche, ORW, guys at FMF, Atlas neck brace, of course, the Chiz using Atlas brace. Pour one out for the Chiz. He's hurt. God damn, he's hurt. I thought Chiz was going to go 17 for 17.
That would have been cool to
with
see.
With his X-Brand goggles and his Atlas neck brace and his Firepower. Works Connection, PulpMX 20 is the code to save with Works Connection. Kenny Roxon using the Works Connection Pro launch device, among other riders, of course. Guts Racing. Hey, Andy from Guts called me to tell me they are looking to hire for an office manager there, and they're doing big things at Guts Racing. So please, if you're in NorCal, contact Guts Racing and email a resume over. They're also looking for some office people as well. So if you're in NorCal and you want to work with an emerging great company, the guys at Guts, you ever dealt with Guts for anything?
No.
They were Pro Circuit sponsored. I know
Not
that.
when I was there.
No? Okay.
No.
GutsRacing.com. Please check them out. They're looking for some people to work there. Get Data, OGO Power Sports. If you want a deal on a 9800 or you want a backpack like I have with a laptop sleeve and all these cool compartments, or they want the rig bag as well, email us using the contact form on PulpMX.com, and we'll pass it on to the folks at OGO. They'll give you a deal. Art of Sport, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, WUSA, Ride Engineering, Works Chassis Lab, Intense Cycles, all on board with us. The guys at W, John and the boys down there doing good. Their Edge wheel sets. I just got a Instagram message the other day. A guy called there. Use the code, save some money on his Edge wheel sets. So thanks to the folks at W. They're supplying a lot of teams in the pits with wheels. So whether it's a Talon, whether it's Excel, whether it's the Edge, they'll build a wheel for you at the flat track. They can do flat track. They can do older bikes. The guys at WUSA will dial you in no matter what. We got to go on hold for 3 hours? What? The guy on AJ is on. AJ, you there?
I'm still here.
Dude, you've been on hold for 3 hours.
It's all good. I was listening to the show while I was cooking.
What's your question?
What you cooking?
Some trout, some sweet potatoes, and some strawberries.
Okay. Okay.
Strong, yeah.
Yeah, trying to go on that JT keto life. But
oh boy.
But anyway, I was listening to that the Rhino thing on Gypsy Smells or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
Gypsy
and he said something around like the bikes are too much and it takes away the talent and the skill level. Do you agree? Or is the skill level up and it's down?
I've been saying that for years. If you added up all the times I've been saying 450s have ruined Supercross, you'd have a lot of money. They're way too powerful for these stadiums. They absolutely ruin the rider's skill. It's so easy to come out of a corner and go 4-4 and make a turn and go 4-4 again. I mean, two strokes, you had to be mistakes. You had to hit your shift points. You had to be in the right power band. You had to rail a turn perfectly. Absolutely, yeah. 4 strokes have made Supercross way easier.
And also, too, because you guys are both former mechanics, and I feel
Paul doesn't have a Summercross title at all. So
was that AMA sanctioned even?
No.
Yeah, even with like the technology, how the bikes are evolving and upgrading every so often, do you think like I'm not saying it's kind of pointless to have a mechanic, but like what the mechanic went to school for and what they trained for is kind of taken out of the door because they really just plug it through.
I would say more because Anthony, mechanics don't they don't do the motors. Not a lot of them do motors anymore, and suspension, they don't do suspension, and so they really are just bolting motors and suspension onto a frame, and torquing everything. Yeah. So more than ever, there's a EFI guy now. There's a data guy.
Mm-hmm.
So more than ever, mechanics, you don't even jetting a bike anymore. I used to have to jet bikes. Mm-hmm. So you're not even doing that anymore, right? So you're right. The mechanic has never been, and riders have trainers and coaches. And so they're not even asking a rider or a mechanic for like lines advice or, you know what I mean? They're not asking.
Yeah.
So you're right.
Your solution, where to fix it?
What's that?
What would be your solution if you were to fix it? Besides bringing back 2-stroke.
Yeah, that horse is out of the barn, man. I don't know what you'd do anymore. You know what I mean? Like, I proposed to an AMA guy, hey, maybe we should put ignitions. You supply the ignitions, and they're severely restricted.
That
on
was
RPMs.
the MXGP talk for a while.
Right. And they're restricted on RPMs, and here's an insert for your exhaust that chokes the thing down. But then the AMA guy's like, okay, but what if the ignition fails and a rider crashes and we get sued?
Yep.
And I had no comeback for that. So, you know what I mean? Yeah. So that's how I feel like that. Yeah. But, hey, you know what, man? You've been on hold for so long. I'm gonna give you something, all right? Because that's dedication. I like that. 3 hours and 6 minutes. Give us your shirt size to Tits Legendary here. We'll send you out something. All right, AJ?
Yeah, cool. Appreciate it.
Thanks, man. Thanks for holding.
Dedicated.
All right. ORW. If you've got a truck and you want to go to one of the shops, you can go to Temecula. You can go to San Diego. You can go to out here in Vegas. You got one in Corona. A lot of spots to go to ORW to check it out. Or you can go to their website, offroadwarehouse.com, code PulpMX to save you money, offroadwarehouse.com. They're supporting Team Chaparral with Mumford and Shock. Shock had another good race again. This guy has been really good. ORW is the place to go for all your truck and off-road accessory needs. Please check them out. Latest in truck, Jeep, Overland, UTV, racing products from all the industry's leading brands. Everything. They sell everything from suspension kits, tires, and wheels. ORW, offroadwarehouse.com. Use the code PulpMX and save with those guys. ORW is pleased and proud to bring you our next guest of the night. He's a friend of the show. He's been all over the news. It's Cameron McAdoo. What's up, man? How are you?
Oh, I'm sore.
Dude,
how are you guys?
Mark's here told me you got 25,000 new followers after Tuesday's race. I don't know if you care or if you noticed.
Yeah, a lot of people were into that, I guess.
Yeah, dude.
It's not really the way I wanted to gain fans, but
right.
Yeah, it was a crazy night, that's for sure. I guess I didn't really, honestly, throughout the night, I didn't even really know anything was so special. I was just like, I'm okay, and I'm still able to do my job, so I need to go do it. And
right.
You know, a lot of people thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, it was pretty neat. It gave a lot of us to talk about it and everything else. Obviously, look, the race didn't go the way you wanted to Atlanta 3. Was it some of it due to being sore, being a bit weaker in spots? Did you feel like any of that held you back from riding? And then, of course, you had the practice crash too. But do you feel like any of your Tuesday stuff resulted in a poor race on Saturday?
You know, that's obviously been like a big talk, since Saturday. I think that whether I was maybe a hazard on the track or whatever people might want to chalk it up to. But actually, I really don't feel that way. In practice, I did the least amount of laps as I possibly could. And I felt like the few that I did do were good laps, and I felt pretty good on the bike. Like I was obviously very, very sore, and my left leg was the biggest thing. Like I wasn't really able to put it out in corners because it was my groin is so it was partially torn. So that was a big deal. And the practice crash, that was literally on the last lap of the last practice, and I just came up short on that quad, and I do feel like that was the crash was caused by not having maybe full strength in my legs to really hold on. And when I came up short on that, I don't think it was maybe just so much strength, but it shocked my leg, and kind of did the same thing as when it originally happened. And that's kind of why I went off the triple the way I did.
Right.
I'm usually pretty strong in a situation like that, and I guess I wasn't able to be. But so like that was a big crash. That was not what I needed at all. And then going into the heat race, I was just like, I'm gonna get through it and see how I feel. Like.
Right.
So everyone could probably see, I was very conservative in my heat race, just to make sure I was good to go and could string some laps together. But when it came to the main event, obviously the first crash in the first section was I kind of ran wide. That section kind of favored into everyone running to the left a little bit, and I was just on the left side of Styles coming into that double in, and we doubled together, and I totally ran out of space. I had nowhere to go, so I ended up on a tough block, which shot me back into the track, and then there I went right in front of Blows, and he kind of frame cased me in a way. So that was like a super big bummer. I was crazy bummed to have that happen, and then to see him laying in the track, you know, unconscious, that's always scary as a rider. So, but that absolutely had nothing to do with any of my injuries or anything to do with my crash on Tuesday. That was just a total like racing incident, 20 guys going into a rhythm section, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But, yeah, and then the rest of the stuff in the main event, like I got a pretty decent start in the second race, and I think I was running maybe fourth or fifth, and felt like I was going to have some pretty good pace and a chance to have a good race night. And it was, I don't remember who it was, someone else in my teammate Seth actually were right in front of me, and they kind of came together in the whoops, and they were seemed to be like they were crashing, and I was middle of blitzing them. That's obviously kind of been one of my stronger suits this year. So I was in the middle of skimming them, and I had nothing I could do. I smashed right into the back of Seth, and fell over. So that was another deal that really had nothing to do with what I was dealing with my injuries from the Tuesday race, and got back up, and I was in 7th or 8th, and then had another little altercation with someone else, and that really put me back. I was on the ground for a little while there, but yeah, that I would imagine it's pretty fair to say that you really can't chalk that one up to have anything to do with what I was dealing with. So, you know, honestly, the string of events kind of led to look like it was because I was injured, you know. But I mean, I was definitely not at my full form. That's pretty obvious. I don't think there's any way you could be after what I dealt with on Tuesday.
But there's also other racers out there many times that are not on their full form, for sure. You know?
Yeah, totally. I mean, how often is everyone on their full form? Like,
right.
You know, I don't think anyone goes through a full season and is at every race at their perfect form. That's, you know, we're racing dirt bikes, but you know, I definitely don't think it's fair to say that it was dangerous for me to be on the track. I qualified 3rd out of practice, and I mean, I was riding okay, you know.
Yeah. I mean, obviously you saw. I mean, I couldn't agree less with the AJE owners' social post. Hunter Lawrence came out in a Honda PR. I don't agree with him either. You saw some of that stuff. I mean, what's your thoughts on that? Are you kind of like, whatever? I mean, you just explained that side, you know, your side of things, but the backlash a little bit, are you taken aback by that a little bit?
I guess I didn't even really see anything that AJE posted or anything that Hunter said. You know, I've seen obviously a couple little things here and there that
Hunter, I'll read it back to you. Hunter said, I came through the pack in 5th, and then Cameron nearly fell off his bike going in the sand section. I don't think he was where he needed to be mentally or physically. He swerved right in front of me.
Oh, wow.
So, and then the AGE guy was basically saying, you know, obviously Blos is riding for that team, and he put out a post that I just can't agree with. I'm just like, come on, guy. So.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. I guess, like I said, everyone is entitled to their opinion and whatnot. I did actually get a little bit sketchy in the sand right before that for that over and under bridge where Hunter kind of ran into my back wheel. I didn't even know any of that happened actually until after the race when I rewatched it over with Hunter. I do remember kind of getting a little squirrely in that sand, but the whole deal when he kind of ran into my back wheel, I think that was a total. It wasn't my fault.
Right.
You know.
Yeah. It's
I guess
nutty.
If you know me, like, and me riding through a sand section, it's not always going to be straight, whether I'm at my full form or not.
Yeah.
So I mean, like I said, everyone could be, you know, entitled to their opinion, and that's what that is. But I felt like it was a good choice for me to race that night, and it was, you know, what I was going to do.
Yeah. The Marchbanks thing, Paul Perebijnos here said he would have went back to his pit and would you say punch him? deck him?
I would have been pissed.
And then
that
you
one.
said you would let the air out of his rental car a year later.
Yeah, I would have held a grudge for that one. That one would have pissed me off.
So props to you, Ramit, for maintaining some class there, because that was greasy. And Marchbanks, actually, I saw tonight, Marchbanks put on social media, he apologized to you. He apologized to the Pro Circuit team. He said he's taking a break from social media for a while. So he seems a little contrite about it, but that was greasy.
Yeah, that was tough. That was a bummer. But, like I said, I mean, we're racing, and I honestly don't – I mean, there's a reason that even after the race when they pulled me down to the podium to do an interview, like I don't mention those things because that's not something that I can control afterwards, and letting my emotions fly is not – it's never going to be a positive. So I can have my opinion on I mean, I can have my opinion on how that should have gone or why that happened, and so can anyone else. But I just keep it to myself, kind of, and go on because I want to race forward.
Right. Yeah. It was an eventful Atlanta for you, Ramit. It was very eventful. Good God.
And the thing that's kind of the biggest bummer for me is that I've really worked hard and spent a lot of time on my consistency and being like a more solid, version. And I felt like I've done that. I've done well with that this year so far. And out of 8 races, I've had 6 podiums and I've had a lot of heat race wins, and I've had a lot of consistency, I felt. And then, there's been just those couple times that it's just like, dang it, like, and that was how it seemed like, I got the ball rolling in Atlanta, and it was just, a few of those things, and nothing more wanted me to, prove JT wrong.
Yeah.
What JT said.
I know that JT's always been a little, I know that he's got a lot of question marks on me, so I'm like, I want to prove him wrong this year.
Wow, listen, I mean, I generally speaking, this is a career year for you. You've looked 100% better, and Atlanta didn't go well. It was very exciting, but it didn't go well for you. But generally speaking, I feel like, you've taken some big steps forward, and to call you a title contender next year, indoors and out, you will be one of the guys. You know what I mean? And that's the kind of step you've taken. You went from a fill-in ride to a last-second ride to being a title contender indoors and out. That's pretty damn impressive. So, I think you've stepped it up big time.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and like we've worked our butts off for it, and there's a lot of things I need to improve on too, and I still can. Like, a lot of the things that happened in Atlanta, I've even Nick, my trainer, and I have gone back and watched film and gone over the reasons why each thing happened and what we can do to not let that happen again, and you name it. So like I'm doing everything in my power.
Yeah.
To be the best version of myself that I can.
Do you think you hit neutral on the Tuesday crash?
I didn't. No.
Okay.
I really don't think I did. Like,
okay.
That was one crash that I guess even when I rewatch it, I'm like, dang, like,
what happened?
That's gnarly that happened. Yeah. Like,
yeah.
Most of my crashes, I can be like, all right, yep, I did this. Like, like on the whatever. Most every crash, I'm like, I did this wrong.
Right.
Right. But I rewatched that and I'm like, dang, like that's gnarly. I don't really know how that all went together and happened, but it happened quick.
Do you have any injuries that are going to hold you back? Anything? Obviously, your general soreness and your everything else. But do you have anything that's going to kind of, you got a week off here? Anything that's going to hold you back?
The biggest thing for me right now is my groin and my leg.
Okay.
It's not great right now, but we're 48 hours from the last time I was on the bike. So it's super swollen. It's black and blue. But I've been at therapy all day today with Dr. G and doing cold hot therapy. And we're going to do everything we possibly can to get it, back to perfect. So, that's definitely the goal to be back in form to fight for a race win here in 2 weeks in Salt Lake, because that's obviously the title's a pretty far shot right now.
Right.
But I still want to go do my job the best I can.
Yeah, absolutely. Off-Road Warehouse bringing you Cameron McAdoo. Whether you have a truck, Jeep, Overland, UTV, whatever it is, they'll dial you in. They install everything they sell, from suspension kits, tires, and wheels to steps, bed accessories, and more. 5% off with PulpMX.com code. They support the Team Chaparral guys with Mumford and Shock. How about Shock, McAdoo? Cody Shock's been good.
Wow, he has.
Yeah.
He's actually probably been like the most
improved
surprise of a guy.
Oh yeah.
This year in my class, I think. Like,
I agree.
And nothing against Shock at all either by saying that. Like, that's not taking anything from him. I'm like, I think I remember the first time I remember seeing him was, I want to say, Salt Lake City last year.
Yeah.
And geez, he's like,
dude, he couldn't get through the whoops. He couldn't get through the whoops.
Yeah, I mean, like, when I rewatched, I think it was Daytona, I was like, holy crap.
Yeah.
That dude, like, he was in, like, fourth for forever.
Right.
And, but then, like, multiple times he's been, like, inside the top 10, well inside the top 10.
Right. No, he's been doing good. So Off-Road Warehouse supports them with Mumford and Shock, ORW. It's the place to go for all your truck and off-road accessory needs. Marks, I feel like with McAdoo, like, I wrote this in my column, but I feel like we knew McAdoo when he was like a small club band selling out 200 seats. You know what I mean? And we were going to all the shows, and we loved him, and we were on board. And now McAdoo is like playing the stadiums.
He's the band. He's the band that you say that, oh yeah, we saw them in this little venue.
Right. I feel like we knew McAdoo before he blew up.
We started the mosh pit.
Right.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, I feel like PulpMX was there before McAdoo just went worldwide. So, just FYI.
Yeah.
Cam.
Yeah, I definitely. I raced a two-stroke at Straight Rhythm. I remember going up to the top of that little drop-in thing and being like, holy crap, I haven't ridden a two-stroke since 2012, a YZ125, and that was when I was that was back when I was in like middle school or high school, just riding with my buddies on the weekend.
Yeah.
And this guy just was like, you want to fly out to California to race Straight Rhythm?
Right. And you're like, I got no money, so I got no money, so I need the was it $2,000? I think you made $2,000. I don't know what it was.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah,
and it was worth it.
Oh yeah, you were like, cool. All right, I said, I'll guarantee you, like, I don't know what I said. I'll guarantee you $1,500, and then whatever goes from there or something.
Yeah.
Oh, good times.
That was a fun weekend though, and then even just like, there was so many different times too, like Geneva and even Paris. I'll never forget some of the stories from when we went to Bercy and the club sandwich and Mathis was just like, geez, get over the club sandwich. We're in Paris, you guys, and we're like, dude, it's the only thing that we know is safe to eat. Like, we're good. I got a Caesar salad.
In Paris?
I'm like, we're in the best city in the world for food.
Yeah.
And Brayton and McAdoo are like, nah, we'll go our club sandwich from the hotel.
Yeah, that ain't me. I would be out.
I'm like, you guys disgust me. But hey,
But then I got a Caesar salad, and it came with like
anchovies,
full
probably.
Anchovies on the top of it.
That's the proper Caesar.
Yeah. Yes, it is, but when you eat it at 6 and your night show starts at 8 and then you're on a heat race line and you're burping anchovies about to throw up, it's not so great.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, great, right? We got a call on you from one for Cameron McAdoo. It's Sam. Sam, what's up? What do you want to say to Cameron McAdoo?
Hey, McAdoo, or Whackers, whatever you want to be called. Look, I just want to say you're a badass. Straight up, you're a fucking badass. I wouldn't say I wasn't a fan before, but for sure, you 100% made me a fan with everything you've done. Look, you're a lot younger than me, straight up. Like, I'm 26. I don't know how old you are, maybe 20 years old. But you're an inspiration, straight up. You're an inspiration. And honestly, you're a badass, straight up. You're a fucking badass.
No, look at Sam. He's just all over it, McAdoo. He's your fan.
I just want to say you're a fucking badass.
Why were you not, Sam? Why were you not a fan? Like, what happened?
I know. It's not that I said I wasn't a fan. It's just like he's a lot younger than me, so it's like I don't it's like he's a kid. He's a kid to me, you know.
Right. Got it.
So, it's not like I wasn't a fan, but it's just like he's a kid.
Yeah.
You know, I don't like. I wouldn't say I wouldn't look up to a kid, but
got it.
In this case, you know, like he's a kid, and honestly, at this point, you know, you can't help but look up to him. You know, it was incredible. It was simply incredible.
Love this guy right here.
Major props to what you did on Saturday, Tuesday. It was incredible. It was incredible to see you getting taken out and get back up. Don't talk shit. I would have absolutely gone off on the podium if I was you. Absolutely gone off. Absolutely.
Yeah, Paul would have taken the rental car tires and stabbed them.
Oh, worse than that. I would have you don't even know what I would have done.
Right.
Like, it would have been terrible. And major props, for keeping it classy. And that's all I wanted to say, I appreciate that. And major classy move. And I hope nothing but the best for you. You definitely gained a fan and hundreds of thousands of fans for sure, and major props.
Cool. Thanks, Sam. Yeah. Cam?
Sure.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, I appreciate that.
Thank you. Thanks, boys.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I bet your DMs must have just been insane, Ramit. Insane, right?
Yeah, it was wild. Like I guess, like I said earlier, I was like, I didn't expect that to be like such a thing. I was just
right.
In the heat of the moment, I'm like, I got to race,
Yeah, I'm honestly, I wasn't that. I just, you have a lot of heart. If you're gonna race, you're gonna race. I wasn't. I mean, I thought it was cool. Like, I'm like, oh, that's awesome. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I wasn't. If you weren't knocked out, which you weren't, and the doctors assessed you as being okay, and you acted, like you were there, like, yeah, he's racing. Like, I don't know. I just kind of
exactly.
Right. I'm just.
He's not mathematically eliminated.
No,
he's not.
Yeah, I know, right?
I mean, Cooper could not make the main event at a shootout. He can get hurt between now and then. At least you still have a chance. I mean, granted, it's not great, but it's better than.
Especially in a shootout where anything can happen.
A shootout, a lot of shit can happen in a shootout.
I mean, there's basically two circumstances that makes me be able to win the championship. So.
Right. Well, hey, man, thank you for coming on. I appreciate it. I'm sure you've been hit up by a ton of people and, you're all of that. So I really appreciate you taking the time to come on the show and talk about your very exciting Atlanta. Just very exciting. Oh, it's great.
Hopefully Salt Lake's very exciting in different ways.
Yeah.
And maybe I can start recouping my rental parts budget from Perebijnos. I racked that thing up. I think I'm on my way to go to all the dealerships around here to start buying bars if I ran the PC team up on the budget.
I'm sure Peyton is just like, oh my God, this guy. He's just Peyton. It's great though. It's awesome. So thanks for coming on. I appreciate it. Good luck with the Salt Lake City, and thanks again, Cam.
Yeah, thanks guys. Thanks for having me on.
All right, thank you. That's Cameron McAdoo, everybody. Brought to you by OffRoadWarehouse.com. ORW, supporters of the Chaparral team. What'd you think?
I love it because he just doesn't give up, and there's not. I don't see that as much in younger kids anymore. I think it's cool. And again, like, this is a goal for him, right? Like, he won a race this year. That's a goal. He won a heat race this year. That was a new goal. He had a red plate. That was another new goal. And now he's gone to the final round of the season mathematically with a chance to win a title.
Yep.
Like, those are all big goals and things that you need to tick off before you can win a title.
This was a guy driving Craig's motorhome for a while, filling in at Troy Lee, getting the last spot at PC, and like kind of dude,
good for him. He has worked his way into a career.
Right. I had to give him $400 to upgrade a flight one time. I felt so bad for him.
That's cool.
Yeah, absolutely. I love it. Good dude. All right, commercial break here. We'll come back with the motorsport.com tweet at Tits segment. Commercial break here. And so thanks for sticking around, everybody. We'll be right back after this.
Ha 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 ha.
Those who love motocross know Motorsport.com has the knowledge and expertise to make your next ride your best ride. Motorsport.com has a broad selection of in-stock parts and gear at competitive prices. We specialize in bringing you OEM and aftermarket parts, riding gear, and accessories for dirt bikes, motorcycles, ATVs, and UTVs. All thanks to the most dedicated and experienced team of gearheads in the industry who use the very parts we sell on motorsport.com. Motorsport.com always offers fast shipping and free delivery on orders more than $79 to ensure you never miss a ride. Whether you race on the track, ride the trails, or commute on the street, shop motorsport.com today for the best customer service and experience when buying the parts and gear you need to stay on 2 and 4 wheels. Make your next ride your best ride, only at motorsport.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning Factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Hi, it's Tomax superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win is Michelin motorcycle tires. And Michelin is introducing many exciting new tires for 2020. For V-twin riders, the Michelin Commander 3 Cruiser and the Michelin Commander 3 Touring tires offer improved wet grip and enhanced tread life. For sport bike and track day riders, the Michelin Power 5 tire and the Michelin Power GP tires feature the same architecture and profile for effortless sport bike setup from street to track. If you'd like to have the same tire that won the 2019 Red Bull Ayersburg Rodeo, the Michelin Enduro Extreme tire is the tire for you. And the Michelin Starcross 5 tire range is now available for young motocross and off-road riders in sizes for 50cc bikes and up. To learn more about these and all other Michelin two-wheel products, check out www.motorcycle.michelinman.com. Visit your local dealer or online retailer and follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Want a chain and sprocket kit but aren't sure what you need? Then call Vortex EK at 800-440-3559 and get hooked up with the right sprocket and chain kit for your bike. With more than 30,000 possible gearing combinations, Vortex EK has more gearing than your garage has room for. It's a ridiculous amount of gearing for nearly any bike. Join the ranks of Star Racing Yamaha and Supercross champion Dylan Ferrandis and run a Vortex sprocket. Available in red, blue, black, orange, silver, and Kawasaki green.
Yes, green. Call a doctor because things just got sick.
Warning may cause extraordinary power, excessive performance, and speed so fast your eyes will bleed.
Call Vortex EK at 800-440-3559 and mention promo code PulpMX 2021 and get the best deal on your next order.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Steve.
Kiefer.
Do you want to hear about one of the best rides I've ever had?
Dude, it's not time for After Dark yet.
Chill down, dude. I just want to talk about race tech stuff.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
Gosh, man. Basically, I've had the chance to do some stuff with race tech recently with the CRF 250R and, of course, the KX 250. And as you know, I've talked about on the show, I wasn't a real hardcore fan of race tech stuff back in the day. But since Rob and Andrew and those guys have assembled at race tech, the stuff has been great. So, for you guys out there listening, if you guys are looking to get your engine work done or even some suspension work, or as Steven says on the show sometimes, get your seals and your oil rebuilt in your fork and shock. Get it rebuilt. It helps. 15 to 20 hours. Head over to racetech.com. Check out. They even got a cool little simulator. You can look at what size spring rate you might need for your bike. So a lot of cool features over there on the website. But and as you know, Yamaha Blue Crew guy over here, you guys have some of that on your bike.
It's fantastic. Zombie Blows uses it. Jerry Robin uses it. Starling, all of those guys over there. Malcolm Stewart won a Supercross with Racetech stuff a few years ago. Pulp19 is the code to save. Mention PulpMX when you call. You can save on the service. You can save on motor work. You can save on springs if you just want to do that and get it put in yourself or do it yourself. Racetech is the one-stop shopping for motor and suspension work. You can also mention the code HOMELIFE2020.
That's better. That's a better code, I think.
We'll do either one. Just listen, people. Give your bike some love. Get your suspension modified service. Get your motor modified serviced with the folks at Racetech.
Good people.
For over 30 years, Decal Works has led the industry in quality and customer service by offering the best custom motocross graphics, plastics, seat covers, and rider ID products. Decal Works is officially licensed with Honda, Kawasaki, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and Gas. Their expert staff will go above and beyond to make sure your questions are answered. Decal Works is a proud sponsor of Red Bull KTM Factory Racing and the Rockstar Energy Husqvarna Factory Off-Road Team. Visit decalmx.com and be sure to use promo code PulpMX at checkout. Quality, service, and knowledge is what makes Decal Works stand out. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
Hey Pulp Nation, Andy from Guts Racing. We are the leaders in seat technology. We feel like for any need that you have with your seat, we've got you covered. For 2021, we're going to be adding more colors to our product line, and we're going to be adding more merchandise to our product line. Also new for 2021, we've expanded our distribution through motorsportoutlet.com. So please support the people that support Pulp. Support Guts Racing and also support motorsport.com. Hope to see you guys at the track soon. Once again, this is Andy Gregg from Guts Racing. Thanks again to Pulp Nation for all the support.
Over 65 years ago, Vertex Pistons was born out of a small technical workshop in northern Italy's famous Motor Valley. Expanding and maturing among the racing legends of
Ferrari, Lamborghini, MV Agusta, and Ducati.
Today, Vertex Pistons are the pistons of choice for motorcycle riders and teams throughout the world. Because of their renowned reputation for exceptional quality, Vertex Pistons is a factory piston supplier to
KTM, Husqvarna, Beta, Gas, and TM.
From the Motocross, Supercross, MXGP, GNCC, National and World Enduro Series, you can find Vertex Pistons winning championships. Vertex Pistons strives to provide you with world-class factory technology at a very competitive price. No matter which brand of bike you ride, when it's time to rebuild your top end, Vertex Pistons will have your engine performing better than new. To see our full range of 2-stroke and 4-stroke pistons in replica, high compression, or GP-style configurations, visit us at vertexpistons.com or stop into your local dealer and ask for a Vertex piston kit today.
Hey guys, it's Mathis. Look, if you're still not wearing a neck brace in 2020, it's time to go get one or at least think seriously about it. It's been over 15 years since the neck braces first came out. They're not the clunky, oversized devices they used to be. Atlas came in and changed the way all neck braces were designed by introducing flexible technology to the world and proving that neck braces can be something you can actually ride in while performing at the highest level. Look at Jason Anderson winning Supercross championships, or look at Martin Davalos or anybody else. Don't take my word for it just because I have 2 Manitoba championships to my name. Wait, I have 4. Just look at how many other brace designs look like the Atlas one. Atlas pioneered all the modern neck brace features and have been refining them ever since then, while the competition has been trying to catch up. Grab the brace that's been leading the pack. Check out atlasbrace.com. Get yours today. There is a Pulp discount if you check out sponsordeals.com on pulpmxshow.com. So be like Chase Sexton, Martin Davalos, and many other guys and wear the Atlas brace. atlasbrace.com. Our guys at Works Connection have always been there for the PulpMX show, and they're there for you as well. They're just as passionate, as dedicated to the sport as you are. For over 30 years, Works Connection has been designing and producing innovative products like the Pro Launch Start Device, the 1-2-3 Easy Build Elite Perch, Elite Axle Blocks, and much, much more. You'll find Works Connection products on AMA Pro Riders bikes under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, Smart Top Honda, as well as top teams and privateers alike. The best part of this deal is PulpMX20 code saves you money at WorksConnection.com. Stop by your local outlet and check out the new lineup of Works Connection products for 2021. I've got the Perch on my bike. I've got the engine plugs. I absolutely love it. Great product. I've got the Start Device as well, which helped me in one moto at the World Vet Championships, and one moto not so much. WorksConnection.com. PulpMX20 is the code to save. Please check them out. All new 2021 products now available. Thanks for listening. Welcome back, everybody. PulpMX show presented by Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, and Decal Works. Marks, I just didn't want to go through the. Am I plugged in? I can't hear the drop, so I just
check out my boat, dude.
We know how that went the first time.
Right, that's right. No music. Don't want
to cause any confusion.
Right, we'll just move on. It'll just be easier.
Just let Paul play drops instead of music.
Check out my boat, dude.
He likes that one.
He does like that one.
Chicken's awesome.
Chicken was amazing when he was in studio with Denny.
Bet.
It was an amazing show.
Bet.
Do you have any other chicken ones on there?
No, you need to have more, though.
Chicken
needs his own column.
Yeah, I have a chicken. Oh, I guess I only have. I'm
Dude?
muted.
I'm not stupid, dude. Fuck, that guy drinks a lot.
Maxima USA, Eli Tomac, Adam Cianciarillo, Cameron McAdoo, all the Pro Circuit guys using Maxima USA. They got their new Peak System additive in the 4-stroke engine oil. They have the SC1, the Fast FFT filter oil, grease as well. Of course, SC1 suspension clean, contact clean. What's your favorite Maxima product?
They're all so good. I do like cleanup a lot.
I don't have the cleanup.
Cleanup's
I need to get
good.
cleanup.
I spray it on my chain sprockets every
Oh,
single time.
I have cleanup for mountain bikes. I want the same stuff. It's a bottle.
You just reminded me of something. Don't let me forget later. I got a mountain bike product you need to test for me.
Oh yeah.
Don't let
Am
me
I
forget.
in that?
It's in my backpack.
Nice. I'm a tester.
Yes.
And I got an email from the Intense guys today asking me my thoughts on a new taser. Like, not coming anytime soon, but they're going to develop a new taser.
You've just been included in product development.
I'm R&D, bitches.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Maxima USA Pulp 20 to save. 927. They've changed the racing oil when they introduced 927 in the 1970s. It is still the #1 selling performance 2-stroke oil in most markets around the world. MaximaUSA.com for more information. Please check those guys out. And Pulp 20 is the code to save with Maxima. So whether it's 2-stroke oil, whether it's 4-stroke oil, whether it's mixing
Pro
oil.
Plus. Pro Plus is the oil I use in my KX450.
Okay.
It's awesome.
All right, fantastic. Maxima USA. Also, Paul, have you ever been in a motorcycle car accident? Did somebody or some idiot take you out?
Yeah.
You need to call attorney Arthur Draper. He's a friend of the show. He's a slow moto guy turned attorney. In fact, ambulances chase him now. This is a buddy of mine that was a mechanic back in the day. He's now a respectable attorney.
One time, I got taken out on a parade lap at Loretta Lynn's.
Wow.
Just cruising down the straightaway.
Yep.
Some kid comes ripping by, tags my handlebar, and I went flipping.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did you go let the car air out of his tires? It was a rental car?
No.
Okay.
I just barely was able to get it back to the starting line in time to take off.
Arthur takes the time to know the clients. We'll take the time to talk to you personally. Consultations are free. You just need to call. More importantly, Arthur only gets paid if you get paid. He can practice in Nevada, California, a few other states. Visit ArthurDraper.com, ARTHUR Draper.com. Help is only a phone call away, and Arthur's got your back. So thank you to Arthur Draper for coming on the show. Thanks to all our sponsors, by the way. It's been fun. So, Paul, before we go to the motorsport tweeted segment, your Loretta's dream, is it over because you're all jacked up? Are you okay? Are you going to do Loretta's this year, or what are we doing?
That's my tentative plan, but yeah, I'm dealing with some. I got a back issue. I got a rib issue.
Right.
So that's my plan. I really would like my son and I to both race. I think that would be really cool.
He can make it?
I don't know.
Okay.
It's going to be close.
Because Kiefer's on this program, too. If Aiden doesn't make it, he ain't going.
Yeah. I don't know where I'm at. Like, I would hope he makes it, and then if he does, I'll just race one class. If he doesn't, I'll race two, most likely.
Okay.
It's kind of my plan. But he's been improving every time he rides.
What about your injuries?
I got time to.
Okay.
There's still time. But yeah, he's been.
We have time. We'll race him when it's time.
Yeah, when it's time.
Yep.
But he's been improving quite a bit, and this is his last year in the 4 to 6 class, so I want to give him the opportunity to make it, and because I think that would be really cool for both of us to race there.
Now, I didn't think he was too much into it.
He wasn't into racing.
He was into karate.
Yeah, and he wasn't into racing for a bit, but now he really enjoys it. It was just weird. Something flipped, and I took him racing the first time and didn't tell him we were going racing. I just said we're going practicing, and I was like, "Hey, you got 4 practices, but yeah, we're gonna go behind this gate, by the way." And I just but then he just had such a good time hanging out with his friends, and the cool thing about him is he doesn't get nervous. Like he doesn't I don't know if he doesn't understand or what, but he's just a free spirit. That kid, like
nice. So have you done the area with him yet?
Yeah, we did an area.
He got through no problem.
Yeah, the area, all you have to do is show up.
Okay.
And but yeah, we'll see how the regional goes. I think it'll be tough, but we'll see. But he's playing football too. He likes that. He's got a nickname already. It's called the Tank.
Oh, the Tank?
Yep, he's the Tank. And he likes football. It's flag football. He wants it to be tackle.
Okay.
But it's flags.
Right.
So we got
settle down.
We got to settle him down there. He really likes being on defense.
Right.
But he's into Fortnite. He plays Fortnite with Dino sometimes.
Okay.
And just the things that come out of his mouth, man. He is
amazing.
Unique.
Right.
Yes.
Well, good luck with that process.
Yes.
Pops. All right. Motorsport.com. Tweet at Tits.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you this important bulletin from Motorsport.com.
It's the Tweets at Tits Q&A segment where your twatted questions find answers.
Motorsport.com. I'm sure they sell Renthal over there. The folks at Motorsport, they do a great job, whether it's OEM parts, aftermarket parts, UTVs, ATVs, dirt bikes, street bikes, whatever it is. They got the most dedicated and experienced team of gearheads in the industry. Free shipping on anything over $79 to ensure you never miss a ride. Great guys, Ryan Villapoto, myself, and the new Motorsport.com athlete, Filthy Phil Nicoletti.
Suck it, Steve.
Yep. Is also on board. So thanks to the folks at Motorsport for coming on board. Use the banner on PulpMX.com or PulpMXShow.com. It takes you right to Motorsport. We have a whole section for our product guys on there, some special deals and things like that. So if you don't shop at Motorsport.com and you take your business to another e-tailer, check out Motorsport, man. You'll be more than happy to see what they've got. So thanks to those guys for coming on board. These are tweets submitted to @PulpMX Show. The guy in the corner picks the best ones. What did you make of Talon's new intro?
Yeah, I like it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
It's not as good as mine,
right?
But, it's
okay.
It's fine.
So Talon borrowed a Taser MX from me
and broke it.
Yep. He says
he's an off-road guy.
Freaking people,
he says
man.
it's fucking off-road.
Be careful of those off-road guys.
He said
rough on equipment.
3 miles into the road or 5 miles into the ride, he broke it.
And he got a stick in the chain ring, and somehow that broke
the chain.
It doesn't add
all
up. But
sketchy.
I at this point it's broken, and calling him a liar isn't really going to solve anything. So I just figured.
So the bottom line is, I want to take the Taser MX up to SLC. I'm leaving this week.
Okay.
And Tits is now roped into fixing the chain that Talon broke.
On short notice.
Before he leaves on like a Thursday or something.
Leaving Thursday. Yeah.
And you're staying in between the two.
Yeah.
To do some snow biking? Or what's your plan?
I don't want to talk about that.
Oh, why not?
But there could be a chance of my race tech rant being very animated after Salt Lake City 2.
Snow.
I may have made a horrible decision.
I want you and Darkside to go snow biking together. I think that'll be cool.
I'll let you guys know. I may have made a horrible decision, and we'll see. So, all right, Tits.
You made a big mistake.
Let's do this.
All right, from Snowman MX. Besides the one, Besides the one with JT, have you considered starting a feud with some other podcasts just for entertainment purposes?
No, I should though. Yeah.
Why is there beef podcast to podcast?
Is there beef?
I feel like there's beef out there. No, all you guys are just kind of like a little chippy towards each other.
I don't think so. Like DMXS guys are cool.
They are.
I get a lot of, I don't get them anymore, but at one point I was getting a lot of tweets about how my show was way better than DMXS, et cetera, et cetera. I never retweeted those. I never liked them. You know what I mean? I respected those guys, what they were doing, and I didn't want to, So I made a comment to Hammer at Red Bull that I didn't think the Gypsy Tales guy should be in the show, but I didn't think anybody should be in the show that wasn't going to the races.
I was here last time.
Oh, was that you?
I think
so. He got angry at us.
I like his
That's fine.
show.
My whole point was if you don't go to the races and know what's going on, can you really comment on them? And that goes to any podcast out there. Like I listen to hockey podcasts and baseball podcasts from like the writers that are following the teams that are in the locker rooms, not anymore, of course, because of COVID, but generally speaking, are in the locker rooms and really have a handle on the sport. Because I want to listen to the guys that really know what's going on.
Sure.
Anybody can sit on the couch and watch the race and not really know what's going on. You don't really see who's fading.
Armchair quarterback.
Right. You don't see who's fading. You don't see who's coming up. You don't see any crashes late in the race. I mean, God knows we complain about the TV show enough that you don't really know what's going on, right? So to me, to cover the races, you got to go there. So to me, if you want to have a program that covers the races, you need to have the guys in it that go to the races. That's my own opinion. Now,
but that's you.
That's my opinion.
That's what PulpMX is.
Well, yeah, but there's other ones too. I mean, it's not just me. But I was making a joke that I should be the only podcast in there. That was more of a joke. That was a joke. But so I don't know. Like I don't feel like there's podcast beef really, but maybe there is. I don't know.
Everybody's just trying to find their own lane.
Listen,
right?
Without seeming super conceited, I think we're the biggest one.
I think you are.
I think we do the best job.
I think you are.
Sorry, not sorry. That's how I feel. Doesn't mean every other podcast is garbage, but I feel like we do the best one and we do the best job. So,
nothing wrong with that.
Right.
Beef causes awareness and increases numbers, especially on the smaller podcasts and stuff like that.
Doesn't matter what sort of beef it is. Like
I do believe that. Yeah.
Delicious tomahawk beef. Oh.
I do believe there's guys that bring me up. Yeah, because they're like, hey, I want to take a shot at the number one show.
Worst case, they address it on, or best case is that you address it on your show, and also now all these other people have no idea about them.
Yeah, I didn't have anything personally against the Gypsy Tales guy. I'm just like, he doesn't go to the races, so. Should he be in the show about the races? But that goes to any of those podcast guys. And David Iser called me from DMXS and said, hey, man, what's this I hear you're shitting on us for being in the Moto Spy? And I said, well, I was shitting on anybody who doesn't go to the races. I told him. I said, I told him exactly that on the phone. I said, it wasn't your show specifically, but if you don't go to the races, I don't know if you should be in the talking about the races. And he was like, all right, well, that's not, I thought you shit on us. Like, he's like, I thought you, said DMXS sucks, which I never did. You know what I mean? So, anyways, that's where we're at.
Next one is from Robbie Renner. Paul, are you still extremely high on Fry like you were when Starr stole him?
You were big on Fry.
Yeah, I was. I have obviously simmered a bit. Not as I think I said it earlier. I don't know when we were talking if it was on there or not, but yeah, I just thought he had a lot of the ingredients of what he would be a really good pro, but it just looks like he's lacking the confidence.
All of you amateur guys.
No, not all of them.
Calm the fuck down. No. I mean you amateur experts, and you're not the only one. The fucking guy, just calm the fuck down. Like
I like to,
that's
see
fine.
where they're coming from.
You know a lot about it. I get it, but I heard from so many people about so many of these fucking amateurs coming.
What are you hearing? Let me hear what you hear. What do you know?
Well, now everyone's fucking gargling Kitchen's balls.
Yeah, he's fast.
They're just fucking deep into Kitchen balls. Just
he's fast.
Like, okay, but dude, we don't know. He could meet a chick. He could do this with the money when he got a bunch of money.
Yep.
His parents could have issues. Like, nobody knows, man. You don't know. Now, obviously with Stu, Ricky, Barsha, right? AC.
Yeah.
But I'm saying we haven't had that type of guy for a while. So calm down. I don't think Kitchen is on that level. Maybe he is. I don't believe he is.
No, he's not.
Right.
Not RC, AC.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So when you don't have a sure thing, JG was a sure thing too. I remember people telling me Josh Grant, unless he beats him, but Grant is good, I just feel like you're just you never know. You just never know how these guys are going to take it, man. So that's all.
I just like to see, watch them, see how good they are, guess how they're going to fit in.
Sure. I mean, when you look at the NFL draft, that's all part of it. I get it. But me, I'm just I've seen too many failures, especially in the last 5 to 10 years, man. There's been kids that have just been eaten up and spit out by the pro scene,
It's true.
All right, the next one is from the voice of the drunken people. Blame Pie for heart transf season.
Jesus.
Whatever his name is. Injury, bike, just plain not being used to 450s.
He never tries to get better. He just he just moves on.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Injury, bike, what else?
Just not being used to the 450s, or what do you attribute to his poor season thus far?
Hartraff's poor season is a surprise to me, right?
Yeah, I guess I would have thought he's
a main event guy every single week.
Yeah.
Right.
So, what are we trying to do?
But like when you
pie?
Do you know what blame pie is?
I would imagine I give a percentage based on the options.
Yeah,
correct.
And it adds up to 100%. It's
okay.
a pie.
Okay.
You know, you look at the bike. It's a Suzuki, sure. Anstey looks good. Anstey's fine. He's a 15th to 18th place guy. So, you know, I don't think the bike's the problem, right? I don't know, man. Yeah, I like Brandon. He crushes it. He's a good dude. He works really hard off the bike. I've heard that from numerous people, but it's just not been good. So I don't know. I'm gonna blame 100% on Dustin Pipes.
It's fair.
Yep. Paul?
I don't know. 80% injury, 20% dirt bike. Is that did I meet your
Suzuki?
That works.
The 20% Suzuki blame. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. All right. The next one is from Trevor Githved.
Wow.
What is the next?
You should work for USPS.
The Postal Service?
You should work for the Postal Service.
Print out.
They have good benefits.
There's nobody who mails it in like you.
Print out some MXGP results and have him read their names.
I should, yeah.
Okay.
You can tell he works for the family business. You know what I mean? Like, you can just...
Silver spoon.
Yeah, and just...
Dada?
Never had to work a day in my life.
Dada money. Very successful concrete company. Him and Coy could probably totally relate.
All right. I'd like to be put in Coy's like comparison. Sure.
Yeah.
All right.
You can never get knocked out.
That's right.
If you were Coy.
That's
right,
something.
Right.
Yeah. What team do you see moving? He says to Florida, but let's say out of California next.
Well, Star's there now. I think other teams would like to follow that lead. Land is getting tougher. Places to ride is getting tougher. Like all of that. Taxes.
Well, it won't be any of the OEMs. It won't be Cowie, Honda.
I don't know. I mean, Yamaha's all there except for the race team.
Yeah, it would take a big move. It would take, them moving. But I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. I believe there's another team going to be out of Florida, but...
Another team, like a non-OEM team?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Who's that?
I don't know.
Okay, great. Great talk.
I think you do.
I think he does, too.
I don't know what you're talking
All
about.
right. The next one is from Gator.
Gator.
I got that name right.
Is that like my pimp? Nobody calls me Gator.
They used to call me Gator.
Yeah. Right.
Gator's bitches better be wearing jimmies.
Yeah, Gator's bitches better be wearing jimmies. Yep.
Why does KTM have a stigma for being bad in the whoops when Barsha and Anderson seem to do well?
They don't have a stigma.
They have a stigma?
Yeah, who has a stigma?
According to Gator.
Well, Gator can fucking suck it.
KTM
No,
does.
like
I mean,
Marvin,
Dunge, Coop, none of them are great whoop riders.
When Dean was on a Red Bull KTM, he crushed the whoops.
Yeah, Mookie would go through the whoops on a KTM.
Yeah,
so would Kenny.
There's no
rider.
Stop that question.
Okay, so Gator, you're wrong.
Yeah.
All right. Next one is from VB Steve. Last week, Ryan Hughes suggested on a podcast that by 2025, all manufacturers should agree upon only making 350s instead of 450s. I usually don't agree with Mr. Know-It-All, but I'm not against the idea. What do you think?
Yeah, we talked about that earlier when you were maybe sleeping. But
power nap. But
yeah, no, the 450s are too much, right? So
yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Like if they got together and said, "Hey, we're making 350s for the premier class," then great. Yeah, I mean KTM thought that was really coming, and Giuseppe Luongo one time said he thinks that's the future. Also, like it hasn't happened, but yeah, 450s too much bike, man. I think we can all agree on that.
Yeah, but getting all the OEMs on the same page.
Good luck with that.
Give me a break.
Right.
Okay. Fresno Smooth. This is for you, Paul. What's the next frontier for handlebars? New materials, new design. Is there much room for real growth or advancements in handlebars?
I mean, I think we have the next big advancement already in Fat Bar 36. It's essentially as light as a mountain bike bar. And then besides like anything that would be just kind of a gimmick as far as a true new innovation, man, I don't know. Like I think we have the latest, and I can't even guess what the next one would be.
I mean,
it can't be materials really. Like you don't want to make a carbon fiber motocross bar.
Right.
We've experimented with that, and it's not the right material. It's not the right thing for a dirt bike. It's stiff. It's brittle. Same thing with titanium. We talked about that.
You helped develop a really good job, a really good product for your competitor. The micro bar is a really good idea.
Yeah.
That is a legit great idea.
Yeah, I love that idea. And it's already been adopted by OEMs, right? So like Cobra's 50s come stock with a micro bar or micro-sized bar. It's actually a Pro Taper bar. KTM 50s, Gas Husky, they all come stock now with a downsized grip.
But not from Pro Taper? They made their own?
They made their own.
Oh, boy.
Yep.
That's a good idea. What about, have we talked about bending the bars back like a beach cruiser? Have we ever thought maybe that could work?
I'll let you get that idea
so the throttle's
going.
here, clutch is
Steve
here.
wants to be a test rider, so make him some handlebars like that. So
I'll get you that bend. You let me know how it goes.
All right,
okay. Chris Vancers wants to know who you guys think will win their first 450 Supercross championship first, Roczen or Sexton?
I'll still go Roczen. I'll hold on to that torch.
It's a tough one. I mean, it's not guaranteed either. One of them win.
Right.
Why you gotta put me on the
JT,
spot
just
like
pick
that?
a guy. Just pick a guy, JT. No one's gonna hold it to you. No one's gonna run around. No one's gonna make a flag.
Sponsor these guys.
Jesus. All right, next question.
The next question is not a question.
Oh,
just want to issue an apology to anyone who picked Wageman at any of the Atlanta rounds in fantasy. Sincerely, Team Solitaire. So,
yo, no joke. You know how I don't know if you follow Wendy's on Twitter.
I don't know.
Of the fast food chains, Wendy's is the best Twitter.
Okay.
Of the race teams, Team Solitaire by far the best on Twitter. By far. I don't know who runs it.
It's my buddy Chris from Canada.
Great job, Chris from Canada.
Yep.
Got some sense of humor, some
Right.
personality.
Right. Yeah.
I like them on Twitter.
Yeah, I agree.
Follow Wendy's on Twitter. You'll have a laugh.
Really?
Yeah.
I think I've seen it come up in the news where they make fun of the other.
Oh,
fast
all
food
the
place.
time.
Yeah.
It's great. Yeah, it's great.
All right. Marks, do you follow Wendy's?
I don't actually. I should because they are quite entertaining, but I don't follow them for some reason.
Okay, I'm punching it in right now. I'm doing it right now, Paul.
Yeah, do it.
Okay. While he's doing that, Paul, I'm going to ask you a question.
Follow 3.8 million follows, and they just got me. All right.
This is from Joshua Anderson. Is Tomac's deal official? With that said, what does that mean for Faulkner and his future?
Yeah, I think Tomac, I believe from the people I talked to, he signed for 2 more years. Did you hear that?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so I don't know what it means for Faulkner and his future. AC's deal is up at the end of 2022. At this point, are they like, hey, Faulkner, unless you're – I mean, he's not going to point out because even if he wins next year, he'll be fine. He hasn't gotten that many points because you get a year to defend it.
Yeah, but if you win in your 4th year, you don't get a year to defend.
Good point.
I think I think if next year goes well, he would be in the 450 class in 23.
All right. Well, maybe Cali would make a room or let him go. Or
I think they'd go 3 wide.
You think? Yeah.
I think so.
Right. They didn't go 3 wide for Joey, but it's not Faulkner, right? So, all right.
Doug wants to know: can Zacho repeat this summer?
Yes.
Yeah, I think he can.
Yep.
I think it's gonna be
Will he?
tough. Yeesh, I don't know. I do like that he seems to be completely healthy, and now he's already prepping for outdoors while guys are still having to race Supercross. I like those chances. I don't know, man. I think that class is going to be so good this summer. I don't know.
By the way, stjude.org/Supercross auction. Please check that out. A lot of cool stuff from a lot of riders. So, support it. All the money goes to St. Jude.
John Henning, this is for you, Paul. Is there currently a shortage of G089 grips?
G089s, yeah.
G089. Also, when are cloth bar pads dropping? It would literally be like printing your own money. Bring back 90s style vinyl pads too.
We're working on cloth bar pads, so it will happen.
Oh, big news!
Yeah, it will happen. And yeah, grips is just, dude. I guess try to look at a dealer in your area, or I know the next batch of product into the U.S. was just air freighted last week, and that went to Tucker. So a Tucker dealer should get some product here, but man, it's like we're dealing with what the same thing a lot of businesses are. We've been depleted on inventory because of the strong, steep, kind of surge in power sports since returning from COVID. We lost 3 months of production because of COVID, and now we're trying to play catch up. So we've been kind of delayed by raw material shortages. I mean, even things as stupid as a cardboard box. Like Amazon's bought every cardboard box from every vendor around the world, and our cardboard box lead time went from 2 weeks to 2 months. Jeez. So it's little stupid things like that we're at the mercy of all these different businesses that were affected and shut down and slowed and stopped by COVID, and now we're working to get back going. But Tit
says that's just an excuse. It's not really true.
I was going to say you forgot to mention Suez Canal. That was part of your problem as well.
Yeah, well, our stuff comes from England. I just didn't want to look like a retard.
Nobody looks at a map. Nobody looks at a map.
But yeah, I mean, we're running night shifts. We've hired more employees in manufacturing. We're doing everything we can, but it's pretty crazy how basically if you have inventory right now, you sell it.
All right. Next one is from Chris Riesenberg, a.k.a. Checkers. Does the Supercross Championship hangover that seems to affect guys for the start of the outdoors apply to Webb if he wins a second title, or is it a first title only thing? And also, will the extra break help?
Yeah, the extra break will help, but I said earlier, I think he just, I don't know if he just goes that 1 extra % you need for outdoor title.
I think the extra break time, which I didn't realize, I think that's going to be huge. I think we haven't really seen a guy do both in a while, right? Since Dunge?
Yeah, would have been Dunge.
So it's been a bit. I think Cooper's a guy who could do it. So, we'll see. I mean, and he has already put effort into riding outdoors, right? He's been out here riding outdoors.
Yeah, he did some of it.
So I think that extra time is going to be cool.
All right. Last one is from Jordan. I believe Tomac has said his competition has gotten much faster over the years, resulting in less race wins for himself in 2021. Is there any off-the-bike issues? It's just odd to see Eli only dominate a few times in 2021.
Yeah, it is a bit odd for sure. I don't know of any off-the-bike issues. We wouldn't know. They keep a tight lip over there. The Tomacs do. I mean, he's 28 years old. He was the fastest man in America for 4 years straight.
6 feet tall.
He's 6 feet tall. So, just like we talked about with Weege, talked on our review show, like you just have that 1% that you don't do. He's got a kid now.
He's a dad.
He's a lot of, he's 28. You get a little bit worse as you get older. Like, maybe this is just, this is how he is. He can win if everything falls into place, but those fucking amazing rides from 10th to 1st where he's 2 seconds a lap faster are gone.
Yeah, I think that's okay. Like, I think we're seeing like a change in our sport with these guys not wanting to retire so early.
Yeah.
And I think that's because we've seen a few guys now retire early and all kind of hint around making a comeback.
Yeah.
Right? Like RV came back out and rode Monster Cup. Dungy was talking about coming back and doing Supercross. I think all these guys are kind of like, I don't want to retire at 28 or 29. Like, I want to retire at 33.
You got to find something that takes up your time. Dunge hasn't done that yet. RV has. RV's got a nice little schedule.
And I think it's hard to do that when you're 29.
Right.
I think they could just go a little longer. So I think that's what we're going to see out of some of these guys. Just go a little longer.
All right.
That's old news, right?
All right. Thanks to themotorsport.com, guys. Please check them out on the web. Paul, Sexton, Wilson, McAdoo, Thrasher.
Check out my boat, dude.
Which interview did you like the best tonight?
Dean Wilson.
Oh, God. Here we go. All right.
I liked Chase.
Yeah.
I like Chase.
I think so, too, right? Mark, you think Chase was...
Yeah, I did like Chase's the most, I think,
it was really good.
They were all really good, but Chase stood out.
Don't forget to get the tickets for the Yamaha LCQ Challenge as well. All the money goes to privateers.
I'm going to get some.
Okay.
I've gotten one the last 2 years.
If Marks reads out Paul Perebijnos for the YZ450, we're gonna have a fucking riot.
I don't get it?
Yeah, you do.
Cool.
Yeah.
Can't imagine it will go without complaint.
No, but
that's okay.
We video.
I don't
win
these things.
Don't we do the video tape thing?
Yeah, I just put the little. I could put a little screen up here. And,
yeah.
I mean, that doesn't really
right
do a whole lot, but
just
I'm gonna buy mine the day before the drawing.
A man of your skill can easily program it to go directly to Paul's name, even if it's on camera. So
yeah, I mean,
thanks, Tits.
I don't want to get too far into it, but the screen is just a visual thing.
That's like smoke and mirrors.
I'm
like, yeah, we got a
Paul
semi.
will
It's
not
wrapped.
win.
It's an awning. Nothing in the drawers.
I have posted the code to Twitter.
You did, yeah.
To Twitter, like the last couple years,
to allow the coders to know what it is.
So anybody that knows
you
what it
nerds.
is, like, yeah, they can verify that it's legit.
So they can go to their coder buddy and say, "Hey, I think these guys are up to no good. Is this legit?
Can you validate this?
Techman.
Does that look right?
Techman, bring it to me now.
Oh boy.
All right. Thanks to our sponsors. Sponsor deals on PulpMXShow.com as always to get the deals and the codes and everything else. Salt Lake City. Next Monday we will be remote from the Fuel headquarters in Salt Lake City. Fuel socks and clothing and all that.
Oh, I didn't know they were Salt Lake City.
Yeah, I didn't know either, but they moved a few years ago. They're in Park City.
Cool.
So there'll be no video next Monday. I wanted video. Mark's told me no. So there'll be no video next Monday, but then we'll be back after that. I think Starling and Kiefer are coming in studio for after SLC 2. So check that out as well. Look, Patty Marlowe taking a shootout on the game that he passes Gordie Howe.
And we should have won this already. This is stupid.
Oh, he gets shut out. So thanks to you people for listening. Thanks to Pookie and Swisscore and Marks. Thank you. Tits,
My
really,
pleasure.
really good job tonight.
After that quick power nap, I was good to go.
All right.
So, yep.
Fantastic.
Everyone needs a nap. Everyone needs a nap.
Perebijnos, thank you, man. Always fun to have you in studio.
Check out my boat, dude.
All right, it's great that you got the drops. That's awesome.
Got a drop.
So thanks again for coming in. I appreciate it. We'll get you back in here at some point.
All right.
No doubt about it. Good luck with everything at renthal.com, of course. Appreciate that. And yeah, man, it's really been really fun to do all this this show each and every week for you people. So thank you for the nice words. We added up our stats. Doing really well video and audio again. So every
Can't wait to get my quarterly report.
You're gonna get it. Your quarterly report.
The 3 quarterly reports
We're
that we
actually
get.
doing quarters this year.
Are you?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah,
that was bothering
I was
me.
taking so much flack on it. I'm like, fuck it, let's just do it. Let's just do it right. So thanks everybody for listening and appreciate. Thanks for the sponsors again and everything else. It's been a lot of fun. For Paul Perebijnos, I'm Steve Mathis. We're out of here.
Check out my boat,
Something I want to
dude.
get off my chest, and it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine, and I did it.